Tell me, where do I go? Tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to kiss
Welcome, everybody, into the LPL English unofficial broadcast for another awesome day of Group Ascend action. It'll be myself and the awesome Cubby taking you through our first matchup of the day, which is a hotly contested one on the standings here. Cubby, JDG, and Team WE not separated by many games right now.
I mean, if you would have asked us this 2-3 weeks ago, looking at this matchup, probably like, pretty JDG favored, but Team WE on a 5-series win streak, been on a hell of a heater off the back of some great play from Monkey and the team, and now we'll see if it can continue today or if the buck stops here with JDG.
We'll have to see, but before we jump in a little too far on the talk about Team WE, it's of course important to remind all you lovely viewers turning in here, if you're not too familiar with the LPL format, it is a doozy here in the Rumble stage. We'll obviously be focusing much more on the left side of this picture, but Matt, it is a long road to get to that playoffs in the bottom left.
It is, I mean, it's wild to think that Group Nirvana is pretty much decided. They only have two more. Yeah, 2 series left. I know, OMG's out. We'll see about if RNG joins them or not, as I believe it's between them and UP, the other team that we say sayonara to until 2026. But, of course, entering the second round robin, a Group Ascend is uniquely Group Ascend double round robin, Group Nirvana single round robin. And I got to say, I think that the double round robin format, I mean, WE is a team that's a great example of how much I feel like this format has really helped them improve. I mean, you have the pool of LCK, LCP, and LPL teams. I really don't know how often Team WE gets to scrim teams like AL, like Top Esports on the regular. The fact that they get this condensed schedule, this double round robin, the velocity of LPL, and all these stage games against really good teams, WE has really taken that in stride and are now like legitimate contenders that we have in the league.
Yeah, and it's always awesome to think back to if the promotion tournament lands a different way, this is not even a reality. We're not even talking about Team WE. So that is a really awesome story that we'll look to add another chapter to later on tonight. But before we jump into our matchup, let's take a look at those standings you were kind of alluding to on the Group Nirvana side. Yep, Ultra Prime and RNG, they are waiting to decide their fates. But Group Ascend, the group we'll be focusing on today, I mean, just look at the meat of the sandwich, I like to call it, Cubby, that is this 3 through 7 right now in Group Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, the only streak longer than WE's win streak is, unfortunately, NIP's loss streak, as they have really struggled to find their footing here in Group Ascend. But, I mean, WE is playing for a lot here. If they're able to topple JDG, I mean, would really help, continue to push themselves up the standings. I'm not exactly sure they'd overtake Weibo with a win today, because, like, if they 2-0'd, game differential, if it's based on that in wins or win percentage, not exactly sure. But one thing's for sure, WE have really proven that they are a team that you have to actually look out for in Group Ascend, something that, again, we did not have on our bingo cards heading into this group before it started.
Well, we're adding to our new, I guess not bingo card, just run of show card, as I like to call it here. When it comes to these matchups, though, Cubby, is with us being in the second half of the round robin, we get to do this fun thing called first time round. And this is how the matchup went against JDG and WE the first time round. But this was a very different time, just a couple mere series into this Rumble stage.
It's funny, because I remember, I think I casted the first series that WE played against Top Esports, and they dropped 1-2. But like prepping for that, I remember watching WE and being like, you know what? I really feel like this team is closer than, a lot of people think in terms of being okay. You can go back and check out that cast, see if I'm right or not. But it was a team that was really struggling with overextending. I think that they were really killing themselves a lot. Like a lot of their momentum that they had in games, if any, did exist. And again, of late, I feel like WE, their play has really been marked by Monkey and Vampire. The supportive pieces of this team have really played well. Was for sure not the case early on in the season, but of course, when you start 0-6, things are not going to be going your way. And then to be on a 5-series win streak after that, I mean, taking out some pretty significant teams along the way, they've really earned the respect of the league, and we'll see if they can earn some respect from JDG tonight.
And this may be hindsight coming back to this matchup, right? The first series of Team WE, but there were some flashes in the pan of them being able to compete against some of these upper echelon teams. I mean, this game too was pretty close at points. They take this huge team fight win. They go up I mean, an astronomical amount of kills. So there is a world where they could have forced this Series 3. You mentioned they do up against top esports later on. I feel like there were flashes from the very get-go.
There were, but like this is some of the overextending. I remember pulling this clip actually to talk about WE overextending. It's like Vampire just lost all of his health before this started, and then the fight gets split here on the back half from WE. So these were some of the early mistakes that we saw out of them in this season that have really been cleaned up as we have gone throughout this group. As again, we really cannot emphasize the surprise that WE has brought us in terms of just how competitive they've been in this group and Group Ascend.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun story to track, especially as the games get ever so more important, talking about, you know, what the play-in structure is going to look like. And hey, if WE keep this run going, play-ins might not have to be a reality for them, but let's formally introduce World Elite in their current iteration here. It is Cube in the top side, Monkey jungle, Karis mid lane, Taeyun and Vampire to round out that bot side. But for me and Cubby, I know you as well, it's really the jungle support duo right now for Team WE we feel like is piloting them through their early season mistakes.
Yeah, I again, like when you look at this team in the early season versus now, really feels like Monkey and Vampire are those two members that have really stepped up. With a shout out to Karis as well in the back half, as I think Karis is playing a little bit better as too. But just the control the Monkey's brought to the Rift, I mean, there are legitimate picks that you have to be scared of now when it comes to Monkey. And for Vampire, I mean, this is a player that we've been really critical of in the past, but I kind of joked saying earlier today on Hotline League, like, you know, Vampire could totally grief the series today. I can't even flame him, like, until he griefs in other series with how good Vampire has been in some of the past series that he's played. Yeah,
and teams that were formerly on the level of Team WE, it was really hard to avoid the Cubby scrutiny. So what a turnaround it's been for WE to get to this point. But yeah, I mean, you talked about it. I know some of these clips really highlight it. The fact that Monkey just
destroyed this fight.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, 5k damage Pantheon fight is where it's at. This was a fun clip. And then also this one just recently gets NIP. Look how Monkey just splits the fight, immediately takes out Leave on the rotation, then gets 2 flashes out from his ult. So sometimes it's just the little things too that we've seen out of Monkey. Again, World Elite, I thought early on in the season, a team that was really vulnerable to overextending and overplaying their hand. Later on, though, they've shown some nice cohesion, some good engages, and it's a team that I feel like they haven't really played for the early game or the waning phase. Just the way they've drafted, the way they've played, it has been a little bit more indexed towards some of the later fights. And has really allowed for some of their players to shine, especially Taeyun, who really has been a consistent factor for this team throughout the year. He is able to carry these late game fights. He's had big Ezreal games, had big Kai'Sa games. So just the fact that the support system around the carries has been so much stronger, I feel like that's been a huge boon to WE and their 5-match win streak.
Yeah, and it has been, it's awesome to see because in the promotion tournament, right, pulling back further, we talked about Team WE was kind of like, hey, Taeyun's good, but the rest of the team needs to step up. And now, look at the reality we're at even from the community. I mean, Aragon's power, that's the first one that stands out to me. We're ranking WE right now.
Yeah, you know, of course, a Vampire Peddler. I know that Aragon said he put a 2-year future on him, and frankly, it's been paying off pretty well. Even Dom responding to that tweet saying that, you know, he thinks that they're legit the 6th best team in the LPL at the moment. Of course, we also have 957, one of the casters on the Chinese broadcast, the official LPL broadcast, tweeting about the LPL script and how exciting it is. It's happening again. As a WE alum himself, excited to see WE playing well. Shout out to Kelsey for bringing us some of this content as well with the translations. So, yeah, it really feels like the community, they're seeing how well this team's playing, the fact that they have scale throughout this season. I think it's been really fun part about Group Ascend, like seeing FPX, seeing WE, the two additions to the same 8 teams that were in the Split 1 playoffs, really improve throughout this split. It's been fun.
It's been fun. It's definitely been a chaotic split when it comes to some of those other teams we talked about from the Split 1 playoffs and where they're at. We'll dive into that and a lot more. But speaking on some of the, giving the love to the awesome Kelsey Moser, this next little piece of content we're going to give you guys, big shout out to her as well. Another alum of WE, but it's the head coach. This was Teacher Ma all the way back when Team WE grabbed Group Ascend. It's just really fun to see where they're at now, knowing how much emotion was behind their coach when they got into Group Ascend so long ago.
哎呦，你脑子里面数连车都忘了哟。没事没事。
I love Teacher Mom, man.
Yeah.
Like, going back, the Teacher Mom WE teams, they weren't pretty, but he was the TF Galio Rise GOAT. If you wanted some
Yeah.
mid lanes dropped to go gank bot lane early, Teacher Mom was the guy to do it. And really cool to see him, of course, being a WE alum as well, putting some heart and soul into what he's done with his team. And man, having a leader like that cares so much, that can go a long way. And, you know, some of the downs being 0-6, but also some of the streaks that we have now as this team has really bounced back from their bottom. And again, I've proven that they are a competitive team in this league.
Yeah, at the very minimum, Matt, for me, just I get a bit emotional watching his reaction. The players, you know, that's a guy you wanna, I mean, die on, fall a sword on, whatever metaphor you want to use. That is somebody that will go at bat for you. And as a player, it just makes it even more invigorating to play behind a coach like that. But as much hype and as fun of a tale has been for the hot streak of Team WE, they are facing a potentially sleeping giant, as we've called them right now, in Group Ascend. JD Gaming, JDG themselves. It is all on the top side. Shun jungle, Scout mid lane, and Pays missing to round out the bot side. A team that, if things come together, Cubby, might be one of the scariest in the LPL right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pays has been just fantastic this year.
Electric.
And it really feels like JDG just need to continue to put the pieces together in a little bit more consistent fashion to find, you know, that echelon of where a lot of fans expected them to be in the LPL, which is competing at the top of the table. We have seen JDG do that, but again, our top teams right now, community consensus being Anyone's Legends and Top Esports. Frankly, I do think that JDG, I mean, they're a pretty dire Baron steal away from being in that #2 slot themselves, thinking back to that Top Esports series. Of course, that we'll have that clip fired up here, Slayer, but the strength of this team, it really feels like, you know, the Weibo loss, I felt like Scout had a really bad day. The Top Esports loss was a little bit unlucky. And then their other loss I don't have up right now. But I really do feel like JD, or it was to FPX, which was a big surprise, that 9G. So they had a bad week in there in week 3. But outside of that 3-match losing streak, I do think that JDG has been pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a reoccurring theme with the top half teams, really, including like your Top Esports, a team that has played the most single games of the entire Rumble stage, because they have a little bit of a problem throwing single games, but it's just it's consistency, right? And yes, the Rumble stage is very unforgiving with how many games you're going to play, but now we're in the second half. You really got to make sure to find a way to go on a streak, kind of like Team WE are. And as we dive into the back half of some of these clips, yes, these are, you know, some big mistakes that they made against FPX in a Game 3, like letting Care run wild on a Cassidy.
The Cassidy pick was so good.
It was so cool.
Yeah, it was a really good pick this game, as Care and FPX ended up breaking the game. As, of course, FPX had a bit of a heater themselves in the middle of that first round robin. But, yeah, again, JDG, like, I can really point to some of their series, and we can nitpick a few plays here and there where if things go a little bit differently, feels like JDG could have notched a few more series wins on the board. This for sure being the biggest one, right, is Kanavi hit one of the craziest steals I've seen in a while, and really turned the tides of this game back in favor of Top Esports, as if JDG, they secure that Elder. You got to believe with mid-inhibitor already down, that's probably the game. Of course, that Elder going the way of Top Esports. It ended up being a Game 3 in the series going over to top, as Game 3 didn't go JDG's way. And that, again, we think that this team, everyone looked at this roster as one of the 2 super teams really created in this offseason with IG. And people thought that they could be one of the top dogs in the LPL. They have been, but they still aren't in the conversation for being the best team in the LPL. And we're really looking to see if they can reach that mantle, the mantle that a lot of people expected of them in this second round robin.
Yeah, you look at, like you said, you look at the roster, you expect, when you talk about expectations, that they're a ceiling of grabbing LPL titles. And, well, they've got a lot of time to still do that, and they've got a lot of series to go through in Group Ascend and try and shake up that middle of the pack, the team that we are very much so talking about right now, hitting the stage here to take on Team WE. This is also, Matt, going to be the first JD Gaming series on that fresh new patch, that new season. So we're going to keep talking about it all day long. This is as much as we love WE, it's an expected tune-up game for JDG if they really want to be a top dog competing against AL and top esports.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, their schedule coming up, it's ballistic. They play top esports on Sunday, so they have a bit of time off, and then they play 4 matches next week. As they have IG, Weibo, FPX, and BLG, which is just a crazy week of games to have for any team. So, again, a potential tune-up against Team WE, but Team WE have proven they're not a team to be taken lightly in the LPL, as they've really surpassed a lot of our expectations, starting to earn higher expectations for themselves. And excited to see if Monkey can continue to play at this form. Again, like a couple picks, Monkey has really proven that he's pretty elite on. Like, I don't want to see Monkey get Pantheon in this series. I think his Pantheon has been really good for Team WE and him, as well as a Skarner, Lilia. I think they WE were quick to notice that Lilia is a really strong pick in the meta right now. They were really quick to adapt that and play well with that with Monkey. And then Skarner, I mean, that kit's just stupid broken. Monkey's played it 7 times to pretty good success. So, again, WE's been a team where it feels like they've been putting the pieces together. And on paper, should be, outclassed by JDG. If we played this matchup 4 weeks ago, we wouldn't really feel like this would be that competitive. But WE have really earned the title of being a contender. We'll see if they can further prove that as they try and reach the 500 mark off of a 6-series win streak if they were to topple and surprise us today in taking down JDG.
It would be so much more fun for Group Ascent talks. As much as we want to power rank teams, the standings are what really bring home where these teams are going to end up for play-ins and playoffs. So to get to 6-6 would really shake up the middle pack of Group Ascent. But of course, we are here to play the 1v1s because side selection is so integral in a best-of-3 fearless format. It's going to be Ala versus the aforementioned Monkey himself. And okay, you know what? I don't like
Bear.
That's a little more fun. I have been a big advocate for removing 80 carries from these 1v1s to make them more fun.
Really?
I know that's silly because 1v1s matter so much, but just for the entertainment value.
Yeah, you want I mean, I guess you want, melee versus melee, just some brawls going on. We'll see if the Bear can brawl. As Voltabear has been a pick that's really emerged to be pretty dominant in these 1v1s. And of course, I haven't seen Monkey play it yet this split, but is a jungler that could sneak in there. I gotta say, Monkey played Trundle in the last series in the Xin Zhao.
That's fun.
Haven't seen Trundle in a long time. Thought it was the right game for Trundle. It was against an MF, so you got value with the pillar there too.
Yep.
That was definitely a big pick there for Monkey. The Trundle of the Xin, that's kind of a forgotten about matchup because of course Trundle a little bit limited as to what you can do as a champion.
Yeah, just a bit here. But we'll have to see how all that plays into the draft, knowing where the current patch is at and maybe the prioritization for WE. If they get on the blue side, I mean, there are just so many junglers that you can threaten on that B1. And it is really intriguing knowing the matchups that right now where these two squads are, is that Team WE, we talked about, they're pretty powerful through their support play, their jungler and Monkey themselves, but I'm interested to see if JDG can take that next step through their solo lanes. So very two different stark approaches to this matchup, but for now, we do arrive back on the very familiar bridge, and we see that Monkey's already going to get himself a melee trade into Ala, who on that Corki really likes to stat check. That's why the Corki's picked so often. This guy started
Warden's Mail, and he's just going to ghost him down.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you play Volibear, right? You know you have enough damage. You just have to survive defenses, gets the stun. That is why people pick Volibear in these 1v1s.
Oh,
there you go, Monkey.
The heater continues, man. Monkey just cannot be stopped. Monkey on the Bear looking damn good to start off. Mistake from Ala. Do a little bit of a grin in the player cam. I will say our players have had fun with the 1v1s for sure.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite is seeing the players around them, too, as the teams have some funny reactions at times. But Monkey going to start out with a plus 600 gold, 2 plates, and Ava wasn't able to buy a single thing in base. So, yeah, that's a Pengu dab for sure. Monkey's going to be pretty happy here.
Guess what Monkey's going to buy?
He was sitting on almost as much gold as Ala has total after that, by the way.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be in. I'm glad you made the comment about everybody watching, the 1v1s like over the shoulder. It reminds me of those old days where you used to run. For me, it was like everybody's running like Black Ops 2, playing. Everyone watching zombies. You had the lands. For you, you the old head. I don't know what you guys were playing. Maybe like Doom or the first Minesweeper.
Some high school Minecraft.
Yeah.
Just saying it came out in high school.
Hey, I played the beta when I was like 2012, I think.
I got yelled at by my parents because a friend brought over MW2, and I wasn't allowed to have those games in the house yet. And we had 1v1s in that.
You know what game did that for me? This is gonna age you. This is gonna age you a bit. I had a friend bring over a copy of Grand Theft Auto 5 one time. My parents got very angry for that one.
Oh no!
Yep.
Oh no! I think my first GTA was Vice City, also at a friend's house. My parents they wanted the best for me, you know. I appreciate them greatly.
Here's a question for everybody out there: do we get a Monkey Worlds title before GTA 6? That's my question for all you out there.
Did we get Balloons Tower Defense 7 before GTA 6? Might be his Monkey. He's got
Monkey?
6.
He's turned the turret off. Oh my god, the run of Monkey is unstoppable. Turrets can't ruin this guy's mood, and he just 2-0'd Alla with ease.
Oh, shrug. That's one of the faster 1v1s I've witnessed. As his teammates are laughing like, dude, you just home record the turret, and that's it. I guess blue side it is for Team WE. That's I guess the positive win for JDG and Alla. I don't think we're going to see Corky top in the series coming up. Probably going to be in someone else's hands. He wasn't able to take the 1v1, and that's a jungle 1v1 win. I will say, not as demoralizing as losing to a support, but yeah, Monkey just. I haven't used this word in a while, but he kind of smorked him in that one. Just, you know, face first, ran in, and got the dub. 2 all-ins in a row.
No care in the world. No care in the world. Does now, as the obvious selection comes through for Team W.
They chose blue?
Side.
No way.
Whoa!
You know who else chose blue? Riot Games when they designed the new Rift. They were definitely seeing blue.
I enjoy it, though. You know, I'm not going to ever forget the first time I loaded on in the new season. And you don't hear, like, a sword hit a sheath or anything. You just hear, like, this, like, calming, like, waters running. And you're, like, you hear this nice little melody. I'm like, am I playing League of Legends? This is the game that pisses me off, right? Not calms me down.
Yeah, maybe. But, hey, Slayer, hopefully we get a series as good as, you know, the 2 NBA playoff series we saw earlier today. I know that we have some jerseys on. Definitely, I've never done this on broadcast before, but You walked out in the Joel Embiid Team USA jersey, and I felt like I had the match. So we got Caleb Williams on our backs here, and hopefully, you know, some competitiveness from us bleeds through onto the Rift for these two teams. Is we're hoping for a goodie, and if they're anywhere close to as good as the NBA playoff games were today, we're going to be in store for hopefully 2 good series. I don't know if you caught the playoff games, but we had those were killing. There was an OT comeback win from the Knicks. They were down 20. And then a buzzer beater for Denver to beat OKC after they were also like 85% win probability for OKC with a few minutes left. So
I watched both of them.
Hoping we get the same craziness here.
Well, let's talk draft craziness here, Cubby, because I know you talked about the approach, right? JDG's on red side. There are like definite bans that you have to throw on the red side. Right now it's, you know, the Rumble to Fury. Maybe like a Varus is committed. Do you see WE getting a priority pick here from Monkey, or are we going to get so many jungle bans that maybe a better champion right now slips through?
I'm kind of interested. Obviously, new patch.
There's a lot of jungles
are on 15-9, and I mean, wow, I guess Sion really is just that high priority.
It's pretty gross.
It is a very good champion right now. I'm curious to see what happens with Lilia, because the Sion-Lilia combo, I think, is really, really good, where you just get these forever fights where you can't kill Sion, and then Lilia just gets to ramp throughout it. This feels like a really powerful late-game combination that a lot of teams were quick to figure out. So interested to see if we have Monkey willing to pick that, because if it is going to be a Monkey-Lilia, always have to be wary of something like a Shun Nidalee that does have a really positive matchup there. So I'll see if that's the case. If not, Monkey's Pantheon is 3-0, and it has been damn good in the games we've seen it. Seems to be the lock-in here.
I was intrigued if they were going to go to Lilia to try and maybe play that scale game, seeing the Varus that you might see as a lethality, and the Talia doesn't scale well. They really like the Pantheon for Monkey. It's, like you mentioned, it's probably his favorite pick, so he's going to put that next to 2 very clear scaling lanes here. You have some creativity with the Realm Warp. Yeah, but I mean, this rise in Sion's value, if we get past like 25 minutes, certain item breakpoints are gajillion.
I gotta say, like, this team is really beefy right now. With Rise gets really tanky. I mean, you're going Roa Seraphs, a Pantheon, whatever value you get to, you gotta incorporate the E as well, and then of course there's a Sion at the top lane. So I'm wondering if we have picks now for JDG to maybe set up an on-hit Varus. Because
that's what I was
I
thinking.
can't see a world where like Pays as Poke Ferris gets value later on in the game. Now, of course, with the Poke Ferris, if you are able to take away some health bars, it could be really big. But I'm just kind of curious. And frankly, for me, a Kaisa ban is a little bit of a tip-off that they might want to rock on hit versus on hit. Curious if we see a Callista ban here as well, as Callista's yet to hit the ban list. And of course, Pays would always like to play that one for himself too.
Or do we get the? Do you give her? I don't know if Ezreal fits really well here, but Taeyun's that's his premier champion. Maybe they want to ban away the Ezreal. They'll take away the Jhin. Interesting pair of marksman bans. Taeyun has the pick of the litter when it comes to his champ pool, and also there's a lot of great champions that fit into this beefy front line. None of the hyperscalers are really off the board.
I mean, I think an Ezreal for Taeyun looks great here. You have the biggest front line on the planet. You get to play Ezreal with that and just forever fight. I'm really interested to see how JDG can try and break this. I was gonna look for Yorick or Shen. Shen has seen some serious buffs the last couple of patches, and this matchup for me is actually like almost Shen favored now. So I'm kind of curious. I have yet to see this matchup with the new patch. I think it's a good pick though for Ala. Can definitely help them with any potential bot lane dives that go down. As curious to see what, Taeyun just going to grab that Ezreal, and then, I mean, Rakan here, just round it out, be pretty happy campers. Or, Vampire Leona.
Holy front line. I mean,
That's
this is
big team.
Ooh, yep.
Leona provides some nice reach. I will say, I think I would have liked Rakan a lot. As one thing, look out for with Leona, that Shen W, that field, can be really good to actually get out of some stuns. And then, of course, it would open up a Braum counter pick, which for me, this really sets up nicely for an on-hit Varus, which I was a little bit concerned about when it comes to facing. So I think whatever support they pick, it should be an on-hit Varus setup. I think it's the only way that Pays can do damage later on in the game. If it's the Poke Varus, the timer, I think, would just be too narrow for JDG to win. And I'm a bit concerned for on-hit Varus this game. I know there's a lot of defense for him, but is it enough? It's going to be just really a dog pile on the Varus, then can JDG actually save the Varus, and can Pays actually function in a team fight? It's going to be a real challenge against all the tools that WE has, so going to be interesting. I really like WE's draft.
Yeah, I am a really big fan of easy execution in a lot of spots here, too. It's just really easy for WE to play like a succinct style. The pressure here is on JDG. You're talking about in fights, but also just in the mid-game window. Like, we have a Talia, we have a Shen, we need to play global, we need to play overload and get a lead, which you like from the team that you feel favored on in a matchup.
That's a good call. Those CDs need to count. So definitely have to keep our eyes on, like, first Shen ult, if they're able to get some value out of that. I will say that the Shen, Xin, on-hit Varus, and Braum, that does feel really nice for the Braum, like the ability to proc Winter's Bite. It's going to be there. But as the game goes on, is WE just too tanky to deal with, and can the on-hit Varus function? Those are two questions that are going to be really... I'm interested to see if they get answered later on, because I think that WE, for me, this sets up well for their style. If they're just able to forever fight, you have Taeyun on that Ezreal that has been a really solid pick for him this year. I feel like the WE comp, the amount of space that they can open up for that Ezreal, the amount of tankiness that JDG has to get through, and the difficulty of the on-hit Varus trying to navigate these fights later on. If it's not a lead for JDG in the mid-game, as you called out with those big CDs with the Shen Talia, these be tough roads for JDG. So definitely have to keep our eyes on them when 6 comes around if they can really cash in and make a splash in this game.
All of our eyes drift back onto the Rift, the more calming Rift as we talked about in the new facelift. And we're welcomed into the LPL as always with the Jayos. The first of potentially 6 games today, the max being 3 between these two squads. If the WE hot streak continues, and as we get onto that very Rift, don't see too many big invades, but we do make sure to lock in that Pays with that lethal tempo will be going the on-hit route.
Yeah, again, no surprise there. It looks like that graph kind of close to the assessment that we had as well, Slayer. As JDG going to need to make their mark here in this mid-game. If not, at Sion, Ryze, Ezreal, their ability to scale could be quite dire. I will say that the nice part that I really appreciate with this new patch, of course, there's only 1 spawn of grubs coming in.
Yes.
A lot more potential for junglers to really make their mark felt on the map. Your ability to interact with lanes, like in that previous patch, it really felt like you had to power clear and make sure that your economy was always high in order to you know, be first or be strong for that upcoming objective. The objective's a little bit more spread out now. A little bit more room for creativity from the jungle, creativity from swaps. You can afford to take risks, and then you have time until that next objective spawns to, you know, try and recover or try and make sure that you're in the right state for that. So we'll have to keep our eyes out for this in-zone, see what she can do.
Vampire trying to buck the trend of Leona's glorified melee minion at level 1. Already pushing for trades, just trying to get control of this wave here so they can grab at level 2 first. And can be a bit easier to do so with that on-hit Varus. Doesn't have as much threatening early damage than you usually expect here. And talking about junglers, but these AD carries, right? It's such an interesting pull together because we talked about Taeyun as Mr. Consistent when WE were struggling in getting in the promotion tournament, but the same label, Mr. Consistent, that's exactly what Pays has been for JDG so far this year.
Yeah, Pays has been the guy. The all-team Week 5 for LPL, it was anyone's Legends plus Pays. As Pays has been playing really well this year. No one has really questioned Pays and his ability. As I gotta say, Monkey was spotted doing his first 3 camp spot, but was not spotted mid.
There we go. That's the aggressiveness of Team WE right there. Karis lands the root. Monkey flies in. First blood just like that.
You can see a scout. He had the idea. There was a trinket ward dropped, but it expired. I'm not sure if WE tracked that or not. Either way, they make that first blood look clean. As 2 flashes burn, they get the flash out of scout, get the kill as well, and the TP to boot. That's going to open things up for Karis as he'll have a little bit more space off after the base. Able to TP back, and a good start here for Monkey.
A bit of a part of the problems we've seen from JDG have been with Scout. Positioning in fights has been a big thing, but just not getting the quality you expect from a guy like Scout, and especially in a matchup that on paper, again, you feel like he should be running up against Karis. So falling down early, always going to be a problem, especially knowing how much we're emphasizing this early to mid game for JDG's composition.
Yeah, I really like what I've seen so far from WE2. They're aware that Shun's on this bot side. As that ward drop from Taeyun, Shun's on it right now. And he doesn't have a sweeper, so playing with full info, but a potential dive could come in. Vampire's still 2. He should hit 3 though soon. He's probably 1 man way away. Bring up the heal.
Here we go. We're going to try and get those concussive blows stacked up, but the turn aggro's being juggled. Missing will be traded out there for Taeyun's life. But Pace is able to grab the kill while Vampire gets the trade, so net positive where the kills go there.
That's well worth it. You have Taeyun missing a wave and a half, 2 waves off that bot dive. And yeah, the kill goes over to Pays. No sums were burned. He has access to the cleanse, which of course could have cleansed out of the winner's bite, but health bar was quite low and really no place to flash. Not sure what he could have done. Maybe we can, if we get a replay, and get a look. But either way, a nice bounce from JDG as they were able to slow push that wave. Coordinated dive with Shun, which, despite being scouted, could not be countered by WE.
And now it works effortlessly into the swap that we keep seeing come across for these teams with a lot more of an opening for those first grubs. Off the reset, Pays and missing, just head top side, and they'll catch themselves another wave here while you see that Alla will be able to come down here and compete into Taeyun and Vampire. And both these top laners are very comfortable champions in the 1v2 compared to most of the crop.
They are. The real positive for JDG is that they can actually fight on the top side. I mean, like you can have Alla bail, go join the team, and then TP back once he gets 6 here with the Stand United. So if Cube does want to take this 1v2, of course you are the Scion. It could easily be a 1v3, 1v4, or even a 1v5. Think about that Talia in the mid lane. JDG want to get creative down here. But Alla losing about half his health, and Monkey in the area. This swap, I mean, it's nice to get the Varus into a pretty safe lane, but it's going to be the first Dragon just going over to WE.
Just using that prio so well. Monkey knows those timers and has the troops coming to assist him just like that. And the one positive side for the flip for WE is that Scion is probably the best 1v2 weak side champion, especially we saw in Split 1 when you could swap immediately. Like that Scion priority was so high just because of that very fact. As we might see more mid-aggression come across here onto Scout. Does burn the Weaver's Wall. Vampire tries to flash after him. Zenith Blade does not land, but again, it's WE making it clear that Scout's the target in this early phase.
Scout is still flashless. WE might have another window to punish as Karis does have Cosmic Insight, so he will have Flash up before Scout does. And if WE are really on their game, I think finding that timer would be pretty elite. Because look at the Flash timers for both Monkey and Karis. Keep in mind, they burned both their Flashes synced up with Scout to get that first blood. Each have Cosmic Insight. Scout does not. So real potential to punish that timer mid. We'll see if JDG is aware of it as well. As we do have Ala. Burn that TP, so any Stand United play would lose on the bot side, but still able to get back and pick up most of the wave, as 2 points do go over to that Ezreal.
Yeah, loving what WE is doing with this extra extended time period as we talk about the shift in patch. Getting all of that TP out, Monkey gets to force the vertical jungle based off of the fact he's able to control that wave, and they're going to get control of this wave even off of the switch back towards the top side because you just use that Silent ult to fly on in, and Cube's going to make sure none of those waves are really dropped right now except for that top side one that does slam into the turret with the grubs coming up soon.
I was actually kind of surprised to see Cube just fire that ult off. As, again, Shen, the Q buffs are significant. Q is, that is pretty much your damage on Shen, especially if you're not going to go for a Sunfire Cape. I'm curious to see what first item Alwa's going for here. As the traditional ones are Titanic Hydra and Sunfire, kind of a choice there, usually. But just getting that extra % max HP damage is really significant. Again, your only damage ability on Shen is pretty much your Q. So, and that's the point you max first. So, of course, anytime that Riot changes the ability you max first, you get that extra power for a longer state of the game. And they've definitely given Shen a lot of love in the last few patches, and not surprised to see him being played in the Scion. Definitely an area traditionally where Shen's been playable, where we see him, but now Ala.
Yeah, Monkey trying to set up for another pick play here. They can't get the knock-up, though. Ala gets the flash out, but it doesn't matter. Monkey with the tunneler has more than enough damage, willing to sack these grubs to pick off Ala on the weak side.
I love this play, though, because, again, like this grub fight, Cube would have to base TP and then come with no ult, whereas Ala could just push and join. So making a play on the global, onto the Shen, and look at how easy they made that look, too. Again, WE executing really cleanly early on. As they continue to impress, and Monkey's Pantheon, which we teased as being 3-0 and a big part of their recent success, continues to be on fire. Hey, look at that! We're not even synced up with the LPL broadcast. Right on cue. Let's go.
100% roam rate. Maybe we have a fight breaking out, though, towards this blue buff. The
coming.
Grub's already gone.
Where's Ala?
We already have TPs come across. Cube is in. There's a Chains of Corruption down. They're going to try and burn through the Scion with 4 members, and Cube is just picked off and sectioned down. Monkey trying to avoid that Braum passive. Will try and trade back in, but gets stunned up by Shun, who pops Crescent Guard, so Karis can't get any damage back out and cannot save Monkey. Seismic Shelf not going to land from Scout, but they might have their pick nonetheless as Karis gets far too low. The concussive blow Q nearly finds its mark. Vampire trying to desperately peel for Karis as Shun dives under the turret, knowing that Stand United is there to bail them out. And there's the JDG that's been so potent in their big-time wins.
Oh, Shun barely escapes from the True Shot barrage as well. As that TP from Cube was a bit questionable, Slayer. I mean, TP'd in, 4 members of JDG there. Good Chain of Corruption, able to CC him down. And then Monkey taken down as well. As that look from WE was, yeah, let's get a second look at this one. Because again, we're posturing over this blue buff. It feels like WE, like they could have members, could have an angle. But again, this TP from Cube, he's flashless, he's ultless. No ability to get out of this one. Monkey got creep blocked and caught the back half of the Chains of Corruption as well. Got the winner's bite off too. And he sticks around too long, trying to buy space and time, thinking that Karis can do anything, as WE just kind of funneled in there one by one and went down. So some good early plays out of Monkey and Team WE kind of thrown away here with a poor TP from Cube and a WE that wasn't synced up, and JDG punish.
And Cubby, there's one word to kind of sync all that up. It's an overextension, and it's what we really were worried about with WE.
The train came rolling in, man. Just fed one by one over to JDG. Easy peasy.
And now JDG in a commanding gold lead spot here with Grubs on a Shen that's going to be really hard to match on the side lane. This is exactly where we wanted this comp to be, knowing how much pressure there is on them to try and close this game out sooner rather than later. But Scout has been the one who's constantly being punished by WE. Another Weaver's Wall back out to safety as Vampire hovers to try and get Karis more gold, more plates. But Jun, on the flip side, able to stop that dragon stacking that would have been a pretty big win con for WE as this game progresses.
Yeah, again, this is the mid game where JDG should be stronger. WE for sure set behind after that last set of plays. They're going to focus on this top side. as Monkey gonna find Missing, but doesn't know that Missing is alone. The Dragon was just taken, of course. We do have a Cloud Soul hit in the Rift. I will say, I do like the focus on the Scout and this Talia. I think that setting Talia behind, like delaying that Liandry is actually pretty significant. And if you can get Ryze ahead in this matchup, he can get big and tanky enough where Talia with a late Liandry's, you know, isn't able to effectively deal with the Ryze.
Yeah.
So I feel like this focus from WE is just. But again, Scout's done a really nice job of navigating his way out of this after that first blood where, I mean, 2 flashes were burned. Did Scout burn his flash? Still went down. A little bit unfortunate, but yeah, I feel like Scout's managed this pretty well.
Flash timers coming up for basically everybody participated in that last fight. Monkey and Karis a little bit further behind, but we do have first item breakpoints really starting to come through here, and there are some more expensive ones that we're still waiting on, and it's important to emphasize that, you know, now that we have an on-hit Varus, you don't get that big first power spike jump based on those cheaper lethality items. Pei's trying to build up to those on-hit ones, so with all the damage, really a lot of the damage in this game put onto Taeyun and Pei's shoulders, tracking when they can get to those big item breakpoints is going to be pretty pivotal as fights continue to roll out.
Yeah, speaking of those, it was a Thunder start for Awa. It did end up being that Titanic Hydra, so pretty standard on Shen. You know, if you're able to stack that health, always feels good. And Shen's kit does lack a bit of wave clear, so again, Titanic or Sunfire, pretty important in terms of making sure that you can kill those waves, get push, and utilize a lot of the power of Shen, which is, of course, can play the side lane and play the team fight with that Stand United. So, see if also WE, of course, keep in mind, attacking that global where it's at, an option for them as well. Seen a lot of focus on the Scout. Some of that it hasn't worked out as well in the back half of the game. Did see one really successful play onto Awa. So curious if we have that set up again, as I think attacking a Shen, always a decent option.
And the push and pull here for Team WE, knowing, you know, as you mentioned, the Shen and the Talia, is I want to see how they can exercise patience and trying to force some of those global ultimates out and then back off, because that's, you know, you talked about they're going to be, JDG are going to be stronger right now, but even if there were a pretty even game, the threat of a Weaver's Wall, Scout, and Ala with Stand United joining a 2-for-1, 2-for-2, and make it a 4-for-2 just like that, is the bread and butter of JDG's comp. So if you can play slow around those ultimates, WE can really stall out this game to let your Ryze and Ezreal get ahead in items.
Yeah, we'll say a bit of a late Roa here for Karis.
It is,
was some swapping going on, so of course that one did just enter the inventory. A little bit more time to get that Ryze going, as of course his spike when that Roa Seraphs, all that evolves, and you get all that extra mana in your kit. Oh, this feels really good. And I don't know, I think for WE that might be kind of what they're waiting for. Of course, Karis is still a little bit ahead of Talia, but as you're teasing out, you look at the rest of the comp, this is the time of the game where we feel like JDG do have to do some things with those globals, and WE kind of has to hold strong. So I do like seeing WE try and attack this global, as Monkey's going to be able to sneak on up here, and we'll see if they can pull anything off onto Alma, who of course does ding 11, but if he approaches the next wave, might be in danger.
Here's the dive. Unstoppable Onslaught. Good flash from Ala, though, creating enough space, and Cube is taking way too much turret ramping early on there, so you get the flash out of Ala, but still safe.
That felt like a split call from WE. As,
now Vampire, he's jumping in. 2 versus 3 right now. They have the Weaver's Wall. There's the Pantheon ultimate. Monkey joins the fight, but it's Taeyun actually flashing after and killing off Pei's, and that just sets off the whole chain reaction. WE playing with that confidence again, but Monkey's taking a lot of damage. Here comes the Stand United. Jun with Ala is going to try and join the fight. Ala, though, gets canceled out. Doesn't matter. Vampire falls next. Jun able to keep Karis and Taeyun off the front line. The Crescent Guard blocks all of that damage. True Shot Barrage doesn't find its mark. And we walk away from that fight scarily even.
I mean, JDG, they get a 2-for-1. They're going to get the Rift Herald too, just given the health bars. And kind of want another look at that, because Taeyun did a great job of getting Pei's out of the fight early, winning that 1v1, but then was late to kind of join the rest of the fight, rest of the skirmish, which WE played a bit quick. I'm curious if we get a second look, because that felt like a play that WE, if they were able to regroup and play that one a little bit slower, might have been able to win, but JDG were able to hold strong.
They grab a Rift Herald off of that as well. Ton of gold into Shun and Scout's pockets currently by this point. But maybe Karis is looking to try and punish that with his own little death brush. Sees the entire combo come out from Scout. Pretty low on mana, but Karis Doesn't feel like he can actually threaten that. The real threat has always been onto this bot side turret, so that should secure. Oh, one more auto? No way. That turret. That's 5 HP on the turret. That would be feats of strength if that one was picked up.
That'd be feats for WE. Yeah, okay, let's take another look. Again, Taeyun found pace in this fight. Using the range of the Ezreal was quite good. So, I mean, Mystic Shot hits. Really good combo here from Taeyun. I mean, this is cleanly done on the Pays. Just what happens after this? I guess, I know Taeyun's a little bit low, but WE just, they get split from Taeyun. They overextend. They don't kind of retreat back to him. We gotta pause.
Oh my god, Cube has a genius Scion ultimate. Pays didn't even get to move again. The JDG 80 carry drops at the start of the fight. The huge damage amp for this composition. But they still want to try and fight out with their range. In goes Shun, knocking back Karis, but in flies Vampire, trying to set up Shun, get value out of that Crescent Guard, but Scout is ramping up on this damage as well on the backside of this fight. Karis and Taeyun are trying to hold the line, and with the zombified Cube, they're going to try and knock down Missing, find another big kill, but Shun goes in onto Taeyun with Alla right up in front, and he lands a 2-man taunt, and Scout flies in off his own Weaver's Wall to seal the fate of WE.
WE just don't have the damage right now. And that fight could not have gotten off to a better start because Cube had a huge connect on the Pays, who of course was sumless. But WE playing out the rest of that one. They aren't playing patiently enough against this JDG comp. And the strength of the draft that JDG has right now is paying off. This feels like Karis is tickling people at the moment.
And just a little bit too late to some of these plays, these good ideas. The damage not being there really making the difference as JDG continue to widen this gap. And we get another look back at a fight that JDG does not have pace for again.
Yeah, I mean, this is beautiful from Cube. Again, you cannot ask for a better start to this fight.
Oh,
of
hold
course,
on.
Cube's going to take a lot of damage.
What's going on live here?
Back to live.
Oh my
Stand
gosh.
United. Goodbye, Monkey.
Monkey and Vampire just picked off. There's the threat of those global ultimates showing through, but Karis on the backside is going to shut down Scout. No Realm Warp, no Flash, so he gets to play his own little version of 007 Spy. And
they gank Pays mid. They might be able to.
I mean, Pace can't try and stop Karis or he dies, so Karis is actually going to be able to walk away with that shutdown.
He can get out. All right. The Karis with the long haul, I guess that trade's okay in the back half. I mean, they took down a carry. And Taeyun's still able to play this one out, so... I mean, I don't know exactly how that one developed. That was interesting. That replay, again, I feel like WE, like, after Cube took all that damage, just weren't quite able to get out. Okay, we're looking bot.
Vampire jumped in 1v2 to get Pace, yep.
Well, yeah, 2v3, WE going in. 2v4 with the Stand United.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, in the end, you get Stand United out, and you get a 1-for-1 thanks to what Karis did. That's not all bad. That's a big cooldown now that WE could look to play around.
And again, it's still... staying competitive, keeping this game close enough that when you reach these scaling threats, item breakpoints, you'll be a big enough threat. And it looks like Karis just realm warped his way and picking off Scout. Again, this has been the problem with Scout, these side wave assignments. He's been getting caught too often.
Yeah, I was really critical of Scout, rightfully so, during the Weibo series, as it felt like those two losses, the overstayed at turrets that he could have given really set his team behind. That's another example of that there, is a good chase from Karis. Did trade the flashes too, which keep in mind is a trade up, as Karis has that summoning insight. So we'll be back a little bit quicker. Karis being a little bit tankier, always nice too, but return to live. This mid turret's going down. JDG going to continue to add a little bit more gold to their lead. And again, still feel like their comp's pretty strong, but some of the concerns that we painted early on with protecting this Varus, I have for sure seen the light of day in the earlier stages of this one. Slayer.
We're going after Alla again. Good way to take away the Shen. The Stand United, send him to the gray screen. This time, Monkey and Cube able to get that one done.
Yeah, Alma not even going to burn the flash, and that was the right choice as he went down there. Up way too far. And again, I think mistakes for JDG. Like, this is still a point of the game where this game's close and within reach for WE.
Oh, here we go. Scout with the reaction play on the other side
TP
of the map
coming
towards
in.
Karis. Great dodge on the seismic shove. Karis is going to be able to buy enough space until Shoot flashes right in, gets the knock up the Seraph Shield, the dodge on the Braum Q, and the Glacial Fissure. Karis just knocked off so many valuable ultimates. Cube on the flank. Vampire flashes, gets the stun down onto Scout. This Seraph Shield should not save Scout. The Grand Starlight, everybody from Team WE pulled up to the party, knocking down Scout. And what's their grand prize, Cubby? Otacon.
I don't get this play from JDG. I mean, part of me doesn't get it. I feel like if they're more in sync, they might have been able to pull this one off. We do have to pause because Shoot is here. Could smite steal. They've dragged this one down a bit.
FaZe now just joins. The smite down to 8 HP, but they get it done. So JDG do not threaten the Otacon, and they're going for more here. Who's the comp that plays the map better? Because right now it seems like it's Team WE as they Realm War Vampire right on top of Ala. Jun, you do not want to jump into that dumpster fire. Another pick found for World Elite.
I mean, again, WE, they have options to play the map. They just are using them better thanks to the sidesteps from Karis. So much was burned to try and take Karis down, and I know that it was a topside play that kind of started this sequence in the first place because Awa went down top and then died bot afterwards. But, like, once you burn all those tools and Karis sneaks out, again, we're going to have to take another look because I feel like Scout, I know that Karis is escaping, but a great sidestep here. And then Shun sends it, gets the knock-up, but that Q misses from Scout, wasn't able to connect it. Karis sidesteps everything. He has TP up, so getting back into this one with how stuck JDG is, I just don't feel like this play is warranted at all. I know they have to snowball the game, like we kind of been talking about that, but you can wait for that Shen to get back up, wait for that stand united, because again, by forcing a play like that when TPs are up, you open yourself up to being responded to, especially when so many tools get burned onto that rise. For nothing, right? Because he just TP'd back in. It was chill.
JDG then, you know, they also end up overstaying their welcome, giving over more free kills, and now all of a sudden, the composition we're talking about with a huge tank that's going to scale, and Ezreal with a massive front line. The Rise is nearly at full, Roa and Seraphs. This is where Team WE wanted to be, hoping to be not too far behind. Now they're ahead.
I mean, this feels really scary for JDG again. Like, FaZe has sums up. It feels like FaZe needs summoner spells up in these fights to function. Because he needs help, right? I mean, this Varus can't do it alone. It's really tough to play Varus this game. You need a lot of help from your team to be able to make this one work.
They're going for more here once again. Team WE on the hunt. The Weaver's Wall does block off a lot of the damage dealers. Cube gets thrown under turret by a good seismic shove. So Scout is chunking down this very tanky Scion. WE have to play on the back foot. Meanwhile, all this time, Ala's getting turrets on the top side. When is he going to join that Stand United? He does it. The big stun lands down from Cube. Ala flies in, though, only gets Vampire. And this time, FaZe gets the free hit and generate more and more damage. But Taeyun, flashing over the wall, finds one kill, gets away from Shun. No, he won't escape him. But Monkey's able to trade him out. It's chaos all across this bottom side river. But it's JDG narrowly coming out on top 3-2.
Holy cow, these fights are explosive. FaZe did burn his flash there, but was able to do a lot of work. He's flashless, though.
Oh, he tries to dive after FaZe, but Ala was there to cover him. This time, FaZe should not fall. Great sidestep on the Q. FaZe this time survives, and now Karis has to pay the toll for his jungler.
Oh, the hands from FaZe, they were fantastic in that fight as Team WE opt into a 2v3. It gets turned around by Awa, who stuck around, and some beautiful clicks from FaZe to sidestep the spears from Monkey. That was really well played by FaZe. Again, the Varus needs help. It needs to work in this comp, and we just got to track FaZe throughout this fight. I really like this wall from Scout. It bought space and isolated the Scion. But FaZe was the one who was electric in the back half of this. Keep your eyes onto him. Work it on the Cube. Karis gets slowed down. Again, the chase from JDG is decent here. And okay.
Oh, no. Scout again.
Going. Scout caught.
Again, it's the same reoccurring problems for Scout.
Yeah. That sucks, because I would have loved to see that replay. Instead, we just have to watch Scout die for nothing. I get to miss out on FaZe's banger play again, and FaZe is probably Scion like, God, I have no flash this time, and I need another banger play if I'm to stop this Baron, which is now being started by WE.
Why not? WE knows so many summoners are off the board here. They also want to force Ala up. So he immediately teleports in. This is still a 5v4 for Team WE, who want to really break the bank and open up this game one. But Baron is really taking its sweet time going down. It was all a fake for WE to find the engage. Going after FaZe once again. Vampire gets on top of him. Cube's there as well. There are no summoners on this forest, and the true shot barrage sends him back to base. Team WE spring the trap at Baron, and they're looking to cash all the chips in right now. Shun and Ala on the back foot, but they've got themselves Scout returning with the Weaver's Wall. And once again, we go back to dancing with Baron, but this time WE 5-on-3.
Love the execute on the FaZe. Again, FaZe no sums. It's so difficult to fight as this on-hit Varus with no sums. WE's making it look hard as they had a good execute there. They're getting a little bit low.
How do they do this? How do they get to Taeyun or Karis without any of their main damage dealers? Scout has no range to play at, and it's this point at the tip of Monkey's spear that sends another member of JDG down.
Really poor game from Scout. I would usually say it's uncharacteristic, but we have seen Scout have a couple of stinkers here. This is definitely one of them.
Look at Monkey's health bar. Monkey needs to be careful. He needs to be close enough to smite. Allah tries to get the top, but it doesn't land. Monkey's smite range true. Sure, he falls, but Team WE will finally exit Top River with 4 purple banners.
We said they were a tanky team. They were able to pretty much forever tank the Baron. They end up winning with that. Now JDG, I think they have to wait for Sums on Pays until they try and fight again in what has been a pretty back-and-forth game. But, man, I look at the game state now. Small gold lead for WE. And how much easier is their comp to execute for the rest of this game, Slayer? Again, 16 on Karis. The cube is just going to scale infinitely. And we've seen the difficulty of fighting for Pays if he doesn't have summoner spells. We've seen the brilliance of Pays this game, too. But what can you do when you're down flash, down cleanse, this on-hit Varus against all the tools that WE can throw at you over the top? Going to be really difficult as this game moves forward. And again, a real disappointing game from Scout, who has kind of just evaporated in a couple of side lanes. The Baron play we had there, I would love a second look at that, because I don't know how Scout was able to just tank all that damage and really not able to pump anything else back. And again, Taliyah is a pretty big part of holding the line for the Varus too. I mean, going through the rocks is something that a few champions do have difficulty doing if you are WE. And if you aren't able to, protect with that, it's definitely a threat down. And now Scout, I mean, his sins, he's going to ding 15 here, but he was 3 levels behind there. Yeah, he's 2 full levels behind. That's a really big deal.
And again, the question that's going to come out here from the jump for JDG is how do they stop Taeyun and Karis? And at this current moment, with a big dragon looming, a Baron play still on the cards, you've got flashes on both of those big carries. You've got a Zanya's done for Karis. And we're talking about the most slippery AD carry in the game in Ezreal with a huge front line. The windows for opportunity to get back in this game for JDG are really closing outside of Team WE overextending like we know they have the capacity to do.
Look at Taeyun, too. Like, Taeyun being 16 on Ezreal, that's a big deal. Again, Ezreal is a caster, right?
Yeah.
You're up a full level on Pays, who's about to ding 15. This is soul point now for WE, which, I mean, given Baron and the pressure they have is assumed. But, again, JDG was so important for them with this mid-game, like, to do something. And we've really highlighted the globals from Aba and Scout needing to make plays to get ahead of WE. What do we see this game? Aba and Scout really struggling to play inside lanes, and the round warps and Monkey being too big as Taeyun stuck.
No, but Taeyun! That's both summoners down! They teleport in Karis as well. He's immediately going to use the Realm Warp to save Monkey. Ooh. Team WE with a critical mistake, and all is looking to punish it even further. Flashing on top of Karis, who now has to burn another one of his summoners. But the flashes keep on coming. The hits are rolling right now, and Karis and Taeyun are going to fall. An absolute collapse moment for World Elite.
All right, Scout, good comeback. That was a beautiful setup and a great play as a Baron was up for WE. Now Baron's down, and JDG, they're likely going to take an inhibitor here. Taeyun has 20 seconds on him. Karis won't be up for a bit. I don't think they can end. But for sure, inhibitor falls, and yeah, they're going to take that, and that's it. But JDG able to bounce back. I still think this game is going to be really tough for JDG to win, but that for sure, really positive play. Got some gold in their pockets, and again, we needed to see the globals from Aba and Scout connect. We have seen them instead getting picked in side lanes. That play it connected, very positive for JDG.
Oh man, this just feels like the most caster-cursed moment ever. Every summoner and activate that I talked about
Taeyun
gets burned right there. Oh, that's the Cardinal Sin of Ezreal. You never arcade shift forward like that.
I'm disappointed. Also, shoot, if he autoed Karis there, might have been able to stop the Realm Warp and could have had this be a wipe and actually could have had this be the game. Legitimately. I mean, if Karis and Monkey fall right there, I mean, that could have been a very convincing push here for JDG.
What is the Sion and Leona going to do up against a Grub-led team?
Taeyun, man. Holy cow. That was... Woo, all right, reset. I don't think we're going to see any like that again.
Well, here's the future problem, though, Cubby. Yeah, it is. Oh my God, Karis is doing a scout impression in the side lanes. What's going on to these carries?
Again, like, look at the waves for WE. He cannot afford to be up that far when people are not showing for JDG. They need to really respect their lines here. The entrance that Missing is at, I think that pretty poor from Karis actually crossed that line without seeing enough members from JDG. And man, WE, again, we spawned to the series. We know that WE's been hot. They've been playing a good game so far. We definitely have not seen this be a perfect game from either of our teams, but
nope.
Man, WE, don't grasp defeat from the jaws of victory, my friends. You were doing so well until these last 2 plays. You can pull this one off.
And here's where the problems really compound is the summoner differences, and mostly in the carries, right? So Flash is not going to be available for Karis or Taeyun. For Baron right now, another Dragon's coming up soon. It won't really be up. And all the threats to jump on top of. Damn, shout out the LPL English for that awesome stat. My point here, though.
That's Kelsey. That's not
Kelsey.
LPL. That's us.
Cooking.
Yeah, let's go. All
yeah,
right.
that's Kelsey. But Jun has Flash. You know, Scout has Flash. Like all these
Pace.
threats onto the Rise and Ezreal have the summoner advantage for the next couple of minutes.
I mean, for me, the big thing, again, we talked about the importance of this on-hit Varus and the summoner spells. The fact that Paze has both up, but also the last couple fights, because they've been so poor for WE with the initial setups, Paze has been able to hold on to those summoner spells. I think those 2 sums are the most valuable summoner spells in the game. Again, without Flash, the degree of difficulty of these fights for Paze without Flash just gets astronomically higher. It's a near impossible going up against what WE has and all the point-and-clicks tools they have to try and deal with him. And then no McHale's yet on Missing, who did go for the Knight's Vow. Will be some value. Let's see if it pays off. JDG.
Paze is also the first person to get to 4 items here with the Jack Show completed. Grabs Noster taking his Vampire's going to go in. Has the Grand Starfall coming across. They're going after Paze. Does cleanse, does flashback. Cube follows after him. This time Paze is not protected. He is under threat and he falls. Karis and Taeyun bring the damage, and just like that, this topsy-turvy game swings back into WEZ's favor. It's only a matter of time before JDG start to crumble under the crushing might of Taeyun and Karis.
That was a really good setup from WE, making up for some of their own sins we've seen in this game. But again, Paze has sums up. Look at how difficult that fight is for Paze to play out. You got Scion in your face, you have Rise behind you, you have a Grand Skyfall right on top of you too. And all those tools, there's not enough tools to peel for Paze. And I want to see if there's enough tools to actually get Shun out of this pit. The Monkey's getting low.
Scout is getting eviscerated off to the side here by Taeyun, and there's the Rune Prism land. Jun is going to fall. He doesn't even get a chance to try and steal away that Baron. Just like that, WE back in the driver's seat.
That's game. I think that's game, because that not only is that Baron, that's Cloud Soul too on the spawn. As TP coming out here from Cube. They're going to try and sprint to secure this one. And that's going to be even harder now for Paze to operate against, especially keep in mind, Paze is down summoner spells. I mean, Karis can just straight up flash onto Paze. There is no QSS. There is no flash. It can be a flash Rune Prison into a Leona combo or a Pantheon 2 over the top, and that's it. So I think WE, odds that they end on this push, very high.
Just got to make sure to execute it correctly and not overextend.
Yeah.
Being their issue. Just bring the waves up. They've got control of mid and bot right now. Comfortable spot.
That's WE. Again, I think playing 2 lanes, pretty nice. Missing you. The last time WE made top 3 in LPL, Missing was on the roster. All right, so we know that Missing's an inside man. I think that's what we just learned. Shout out
okay.
Yeah. It has, Missing was the one who was like, yes, Paze, you can play on hit Varus this game. We can protect you.
Yes, Scout, you're totally fine topside right now.
You can take that wave, Scout. Don't, I got you.
Guys, I really like this look onto Karis. Nothing will go wrong, I swear.
Secret agent missing.
Secret agent missing. Well, there's nothing secret about what Q was able to do.
That's a confusing name. Imagine if your name was Secret Agent Missing, what the comms would be like there with M16, you know.
Don't get me started with who's on second, all right? That's what it sounds like you're going down right now. All right, well, Alla burned his flash earlier to Cube's ultimate.
Vampire?
So he's got to dash himself back to safety. Karis just brought not only himself, but some minions topside to try and take this tier 2 turret. As another ultimate goes down, Weaver's Wall does kind of section Karis off as a threat, but JDG don't spring the trap just yet. Jun Missing, gonna flash after, and that does trade a Coveted Summoner off of the Rise.
Good wall from Scout. That was nice. Of course, the wall duration does increase. with the ranks, so pays off there against Karis. This push for WE, the push I thought it was pretty likely they could end the game. We've not seen that. As Cube, I mean, again, I think like that angle right there, if Karis has Realm Warp up still, that was kind of a mis-execute. I really feel like what WE wants to do, again, you know, draw this Varus out and then use your tools to create angles to make life hard on FaZe. And we have seen life be really hard on FaZe in these fights. Again, I think FaZe has done his best this game. Just really tough for him to operate in this composition where he is outranged, out-interacted by a lot. So
how jealous do you think FaZe is looking at the comp that Taeyun gets to play behind? Imagine if FaZe's on-hit Varus was behind that WE comp.
Yeah. I mean, if WE didn't make the same mistakes that JDG did, I'd be like, how jealous is FaZe that WE's side laners like actually made positive plays and didn't just go down, you know?
Yeah.
Again, FaZe continues to be a very consistent contributor and a highlight of this JDG squad, and we've seen already a miracle team fight out of FaZe, quite frankly, on the on-hit Varus. It's going a JDG win here in game 1 would require another 1, maybe 2 of those miracle team fights out of FaZe if they want to find a win. But he does have his summoner spells up, and we will see if any help comes his way in terms of a potential Mikhails maybe. Is really what I'm looking for. I don't think Cleanse is enough when you're going up against Leona, Ryze, and Pantheon. I mean, at this point, I would almost consider like selling your Greaves for Merc Shreds. I mean, I know there's not a ton of magic damage, but I think anything at this point helps because again, he's going to be the target.
Definitely helps that the Cloud Soul is going to make it even easier to cut down those angles.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Right now, though, WE trying to take control more of this map. They weren't able to get a ton of those bigger turrets, fishes to fry. Got a top lane and mid lane tier 2 up that they really just can't seem to crack. So this game is definitely heading on a trajectory where Baron and Elder are going to be up in the same 45 seconds, and whatever fight that brings will likely decide this game 1.
Baron spawns first, but of course Elder are going to be the priority. So we'll see. I mean, at the moment, WE, they have control. No surprise there. And I do like the lines that WE has drawn. Feels like they've been a little bit more disciplined as Vampire pokes his head around the rafters. They spot a couple members out from JDG as Shun does pick those up. Good information for WE is playing with a little bit more respect and a little bit more of an understanding that, again, where this game is at does feel extremely WE favored. Even it's only 2K on the scoreboard, but that Cloud Soul and the scaling for WE, it really feels like the ease of execution is on them. We have seen how difficult these team fights are for FaZe. He needs to be just nothing but extraordinary in these fights. But I will say one positive. Scout has picked up that death cap and does have the Seekers on top of it. So Scout will be pumping out some pretty good damage in these fights. And again, he is the one that is, the range factor and the one that can really hold the line for his team.
Do see Taeyun complete a GA of his own into a very burst-oriented composition in some senses from the Talia coming into him, or just the fact that you like fights to last longer. I like the GA purchase. Curious if Karis is going to be able to get his own Rabadons done by the time Baron spawns, but the way he plays that wave topside and with the Baron timer coming up here, don't think the Ryze is going to get that cherry on top to his build before a fight breaks out here.
I mean, I'm really curious. Again, I think that WE needs to use these objectives to kind of draw JDG in, and that's what's going to create angles and make it really difficult for FaZe in the fights that we've seen. So I like the fact that WE, again, we haven't really seen them really commit to sieging. I feel like that's appropriate. Kind of be difficult to siege against the Talia. Have to be careful there. So if they can get JDG in the river or close to the river, that can really open up space to create these angles that we have seen be very deadly for FaZe.
River looking very, very dark for JDG on the spot side. Baron's up, and that Elder spawns in about 10 seconds. So the fight over the mid wave will start it out here unless Cube sees an angle on to FaZe. The Realm Warp to the back end. Gotta watch FaZe. Will he be protected? Vampire says no. Will the Stay United bail him out? Alla comes flying in. FaZe is desperately trying to kite himself back out to safety, but no! He will fall wall, and Taeyun ramping up on the front side. May seal this game's fate, but Scout has a ton of damage of his own. It's only Taeyun and Cube left up. Did Pays buy JDG enough time? It certainly damn looks like it. Taeyun has to have his MVP moment of this game to save this fight because Cube's health bar is desperately crumbling. Taeyun trying to pump as much damage as he possibly can. This full build Ezreal needs to get the value it possibly can. But instead he lets Cube escape. Scout's going to take the reset. Has teleport available. And JDG are going for the throat at Elder right now.
Taeyun was looking to actually stop the base of Scout, who was able to get back TPs and is going to hit that Elder, as you called it. Pays did buy enough time. And now we're going to see, how aggressively does this Ezreal and Sion want to play around this Elder. No smite available, but of course, can try and do some damage.
The wall comes up. They're getting it low. Shun, who lost that big 50-50 Kanavi on Elder, this time is not going to have to 50-50 it at all. He's waiting to see if he can get up on all 5 members, and he does. That is Elder onto Pays. JDG might survive this game 1.
I mean, 230, you have Elder, you're gonna secure Baron. Can WE hold on? Mid inhibitor is open. That's gonna be the best path forward. I still think it's gonna be really difficult for Pays to fight without summoner spells. We're gonna see Pays die so much faster without Flash and Cleanse compared to the time he was able to buy in that last fight. So, like a Baron push for the end with Elder up, of course, it's a lot of strength, but could be kind of dangerous here. Because once Elder expires, I mean, if you're too far up on the map, we could see WE be able to rip it and find that angle on the Pays. And again, has been so deadly, but a really good fight there from JDG. And again, a Scout making up for some of the mistakes that we have seen from him in this game in these later fights.
I hope we get a replay that can finally take us back after everything settles back down. You see WE desperately to try and buy as much time. They shove out mid-wave. They try and threaten the bot tier 3. That's just to make sure those Baron waves with JDG having Elder up take as long as possible to make their way down towards this WE base.
I gotta say, I don't love the GA on Taeyun. I feel like...
What do you want, a Bloodthirster? Just more raw damage?
When is there going to be a world where Ezreal is dying early?
Yeah, that's fair.
If you are Taeyun, right? I feel like taking a little bit more damage could be nice here. Or even, going a little bit defensive and kind of joining what the rest of your team has going on. Not like Frozen Heart value on Ezreal is legitimately good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a hell of a roller coaster that we have here.
It's the first game of the day, Cubby.
I mean, I feel like I've talked a lot, but also I haven't talked a lot. Because a lot of this has just been you carrying the action, and there has been a lot of it.
We're 45 minutes in. I think we both have had our time to talk in this one, the way it's going. But it does seem like one fight could seal it soon. Is JDG?
I mean, 30 seconons. I
they
think
get
it's 2 inhibitors. I don't think they can push Nexus turrets, though.
Oh,
As Karis misses.
Karis gets away from the seismic shove. Not going to get low enough for the Elder to pop him there. Waves are coming up.
20
seconds. Take down both those inhibitors.
I mean, I'm telling you, once Elder expires, they're like, WE's going. I think this is it for JDG.
Boy.
We're really flipping
They're on a timer. They're going in now. Still 10 seconds on the Elder. That's a huge sign of from Scout to buy space. They went too early, and now Pays is going to make all of WE pay. The Elders are just popping Team WE across the board as they immediately lose their 2 tankiest members. Elder is gone, but it might have been a fleeting hope. JDG has been topsy-turvy all game long, but they're going to try to cool off the hot streak of Team WE and win themselves a 45-minute banger game 1.
I don't get why WE went then. Your Nexus turrets, you don't need to fight under both. It would have been better to wait out. Like, every second matters when you're going up against an Elder Dragon. You take an engage where you're sending it with 10 seconds left of it. That's plenty of time to get through some of those health bars.
Yeah.
I feel like if you wait a few more seconds and even fighting with 1 Nexus turret, that's a better decision. But backs up against the wall, I feel like Team WE made the wrong decision. They made a few wrong decisions in this one, as it ends up being a JDG win. And they end up finding victory. Again, I really feel like WE had that game in the bag. They had Cloud Soul. They had the comp that astronomically scaled. They were up 2k gold after that first Baron. They kind of flubbed that one. The Elder fight didn't go their way. Pays was able to buy enough time. It really felt like WE found a way to lose that. Of course, credit to JDG. I think Scout really bounced back in the back half of that game. But
yes,
a really surprising defeat for WE in a game that I know it was back and forth, but I really feel like that was theirs to win.
I mean, they had 2 Elders. I think their Elder pushes were what really scored them. And I know you talked about how difficult it can be to, like, try and press into a Talia and you know, try and push for these turrets, but they had 2 Barons, and they couldn't even get through tier 2 turrets. They didn't get. That's a problem. That is the big problem.
It is. Like that execute they used while Pays was down summoner spells was tough. Again, the Mikhails was in that fight. I think that was really big from the Braum in order to just help Pays with that one, and was a pretty surprising game 1. I mean, that was a thriller for sure, but I really feel like WE, again, this is a team that they're on a 5-match win streak. They've been on the heater of all heaters, really, that you can have in the LPL. And, like, that, for me, they've been really good at fighting, like, those late games, like, fights. I think we just really saw them fall short there in, like, mistakes we're used to seeing from WE historically, but definitely not what we've been seeing in the last couple weeks from WE when they have been on this hot streak.
What it really comes down for me to is in this spot is just the difference of what you call like championship pedigree or just like general calmness that you get from a JDG team like this, right? And you talked about Scout bouncing back, a veteran of the game for so long that knows how to come back from these spots, but also you could see it, right? When JDG were playing on the back foot, they were calm. They were giving a lot of the stuff away to WE, not giving an inch, not giving a mile. But when WE on the back foot, it's all panic. And that's what you could get sometimes out of these younger teams compared to a team like JDG with championship caliber. I'm
still going back to like Taeyun just eating over the wall and dying, right?
That too, right?
I mean, that was just a brutal misplay. That really,
look at this gold graph.
For me, that's what started to kill the momentum for Team WE in that one. As
look at that gold graph, Cubby.
Whew. Once Elder was secured, you knew that things were going down. Again, I really feel like they pulled the trigger too early on that base defense fight. If you wait out the Elder, and you're able to, again, I feel like JDG, kind of had to flip it there. You're stuck in the base. There was no flash on Pays. I think that there was a cleanse and a Mikhails, and that would have been it in terms of his defense. And he has the entire map to work his way back, and you have all the tools in the world to find an angle on him. The fact they pulled it the trigger with 10 seconds left on the Elder and didn't, wait to have only a single Nexus turret defense, that, for me, was a huge difference in this game. And what was a lot of back and forth and close moments looking back. I know it wasn't the cleanest game that we've had, but was a hectic one for sure.
And that is what it will be kind of a worrying takeaway here for me with JDG. Because, Cubby, we did come into this matchup. We obviously knew that they were favored, but knowing the rest of their schedule, like their next 5 sets here, this does not inspire confidence against a top esports. This does not inspire confidence against, a future AL matchup. Because if you're playing this sloppy of a mid game against those teams, Shanks is not getting caught out like Karras did. Hope is not getting caught out like you just saw Taeyun get caught out. Same thing for like Jackie Love and Cream.
That's a good shout. Again, Scout and Ala definitely had some side lane woes in this game. So definitely something to look out for throughout the rest of this series. As this was the fight where, for me, Pays, we didn't see the replay on this. Pays just went nuclear in this fight. Managed to flash, take down Cube, even connecting that arrow on the Taeyun, ended up finding the win or the kill there. Then found the outplay under the turret too. And then I think this was the one where, as the really clean executing the Pays, Pays just was not able to get out of despite using all the summoner spells. There was not enough fuel for him here.
This is where I thought the game was over. Yeah,
I really felt like WE, they had a big advantage here. 2K gold lead. They found the Baron. I'm not sure if they got Cloud Soul Point or Cloud Soul after this one too.
I think they got Cloud Soul. Yeah, they got it now.
That's Cloud Soul on the sign right there. I'm interested to see this one again. Here. Again, the combo on the Pays. I think the Taeyun hitting missing here is a really big mistake. Why aren't those Mystic shots going on to Pays? Could have gotten him down maybe a little bit earlier. And then Karras is just way too far up for where the fight needs to be. I didn't exactly see how they get there.
So, I wonder, is it worth... Okay, they did fake the Realm Warp.
Oh.
I wonder if you fake the Realm Warp and then play back again. It's such a difference of seconds, but again, that was the point. 10 seconds would have really changed how that last fight went.
Yeah. Again, dealing with 10 seconds of that Elder Dragon with how many items were on the teams, you could see, they melted within 3 or 4, right? So, waiting every second there to let that Elder expire, I think it would have mattered. WE pulled the trigger a little bit early and ended up falling. And, man, they didn't show the Taeyun, arcane shift into death. That was a momentum killer. There were a lot of momentum killers this game for each team. And JDG just ended up being that team that you said a little bit more pedigree, a little bit more resolution on their side, and results in a win in their favor.
All right, Cubby. last thing. Player of the
MVP?
game. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
I think it's impossible to really decide here because I don't think you could just give it to Pays for like surviving some of these fights.
It has
like
to be Shun.
It has to be Shun? Okay.
Like it just has to
hear the
be.
noise.
Like, it's definitely not anyone else. Yes, okay.
Great call, Cubby. All right.
It couldn't be anyone. Everyone else made too many mistakes that game. I feel like Pays played good, but like he was just annihilated from every fight immediately.
Yeah.
It just has to be Shun. All right. It was
Has to be Shun.
Yeah.
All right. Good shout there to Cubby. Calls that one out. Hopefully your predictions on MVP from that game are as good as your predictions on Caleb Williams' outlook in his career, because you were on fire with that one, my friend.
I have a lot more hopium there. That might be a little
certainly
bit biased there. Yeah.
Just a little bit. But hey, you know what we also have to do here, and we are biased towards who we are biased towards here on the LPL Unofficial English broadcast, is our awesome Coffee and YouTube subscribers. We're extremely grateful to both of those areas, Coffee and YouTube subscribers, who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrade the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators behind the scenes. Subscribe to our Coffee. It is linked in the chat to unlock awesome perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for a unique on-site interview. So big shout out to both those people.
You guys have no idea how many people help us behind the scenes. Of course, that money goes to support all of them as well. It's definitely very grateful for all the support on this product. It's definitely been a little bit of a new adventure for me, but the fan support and excitement, it definitely bleeds through to us here. So we really appreciate it, and thank you so much for your support of LPL English. And Slayer, excited to get into more games.
Yeah, we're going to go to a short break here. On the other side, we're going to hear from another one of our awesome sponsors and get into Game 2 to see if the hot streak will continue for Team WE or if JDG are going to snuff out the flame. We'll see you guys in a break. Welcome back, everyone, as we look to head into Game 2 between JDG and Team WE. But before we get there, I got a question. I got a question for everyone out there, though. Have you heard about MOBA Trainer, a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of fun puzzles? Just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge of League of Legends. You can select a puzzle from one of the awesome maps that we're going to show here that MOBA Trainer has, answer the questions, you unlock more features. We're going to do one right now. We'll wait for game number 2 here, Cubby. We're just going to hop in with a random puzzle, see what the MOBA Trainer gods give towards us.
We're going to go random?
Oh, I thought we were going to go random. All right, we're doing vision placement.
Placement. This is for mid. We're playing Trendy mid.
Trendy
not
mid.
A bad matchup into Yasuo. I'm a fan.
Okay, good start. Picking up 16 minutes in. All right, so ward in lane. Or
ward the brush for sure. Yorick was catching that wave low,
okay.
And you want to protect the Herald.
Good choice.
No reason not to. Yeah.
Pretty simple explanation there. I like it.
Yeah. We had the time. He's up 2 levels into Yasuo, by the way. This is a good matchup if you're playing solo queue. Easy one to play into Yasuo.
There you go.
You got to scale a little bit.
Oh, there's a Garen pop. And hey, there we did it. So
that was it?
As you
do we have time for another?
Oh, we do. The art of roaming. This is extreme.
Oh, God. Well, I didn't peak as high in other roles as mid, because mid's actually hard. So we might have to test ourselves here.
Hey, I mean, we don't need to talk about my peaks either, so
you
got this, Cubby.
Kane's going ward enemy raptors push the wave. We have to push the wave. I don't think we can like walk past and ward raptors first. That seems silly.
Good choice. All right, so you can see there. It lets you know.
Extreme difficulty? Yeah, right. Come on, MOBA Trainer.
He's gone from fearing the questions to threatening the extreme
walk
level.
Past a cannon wave to ward raptors? Come on.
All right, so you can see it's going to speed up. It's going to give you a result.
Try to get us with the trick questions.
And then we're going to see where this thing takes us next.
Kane's got a clear top.
I was going to say, do we want to ward empty raptors? How do you know it's empty? Well, we know it's empty.
I think we roam bot. We have a ward, and we see a bit of a fight.
We have TP, too, to get back. Okay, yeah?
Yes, let's go! Oh, yes! Oh, I missed that one last time. All right, that's a big confidence boost. I missed that.
Wait, you've done this exact one?
I mean, not this exact one. That'd be cheating.
Okay.
I couldn't see the mini-map last time. My camera was in the way.
That's
also,
true.
the fact that our bot lane is just fighting like this, I mean, Jinx Poppy fighting against Swain Rel, like, thank God we roam. Jesus, what are we doing? You can flame your teammates for that one.
Oh, flaming you are so cute.
I don't think we TP. I can't see the full wave. I wish I could click and drag. I think we crash the wave, and then we base and TP back. Yes!
There you go!
Oh, yeah. Woo!
All right, so Cubby Styles on it. Gets us some major points. As you can see on the right side, though, there's a video explanation for every decision that MOBA Trainer feels like is the right choice. We just watched our Poppy get popped by a jungler. There is the awesome menu, so you gain points, and these will unlock more awesome sort of puzzles to do. So it's a progression. It's awesome. Shout out to MOBA Trainer.
There's a reason that I'm the shot caller in the Dastard Deflex games that Rafa likes to talk about way too much, and it definitely isn't the fact that I'm like I peaked like 4 tiers higher than everyone else in the stack, so it's fine. You know.
Is it 4 tiers higher than me? Damn.
No. Well, Mark stuck in the diamond once, and I guess so. I'd be 2 tiers. To be fair, I mean, I did peak GM, but it was early season, doesn't really count. When I played in college, I was like D2 plus consistently with 2 accounts for like 4 years. I was okay. Well, I was #1 Brahma Day. That's the only thing I got to my name.
That's the claim to fame.
Besides that, we're just a fan, you know.
Just a fan of awesome gameplay. And you can learn to make awesome gameplay. I want to shout out MOBA Trainer once more. All the proceeds are going to benefit the devs there and our broadcast here, the LPL English unofficial broadcast. LPL 20 gets you unlimited puzzles, and you get premium subscription for 20% off. So big shout out to MOBA Trainer. But it's time to get back to the main action here in the LPL as Game 2 draft. Oh, wow. All right.
Okay.
Cubby, immediate reactions.
Okay, we have Azir Prio. I will say, a lot of early game showing for JDG and a lot of melees too. I think that if Jhin or Azir, if they can hold the line, things are good for them. Obviously, scaling really nice for WE. WE does like to index towards scaling. Again, this is a team. They're 5-6. They average being down a little bit in the earlier stages of the game. I think they usually like to have comps that go later. As with the fact that we have a marksman showing on one side and the jungler showing on the other, looks like the ban's going to be targeted at those two roles.
Okay, so we're getting Taeyun on a sort of more supportive AD carry. I know Jin has a hyperscale window he can hit, but we're putting a lot of eggs in the Karis basket this game with that Azir. But Jun, I know you called out the Nefiri. His maybe single best game of the entire split was against Thunder Talk, where he played this Nefiri like it was a masterclass and took over a pretty close game to give JDG a convincing win. Alistair comes off the board for Team WE, and that makes JDG feel happy as they'll lock in the Rel. It's like, hey, thanks for getting rid of the #1 Rel counter for missing.
Yeah, I will say I can understand that because obviously you don't want to take Alistair yourself with the Silas showing on the other side. So nice punish here. Curious, do we actually do? Yeah, I was about to say, I would be very surprised if we got a Lulu with a Jin.
Oh.
We'll say Monkey played this once. It's good in the melees. Yep. You have a couple R targets.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, we're doing it again. Okay. I will say, giving Silas Subjugate is a choice.
Oh, God, yes.
Oh my goodness. Silas gets Subjugate. I need to do some research on my second monitor real quick. I don't know. Trundle kit. Trundle League of Legends.
Trundle Ultimates. That's what
What is the AP ratio on Trundle's Ultimate? Because this could be really scary.
Hey,
is there even an AP ratio?
Do you want to scout bounce back game, everybody? We
Wait.
got the best spot for it.
Okay, so the total magic damage, it's plus 2% per 100 AP. I'm curious how Silas's hijack actually interacts with that.
I'm out of my depth for this one.
Yeah, I will say MF locked in. Pays' MF is 5-1 so far, is his most played. JDG and Pays, they for sure have the MF pass. I know that MF champ that not a lot of fans love to see. You have to execute early. You have to be willing to step up with your BT. JDG for sure have a all early game composition, and it's about melees. It's about the dog pile, bullet time over the top. Whereas the scaling for WE going to be nice, but not a lot of opportunities for them to make plays early. And yeah, curious to see what happens when Silas joins the Subjugate and casts that on an Ornn, because that can be disgusting.
I do find it intriguing that we give Pays the pass on the Misfortune. Always a bit of a mind bender when you see it picked into a Trundle. So those pillars could really shut down the bullet times, which, as you kind of started to point out there a bit, Cubby, it's what worries about Misfortune picks. If there's enough denial of that bullet time, it's really hard to make this champion flourish. But once again, we've landed on a draft where JDG are playing on the timer. They are playing on taking this game over in the mid-game phase and running away with it. Something they struggled to do mightily in Game 1 and arguably should have costed them Game 1. Nonetheless, that is in the rearview mirror as we set up Game 2 here as JDG look to come away with what would seem like on paper a convincing sweep, but will it really be through the eye tests? Only one way to find out as another game of League of Legends comes our way.
I gotta say, I haven't seen Trundle in a while. I am a fan of Trundle. I'm glad he's making a bit of a comeback. I will say that picking the MF into the Trundle, a little bit bold. The ability for Trundle to interact with both Rel and MF, that pillar can do some damage, and your ability to control space. I think that's what it is all about for WE in this game. Are you able to control space between Ornn, Azir, Jin, Naut, Trundle? They have all the tools in the world to try and do that, but they have to survive the early onslaught and dogpile and the stronger comp of JDG early.
Here we go. Back onto the Rift. Jayo's ring back in. And Monkey on another Monkey-esque pick, trying to lead his team back into the series and grab the longest win streak of Group Ascent so far. And early on, Vampire just really wants to try and thin the herd, I guess.
Yeah, again, looks like we favor JDG later on. That's interesting. I just, for scientific purposes, I'm really curious to see how big this Silas gets when he yoinks Subjugate and cast it on Trundle or Ornn. Because that's going to be one big Silas. Of course, Subjugate, Trundle's ability, you get to steal resistances away from opponents and use that for yourself, something that Silas uses very well in his kit, where he's able to get tanky and scout, assuming that he's going to go for the tanky build this game. with that Conqueror, and we've seen the Roa, we've seen the Riftmaker, we've seen the Yandries. You throw a Subjugate on top of all that health you're going to be stacking. That's going to be a really scary Sylas later on.
I'm interested to see what the Neferi pathing looks like for Shun, and also Monkey's Trundle, knowing that there's a lot more time for them to get a lot more creative. And Monkey doing that on cue. He was spotted taking his blue buff, so I wonder how much of an idea Shun has that this is commencing. But boy, is this a route from Monkey right now.
He's going to wait to see if that Neferi shows its face. I will say this would be a winning duel for the Trundle if you start on top of the Neferi.
Yeah. Waiting, biding his time. Maybe wants to let the red buff do some of the work, and then he's going to collapse.
Let the ego down.
Shun, yep. Going to get the speed up. Trundle, one of the best 1v1 champions. As Monkey's looking to show why. Karis going to swing over first.
Wow.
This is done and dusted. Shun falls to the might of Monkey. First blood, WE.
All right. Monkey using some of that early trading power. I know that, you know, Kelsey Moser, of course, we're blessed to have her help with this project. She's our producer for the day. She was definitely talking to us between games about, you know, Teachermon, WE, and this team and how it just kind of runs through Monkey, according to some of the things that have emerged on Weibo about Team WE. It is, you know, Monkey say, Monkey do for Team WE in a way. Definitely been a big carry. The fact that, you know, he's shown some flair with a pick like Trundle. This is a pick, again, unique. Trundle, like, your first couple clears are quite hard. But you can duel. And so to see Monkey getting good use out of that is good W from Scout. Escapes a potential second tower shot. He's not out scot-free, though, yet. Okay.
Just get away with the flash, though. Take that flash off the Azir. That is a prime target for Shun going forward.
Play there from Scout. As, of course, Monkey going to return to his camps. I think it's going to be, like, in the end, actually not bad for Shun. Of course, he did go down, but he's going to get this crab, should get his blue buff afterwards, and we'll see if he's able to hustle back and get his respawn raptors and the other crab. I think that's where, if Monkey wants to fight again, potential there, but with how mid's going, Slayer, yeah, I don't think that there's going to be any look to contest those respawn raptors early on. So I think Shun, I mean, obviously going down and losing a red buff, not ideal, but like, quite frankly, not the worst thing in the world.
Still important for these lanes of JDG to be able to push a pretty pivotal lead by this point into the, or later into this early and into the mid game here with the Misfortune power, with the Renekton. They're gonna have a lot of ability to pick whatever neutral they want, overload that, and WE are gonna have a hard time contesting.
Yeah, it does look like the double crab did go the way of Shun. Again, somewhat expected. Like, we like this JDG comp early. I think their ability to Death Ball is going to be big. And also, the Trundle, like, this is a unique jungle champion. You can duel early, clears slower. And definitely one that I feel like, you know, the season changes kind of benefits. Like, Trundle as a jungler, if you want to fight first grubs in the past patch as Trundle, well, you at this level, you probably should FF the game. Because Trundle's just not winning that fight. Without 6, he's definitely a limited champion in his own right, but does provide a lot of value and utility. If you are able to brawl, and this is a very heavy melee composition where Trundle might be able to brawl, could be big. So, like this pick for Monkey. I mean, again, this is the second time he's played it. We haven't really seen other junglers taking this, and just curious to see how this one works out.
Monkey's coming nearby. Monkey sacrificing a lot of his HP to try and set up a man advantage here for WE. Karis going to shift forward. Both members of JDG have their flashes available. Missy's going to get a huge stun, flash back out. Shun's going to be there to cover. So only a summoner burned by the JDG support for that chase down.
It's okay. I actually don't mind the look from Vampire. I do think that Karis needs a little bit of help in mid right now, going up against Scout, just being down flash, and yeah, this wave's going to be tough. This is a little bit of a scary spot for Karis, as with Scout having the wave here. I mean, once he hits 6, Karis going to be under threat, and of course any trade from Scout can use that W, the Kingslayer, to heal back up a little bit, so he's able to make good use of that. Meanwhile, we'll say Cube, who's really merged as the tank duty WE player. Ornn into Renekton. This matchup this season, I think, is a little bit better for Renekton just because of how strong the fighter items are later on. You don't get outscaled quite as hard as the Ornn. Like you can do damage later on in the game as Renekton, especially after the R changes. It does help out a little bit. So still think Ornn, especially like in mid-game, your ability to be that utility and buy space for your team is nice, but I don't think the scaling of Renekton is like as one-sided as it used to be with some of the changes we have to the R and then just how strong fighter items are this season.
And this game specifically, you know, Cube is a big proponent of why WE will be such a later game threat with those Ornn augments, right? If you can get those upgrades
nice.
early to Karras's kit, you know, Monkeys, and then later on Taeyun, you're in a good spot. WE's bottom lane might be in a pretty precarious one, the way they go for that engage onto Missing. Remember, flashes are down for Missing. The bullet time is up. Vampire is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the only way out is back to base. Great bullet time there from Pace.
Yeah, good angle there, as really no hope for WE to get out of that one. Pretty much a guaranteed play here for JDG. As barrier was actually popped there. It was in case the W hit.
Really wanted that reset, huh, Cubby?
Yeah, because they want to swap. They want to play these first grubs. So priority swap coming out for the MF Rel. And they're going to make their way mid with Silas going top. Again, I spent some time on the Subjugate because I think that one could be really big for Silas. But Silas snabbing an Ornhorn as well. I just said snabbing. Snagging.
Snabbing.
Yeah.
Snapping and nagging, the middle road.
Yeah.
I'm learning new words with you, Gubby. This is fun.
It's you steal it and then there's snap engage. Definitely part of the plan. Thanks for the save there, Slayer. Appreciate it.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. Except when I call you old, then I'm not on your side.
Oh boy. All right. Well, that's all right. I'm not 30 yet.
Oh, you're not? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, Grubs.
Oh boy. All right.
Grubs are up. Shun is here. The swap has come through for both sides. And the hook's going to land for Vampire. They're going in onto Missing. The Ornhorn's redirected by Cube towards Pace and Shun. They do eat the knockup. Scout's coming across, going to steal his own Ornhorn. Hijacking the play here for WE. In goes Shun, dashing forward, using the target to survive. Gets himself out and gets out to safety. Deadly Flourish going to land, though, onto Pace. Shun, I don't think you can body block for your AD carry here. It's Scout coming over. Line of defense. Curtain Call doesn't have the final song for this play on a JDG.
If Pace can actually heal back up, too, as he has the Vamp Scepter. And, I mean, 1-for-1 when all is said and done with a trade up here for JDG. I still think that you can see some of the elements, though, of the WE comp again. Holding space, I think that's really big for them. Like every champion they have the ability to make and create space against a pretty low-range composition against JDGs. So I think that is going to be big for WE to, kite back in these fights. If they're able to play backwards and survive against JDG, I think that's where they're going to be really in that comfort zone and just lean on all the tools and utility that their comp has to threaten the space, right? So, Karras? Okay.
Oh, there's something in my eye. Did something happen?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. Grub secured, though, for Monkey. And I will say we haven't had a Dragon take yet, which is a little bit peculiar. Going to get another book.
Back to the last fight.
It's a good find here from WE. I will give credit over to Missing, as it was pretty nice Q. And, of course, like, he goes down, but at least the threat from JDG was enough at this point where they could at least pick up Cube, who did flash, but of course still caught the Ornhorn.
I like the aggressiveness from Vampire because he knows after dying to it that the bullet time wasn't available for that fight, and that's big. Is trying to take fights whenever Pace is that bullet time up to set up so much of JDG's damage. So, well, Vampire, as a player, has been talked about and scorned at points in his WE career for his overeagerness to constantly engage plays. Pretty heads-up one there to force a fight against JDG without that key ultimates.
And again, Vampire, like this 5-series win streak for WE. I think, if we don't talk about Vampire and really his level up in terms of performance, a part of that, I feel like it'd be a real crime to Vampire, who
it would.
I know has been memed down a little bit in the past. Not perceived as the strongest support in the league, but I've been really pleasantly surprised and pleased by the play that we've seen out of him of late. Again, it really feels like him and Monkey have been the driving forces and the two players that have really been a part of this WE 5-game win streak. And I'd say the two performances that have leveled up the most compared to their 0-6 start. So for WE, still some positives, as I think Vampire's last game was okay. He was doing his job for the most part.
He had one objective, right? Really.
There were a couple sussy solar flares, but outside of that, it was solid solid outing for Vampire. See if he can continue here.
Yep. First Dragon still hasn't been touched, but Pays having the 2 kills for JDG is pretty big. He gets to that Bloodthirster first. One of the very few first items and is an expensive one. So Pays going to be a big person to play through. Hello! We've got 2 rogue armies. The Scout's going to be the one that has to flash away from a depth charge. Okay. Is missing, and Pays were a little bit late there to try and cover.
They spotted 3 there. I believe Pays was spotted. So yeah, Taeyun going to take that mid wave.
Oh, Allah. We lose a trade to the Assassin Ornn? What the hell happened up here?
Yeah, the mage tank assassin. Actually, I do like Cube's build here. I feel like you can go Sunfire into the Renekton.
Oh, here we go.
Kind of be okay / contest the damage. Yeah, looks like he was a little bit extended for a plate. Okay. All the Forge God was cast and decently played out here by Cube.
Interesting to see all of the
E came
wherewithal to hold. He held Dominus. I was expecting he would have panic ulted. No, he wants to save that. He still has teleport. Heads up from Ola. So if we see a fight break out towards this dragon, he TP's in. He will have ultimate advantage. There's no Ornhorn. There's no Emperor's Divine, and that might be just enough for W to even to slow down and just give this dragon. I mean, it's first one at 13 minutes as well.
Yeah, the dragon stacking is not really going to be a factor this game, which is a little bit unique. Again, haven't seen. I don't think that it's really WE's dragon to take. As again, early on, the strength of the MF, the strength of the Renekton, should be enough to overwhelm this WE squad. As it really is a death ball comp against the ability to try and create enough space to survive it and use the range to thrive against it. And it's what WE's got. So see if that ends up being the case.
A slow early game. Finally looks to maybe enter its breaking point, especially once we get these plates knocked down in about 30 seconds time. And my question for you, Cubby, is who feels more comfortable with the pace of this game right now, based off of our draft? Because I do feel like
WE.
It's WE favored.
I think time's good for WE. I thought the AI tool that, like, or I don't know what the percentage tool that the LPL uses that spawns at the start. I find it very interesting because sometimes I agree with it. Like last game, I agree with it. This game, I didn't. I really feel like if this game goes late, it still should be pretty WE favored. They have a lot of ways and a lot of tools they can use to try and hold the line. I think the one thing that they might be a concern is just the ability for like a tank Silas to just not be dealt with. Like there might not just be enough damage total on WE. We'll see if that's the case. That was a nice toggle from the vision there from our LPL observers, which caught a really nice reaction time there from Shin.
Yeah, that's what I was
sneak out of that dredge line.
I love that single-digit ping right there. Just nope, no dredge line to lock him down. And no, yeah, I'm with you also because of the fact that while I know Jhin gets talked about a lot in circles as like kind of a supportive champion, you look for the slows.
Like 5-item Jhin hits hard.
Yeah, it hits crazy. And this is no lethality build from Taeyun. He goes Collector first, so he's likely going to build towards that super scaling route where you get the IE done.
Well, he did go a longsword, and that scares me.
It does also
that said, it might be an LDR second, which I am a fan of, if that ends up being the case. I'm fine with that. The Collector LDR, I don't know if he needs to do it this game. If he does do it, that's okay.
As long as we get around to that IE and rapid fire cannon into a melee comp, I feel like Taeyun near full build will be very, very scary.
RFC, I'll be a bit disappointed,
Oh yeah, actually, sorry. This is not an RFC game. I've misunderstood the assignment of that itemization. The assignment for Shun is going to be this Rift Herald, as we're looking for something to try and elevate the kills per minute of this game, but WE, ever so patient, will look to just let Chorus cook in this side lane, and that is the big sort of 2-item power spike, right? You want to funnel as much as you can into this Azir, levels and gold-wise, and this is kind of the way that Monkey played last game, just trying to lean into one of his big solo lanes and try to knock down this first turret, but Scout going to hijack himself, a Shuriman shuffle. There's the response, though, from Karis. Pays is nearby, but Scout does not have the Subjugate to boost up his health. And Karis gets himself a kill and a turret, and guess who's looking for more? It's Vampire. He's going to slow down the pace and earn the WE win on the bot side. Top side, it's Ala finally throwing down the Dominus, and that means that Cube turns into a chicken looking to run back towards the nest. Flash burn to just keep himself safe from the Croc.
I mean, good play on the Scout. I actually really liked how WE played that one out with Monkey. Again, very decisive, using that Nashor's Azir with the all 3 grubs to force that first brick, secure feats, and Again, WE able to get something going a little bit in their favor. Not a giant gold lead, but we do return to the Rift. Of course, responses from June. You're going to try and take this red buff. Should do so successfully, but can he get out? Oh, never mind.
Monkey
Smite
got it.
Here. Yeah, no smite. I didn't catch that. Very nice for Monkey to play defense there, as he's done a good job on this Trundle of keeping up.
Now Karis just gets another well-positioned side lane matchup into a without Dominus, Ala in this Renekton. And I like this. I like the rotations. The WE are just continuing to show that Karis is their big win con. They're playing Monkey towards the side of the map. They're getting him favorable matchups based on ultimate timers, and it's only a matter of time as another steal comes across for Monkey before this likely Leandries is done for the Azir, and that melee dominated comp is going to be afraid of this Azir. Maybe they should just fear Vampire. Is missing, gets a ton of his HP taken away. Shun is close by. Monkey going to have the subjugate up as the bullet time does come across. Monkey uses subjugate to get some health back, but it's not going to be enough as Shun gets himself another reset, jumping on top of Vampire. He's going to make it a 2-for-1 for the pack. Only thing traded is a Karis top lane tier 1 turret.
Yeah, I'm not exactly thrilled about that fight here for WE, as it really felt like, again, like Karis and Cube, they had the TPs, but I still don't feel like this is the timer that's right for WE to fight. So I think Monkey playing a little bit too far up there. It was a good reaction on the pillar to take down the MF. And of course, the only reason it wasn't 2-for-1 is because the Renekton was sold out the top side by Karis.
I missed that.
Yeah, I wonder if we get to replay that one, as that is Azir into Renekton. You know, I can be nice for Azir. Renekton just kind of has to catch and farm, but you shouldn't be going down getting solo bullet up there. So well played from Karis. Right? Yeah, leads to a Dragon secure. I think Dominus was down from forcing Q.
It was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
Not respecting it without that ultimate is just a really precarious one. Here, we'll get the replay.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is just...
I mean, he's catching, and yeah, he's getting obliterated by Karis on the Azir. Oh, that's ugly. Okay. Well,
it was game 1 with Scout getting caught in these side lanes and disrespecting. Now it's Ala.
Looks like me out there. That's not good.
No, you'd be the Ornn. You'd be the Ornn, except you'd have a couple more deaths to your name, and then you would come back and win us the flex game.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
That's how your Ornn went the last time I played with you. I don't know what happened since then.
Hey, I'm a good Ornn player. Ornn does not require much, but we do our job on that, champ. That said, Amma, that was a bit shameful up top, as gives a nice donation over to Karis. We'll say, kind of scary feeding Karis like that. Again, a lot of tools for WE to try and hold space. And man, if you can kite back and get people stuck, walking through the Sand Soldiers, getting through that Emperor's Divide, we've seen how Azir can shred teams. And Karis definitely set up for success. I feel like last game dropped the ball a little bit for Karis, but it was kind of set up early on. Didn't snowball things as well as he might have wanted to on that rise. And a good chance here for Karis, who, again, to bounce back, try and get WE the win and push this 1-3 and keep that win streak, at least the potential of the win streak, keeping it alive.
Cube, almost level 14, so those Ornn upgrades not too far away here. And I think the first one might go towards Karis, who, as you called out, Leandry's done. Is one of the few people on the Rift right now with 2 items in their pocket. Shun, obviously, being the one for JDG right now. And again, a lot of junglers in the LPL have played pretty good in the Furies, but Shun's has looked like one of the most polished.
Yeah. I trust is number 1 for Vampire. Only when you trust your teammates will you dare to go all in when they ask. This is Vampire. That's true. Again,
that's like the same power of friendship vibe I'd expect from a JDG player. The way this team is vibe wise.
Oh, this is a little bit of an early start on the Otacon.
All right.
I will say, starting Otacon, it still hurts quite a bit. Different version this season. There's only
Thornbound.
This patch. There's only one, but this, regardless of the version, this seems to be getting melted. This might just be taken.
Yeah, Karis secures it.
Close.
And there's no flowers to pick up, so W walk out with a significant XP boost.
Yeah, you get the flowers for free. You can see, I think going into that fight, it was about 10-12 or 11-12. I believe it might have been 12-12. I think everyone gets 2. Yeah, 22 secured. WE, can feel good about that one. Of course, feet secured too. Those boots a bit cheaper to level up, and still feel good. We have seen with the cheaper boots, right? Just 500 gold. More people just buying it and just being like, all right, we'll take the stat boost, right?
Yep. Gold boost, though, for JDG. On the flip side, is all TPs back towards the bot side. Grabs himself a tier 1 turret. But kind of like game 1, there is some worry with JDG trying to just kind of coast through some of these rotations right now. They do have a comp that threatens a bit more later than last game with, the Scout on Silas instead of the Talia. You get Shun on this Nefiri. But I am still, once again, 20 minutes into another game, Cubby, asking, where is the cutthroat JDG that we saw against, teams like BLG, teams like AL when they swept them away? This is not the JDG we're getting right now up against WE.
Yeah, still a bit of swap in the side lanes, which for me has kind of been the story of the day. But I still have some faith in JDG. I'm kind of curious to see what they're waiting for.
That's what I'm asking, right?
Yeah.
What is the break open moment? Like, what items are we waiting for? Are we waiting for a Roa 2-item scout? Are we waiting to get Pays a bit more ahead? I mean,
maybe a Riftmaker. I feel like Riftmaker is like the most reasonable or fairest one here for scout, and we are 40 seconds away from this Hextech Dragon spawning. Of course, that is the soul we have on the Rift for this game.
Big one.
So I think we might learn a lot here about how JDG feels about themselves, whether they fight this one or not, because you can see Scout basing right now. Does he have enough? Oh, no, canceled it. We'll see if he has enough for that Riftmaker. I feel like that's the big question here. Is this Yoink the Ornhorn? I'd be shocked if he pulls this one out now.
I think Cube just wants to buy time, or maybe Cube just wants to throw hands. Hello, Knockup City. Cube is getting so much damage down. Scout has to hold on to the Ornhorn, and he limps away from the fight himself.
That's well played. I don't love that one from Cube, because I feel like that's a big cooldown to be missing. But Monkey.
Now Ola.
Okay.
Flash out of him as well. Monkey and WE are much more proactive on the map once again, but yeah, there's always got to be one lane that falters.
Yeah, they dropped mid. Taeyun rotated for that one, and Pays with the free time on the turret. Gonna almost net that one down for himself, but they're stuck. TP is coming in, and JDG is just completely cut off.
All right, Missing trying to buy space, but they have to find a way to reconnect. Scout has the Ornhorn, maybe trying to set up a big combo. Get Shun and Missing in. All off to the side. Bullet time with the crash down. Magnet Storm melts away Vampire's health bar. Karis off to the side, trying to get the Sand Soldiers up to push a lot of damage out himself. WE on the back foot, playing 5 versus 4. How much do they want to over-aggress here? Monkey runs out of subjugate timer for now. Shun kiting back very carefully.
They can't
starting to shoehorn WE in, trying to bait them further into a fight that could end this
16. game. Scout can grab another ult. His hijack is up. I think this is a very scary fight for WE. I would give this one. I think that
trapped.
Yeah. Look at Scout. He's not spotted.
Look at Missing. They just completely flank out. Scout gonna flash himself back out to safety. Taeyun follows after, but there's the Emperor's Divine. A huge play from Karis. Monkey trying to brawl way out. Karis with another beautiful flash. Leaves Pays in the dust. Just when we thought WE were gonna get trapped, circled, and shut down. It's the fight out from Karis and Monkey that rescues them and might just get them the grand prize of an ace home.
Giant fight from Karis. He was the one that was set up for success in this game, the only one that goes down, but the Emperor made sure that they felt the pain of Shurima before he did, as that was a beautiful sidestep on the Shurima shuffle that came out from Scout. Now, I was scared of that fight for WE because the Vampire went down for free. I mean, that guy, he didn't burn a depth charge, he didn't burn anything. We're going to get a replay. Watch Vampire. He misses this Q into the wall. It's a bit of a flop here on the Nautilus, as no depth charge comes out. The bullet time really only hits him and Cube, so I know that they deleted the Naut, and that's nice, but man, keep your eyes on Karis here. Again, talked about WE, their ability to hold the line and kite back. We see them take a little bit of damage here as they try and push forward, but once this turn comes in, Karis is able to operate in the fight because it goes on the Taeyun. And again, Taeyun, like, this is a really good engage on the Taeyun. You think, man, Scout's on Taeyun, they sync it up. It's a good cleanse out from Taeyun, but Pays wasn't in position to follow up. There was no bullet time over the top. Keep in mind, JDG's comp a little bit limited on the range, and as Scout goes back in, Karis gets full value out of that flash as he gets out of the Emperor's Divide, takes down Scout, and the rest of WE was able to turn things around because Monkey actually did some pretty solid damage in that fight, I'm sure, if we look back.
Taeyun also able to play back safely, gets the curtain call down. Jhin damage not to be messed with as well. And the Wherewithal on Team WE. Oh, Allah, my friend, that teleport was an errand play to try and save yourself, but he might actually... Oh, I thought he was going to escape Karis, but Vampire's there to sink his fangs into the croc. Good sidestep. They do commit the depth charge, but Allah will fall in the side lane once more in game 2.
Great read.
Oh my
from
God,
Karis.
where did Missing just go?
Yeah, Missing gets picked as JDG was trying to hit the Dragon, and frankly, with those 2 kills going on over, they get an inner, but I don't think they can take down the Dragon. Scout's got a base, and there's going to be 2 inner turrets now going over to WE, and maybe an inhibitor turret.
This is the first time we've seen them in 3 Baron plays.
Yep.
Knock down a tier 2 in mid lane.
Jeez.
The first time we've seen in 3 Baron plays across the series that we've seen WE knock down the inhibitor.
He's going mid?
Yeah, I mean, Scouts, that was an interesting teleport. Scouts not respecting this potential
all
call for the end. Scouts going to TP the bullet time, interrupted by a pillar. Monkey finally hits the pillar on the bullet time. The Nexus turrets are down. Shoots on the reset, though, going after Taeyun. And WE might have overextended themselves once again. Paze is stepping up and eviscerating all these health bars. It's got to be Karis and Taeyun. Paze trying to turn out the damage. It's the 2 big-time damage dealers for WE as Karis flies in after Paze. The Emperor's Divide, though, falls short. Paze survives. JDG survives with their Nexus exposed to keep the dreams of a sweep alive.
I mean, I just, like, WE, in a sense, I'm like, okay, we're pulling Scout's TP. I can see the value of that, right? But the push in, I want another look at that fight because Paze was able to get so much more work done than Taeyun. And, of course, Karis in the back half, he's the one that has a lot of the gold for WE, just wasn't able to connect. Yeah, okay, let's get this replay. This was a little bit chaotic for me. Great cancel from Monkey on the pillar.
Yeah.
Of course, that's the value of the Trundle here. It does bring a lot of interrupts. But yeah, Monkey just kind of throws his life away a little bit. Didn't have access to the Subjugate, a lot squishier in this fight. Missing did a nice job with this engage. Here's where I thought this could have been game. Because then Karis is kind of ripping through JDG. Him sending it here. He autoed the ward. Just kind of shorted the ult too. Paze was barely able to get out. Taeyun was taken down early by JDG. So, of course, Taeyun had to step back in base. And, I mean, in the end, like, JDG holding on there. They picked up the Dragon in the back half. I don't think Dragon's going to matter a ton this game, but I don't know if WE could have ended that or not if they played it a little bit better. I think it was kind of close looking back.
I just think that Karis panics trying to make, like, the hero play on the Paze where he just... You have the range, you have the space, you have the damage to burn through anybody. You don't need to all in for Misfortune with, like, 0 cooldowns. It's, again, our worry with WE that in these tense scenarios that decide games, they're tending to freeze up and panic. But this game is still very much in their wheelhouse.
I still feel like WE wins this game.
Yeah.
Again, just really tough to break the Azir. Karis, I know that there was a flub in the last fight, but it's not like he burned Flash and flubbed. He will have that Flash coming off cooldown soon. And the Summoner spells are all up for WE, so I think that's why they're posturing the way they are. I look on the side of JDG and all the Flashes are up too, so whatever upcoming team fight we have might be bloody. It's WE, they do know that, of course, that Nexus is open. And I will say this could be a unique game, Slayer. I've not seen many games where we actually have Nexus turrets respawn, but I wouldn't be surprised if that actually happens this one. That's a 5-minute timer. And you can actually see bottom left of your screen that is, looks like it's kind of being tracked potentially.
Looks like it is.
I see an inhibitor timer, then I see a double Nexus timer, and then I see top and bottom.
No, I think isn't it 3 minutes? Not 5. I thought it was 3. Those look like they're coming up right now.
Are they back
up?
Are they going to show it?
Yeah, they're back up. I mean, they took the timers down. Or are they recharging? We're getting a little bit exposed here. Maybe we need a MOBA trainer section on Nexus turret response.
Yeah, you know, maybe they need to just quiz us, you know, just some pop cards here. I thought it was 5 minutes. I could have sworn. Again, I saw the graphic, and I don't see those inhibitors back up. Or, the Nexus turrets back up, but, of course, the spectators aren't always the most reliable client.
Nonetheless, I do agree with you, though, Cubby, that I think JDG have a lot of time to stall out because you can easily... Well, maybe with the Baron coming up, that's the big worry. You could easily give away some Dragons, and the one issue that we did see in Game 1 when W were playing ahead, playing with, you know, what we thought was a victorious state, is them kind of slow down and kind of let JDG go back through the motions. Right now, it's catching super minion waves that definitely give a lot of value over to Paze's build.
We for sure saw in the last game, like, JDG in the back half did outclass WE, right? It was a game we felt like WE was bound to win.
Yeah.
But I think this game's a little bit different. I think Azir is going to be really, really, really scary. I don't see a world... Like, Karras would have to really mess up for me in order to make this one be a JDG win. This Azir is really far ahead of the curve. He is full XP. He really can't pick up anything more in value this game. He's got one more item slot left, but... man, the items that he has in his inventory, that Zanya's being up, the Flash being up.
Yeah.
If Karras is allowed to operate the way that we've seen him be able to operate in some of these fights, you got to believe that's going to spell the doom of JDG in this game and push us to game 3.
Oh, missing. He's fine. But also, on top of all that, right? Ornn augments.
Ornaments? Yep.
Yep, ornaments are through. So the gold lead is more deceptive than it seems.
Misallocation there. Might have been given the Taeun a little bit early to go on to the mortal reminder, not the IE, where you want it to be. But it was given to him before IE came in, as at the moment, Scout's going to try and escape here, and Scout just might go down.
Good pillar. Tries to turn on to Karras, steals away the Shuriman soldiers for now. So as an Emperor's Divide, Shun very lucky to dodge on that dredge line. I think Monkey just hammers away at his health bar. But JDG have control of the river for right now, and is very, very dark and scary for WE to kind of walk into unless they do it as a unit.
Yeah, they've got Cube. He can face tank, and it's okay. That was a really nice backstep by Karras to step away from Scout, who, so as Emperor's Divine is still looking. He is spotted, but
going on to missing. Scout. Oh, look at that. Emperor's Divine. It stops Karras in his track. Shun flies in as well, but he's getting blown away by the Sand Soldiers, and Karras pops his on. He's at just the perfect marker. Now the curtain call comes out. Pays and Alla trying to run away desperately. They should be able to escape for now. The force shot doesn't slow up Alla, but that should seal Baron and maybe the fate of JDG as Monkey is on the hunt. Monkey is looking to end this game alongside Karras as he TPs in. They may not even want the Baron, Cubby.
Yeah, I think they can end again. I think it's going to be just so hard to get back to that Azir in this game. We saw Scout give a pretty admirable effort. It was him and Shun trying to get into the back line. And Karras, he didn't play it perfectly, but he did play it well enough to escape, TP back, and we'll see if this spells the doom of JDG in this game too, as it's 10 seconds on Shun and 20 on Scout. Always pulling the wave, doing a decent job of it.
Yeah.
He actually got the wave. I think that's a lot of tempo killed. And there's a super minion on that bot inhibitor.
Oh, this is starting to get frustrating to watch. Just protect the minion wave. You can get up to the Nexus turrets. There's no bullet time.
Yeah, they didn't protect the wave.
But now, I mean, now they don't have any tempo for Baron either, right? They're on the reset.
Yeah, no, they
totally
JDG
are all back up.
Yeah, they totally threw that one. That could have been a free Baron, and it's being hit by JDG right now.
Yeah,
as
why
Cube,
not?
He reset. He's got no TP.
They're going to run their way up here. JDG, though, we're setting 2-minute kind of delay.
Missing, not spotted.
Off to the side. Neither is Ola. He pops the Dominus really early, and now he's going to back off with Dominus. They're going to try and turn back onto Baron. This is not low enough for them to thread. Monkey gets to walk in with a red carpet. He's going to try and go after Pays for now. Monkey kind of getting confused, discombobulated with targets to go for. Baron's also at 2K. This is just chaos. Nobody wants to start the fight. Nobody wants to take the Baron. What are we going to do? Finally, the bullet time comes up. Vampire's getting denied. Health bar goes down. The Baron's still only being done by Shun. Pays is going to turn his attention back over, and Pays secures the Baron. Now, JDG, they just got to get out. Try to take as many Pearl Banners as they can with them. But Pays, he doesn't want to flash over the wall. Ola goes down next. Pays, you should have just flashed out in the first place. But Scout on the back end, he's trying to end the game. Pays is going to try and stop the backs. Can JD make off the heist and just win this thing right now? Pays is sacrificing himself with Shun. They're buying so much time for Scout, but he doesn't have the wave to do it. And it's going to cost Pays his life. It's going to cost all of JG his life. And now WE may finally get to win this.
This game is Drug Slayer. This series is something else. I don't know what's been going on for the last 2 minutes.
My eyes.
WE's like tried to end 2 times, maybe 3's a charm. As they have 5 up, they're marching down mid. Scout's going to try and cut the wave. They only have 2 mage creeps, so if he's able to cut the next wave, he might actually be able to do it. But that said, Karras is basing. Okay, Scout's going to go back. Alwa's going to be up. It's going to be a 5v3 with Pays and Shun probably not going to be in for this fight. I think that's going to be it. That should be
grubs. Nexus turret's down. Scout can't hold the line. Taeun hits like a truck. The last Nexus turret still being safe. They're pulling Monkey under it. Karras is here, though. Last Nexus turret down. Last hurrah for Ola and JDG, but they just can't get to Karras. They can't touch the damage dealers. And finally, can WE end this game? Scout's trying to throw them all into the Nexus turret. The turret is going down. The Nexus will finally fall. Oh my God.
That was like watching a Bears game, except Bears usually lose, Slayer. That was Jesus.
That almost hurt as much as the Kawhi shot, man. Holy moly.
Well, you know, WE.
This is too cheery. This is too cheery music for what we just watched. I'm hearing these nice bells. Right? No.
The fourth time they attempted to end the game and hit the Nexus, they got it. All right? That's all that matters. And you know what, Slayer? I got to say, as messy as that Game 2 was, as messy as the series has been, I'm glad we get a Game 3. It's been fun in the end. You know, masochistically.
I mean, we deserve one, too. I mean, we deserve it, the way WE's played. WE
could have 2-0'd the series, legitimately.
They could have 2-0'd JDG if this is a different world, if we want to start playing the if hypothetical scenarios. But, ooh, Cubby, how do you wrap your mind around that one? I find it a very impossible question I may have just levied your way.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I got to say, I think that the WE comp, I liked it. Their ability to hold and control terrain was good. And for JDG today, I feel like Ava and Scout have just not shown up to the level that I'm used to seeing, especially Scout show up to. I know that we saw some flashes in the back half of those fights, but it feels like JDG is just really disconnected, and like Ava has just not really had a giant impact in these two games. So if anything, I'm looking for a little bit more out of him. But again, the LPL AI stat tracker, it was a lie in that one. We said early on, we like the scaling of JDG. They had the ability to really control terrain in that draft, in that comp, and they did so. Again, the ability for like Azir, Jhin, Trundle, Ornn, Nautilus, I mean, I think of all the ways that you can get displaced, get CC'd with that draft, and all the range you have to play into as 4 melees and an MF over the top. I think that's a really tough game to win if you were not playing fast and furious out of the gate. And I will say that I think that style of draft on this patch is a lot harder to do. You know, you don't get those 2 grub fights where you're praying for teams to show up and flip, like with a Renekton 6, a Sylas 6, like you're really strong at that 6-minute fight. You gotta wait till 8 minutes, a little bit more time to get some items in, a little bit more time to make sure that everyone gets 6. I just don't. I feel like that's one takeaway. You know, that draft is a little bit weaker, I think, in this season, or this split, or this, you know, Spirit Blossom versus Noxus. But Jesus, man, like, can we make sure that like when we hit the Nexus the first time we end for the next game? I'd love to see that.
Can we make sure when we're 5 versus 3 with Baron, we like escort the wave correctly? Like that could have been the end too. Whew, okay. I mean, the important thing is W got to win. I also think, partially to your point about how we're learning to adapt on this new patch, I think with how much more open and slower the early game phase can be, you kind of see the Wide and Fury priority might be going down in specific comps here. Like, I just think that if Shun isn't on that power clearing Nefiri that just farms up this whole time and like enables a slower game state, like if he's playing, you know, a Sejuani, he could just play, or that Skarner comes out here with a comp that needs to be proactive, he can force the issue. But the entire game, JDG just were so skittish to even do anything in a game where they were clearly going to get outscaled.
Yeah, again, I think it's really big that like Karis got ahead early. Because Karis is actually able to play the side lanes out really well in this game, which I think it's going to be a Karis MVP. Like, I think it has to be it. Yeah. I know it wasn't the cleanest last couple of fights from Karis, but we did see some good moments from Karis, especially this fight where he was really able to stand and fire. Had a really high-value ultimate, kind of reset the fight. Monkey did a lot of work in this fight looking back. I was focused on Karis the first time, but that Emperor's Divide set up Monkey to clean everyone up here. Which was for sure a big deal. So, yeah, I mean, again, this Trundle pick, I really feel like, again, with this patch, like the later grub spawn, Trundle needs a little bit more time. You have a little bit more space to like, be creative, actually interact with lanes, find some skirmishes. And we've seen Monkey play the Trundle twice, and I'm kind of sold on the pick. Like, historically, you can play into the Xin. I think playing it into a really melee-heavy team, the disruption it has against Rel MF, like, there's actually a lot of value that Rel can provide, or Trundle can provide.
Yeah, 2-0 Trundle. I mean, we keep talking about those, you know, pivotal pocket champs. Monkey continuing to show that, you know, as we talked about, kind of from the sentiment we've heard, it's his team, and he has the confidence now to play these pocket picks. Like, looking even, like, bring the scope even further out, Cubby, that is the type of player, and check the box is being checked of a guy that is a franchise cornerstone, dare I say.
Whoa. I mean, given the history of Monkey, I think saying that like the start of the split.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
crazy.
But I mean, results-based
like
analysis.
Yeah, I mean, like Monkey has made a few appearances in the past. I mean, with EDG notably, that really didn't go well last spring. But I gotta say, like, Monkey's like really showed some game. He has been a real highlight for this WE squad, and it was a team that we've really felt like at the start it was like, man, like if Taeyun can carry these guys, maybe Team WE can win, right? Because this wasn't a team that was supposed to be favored, and now it feels like Taeyun's kind of backseating to a lot of the gameplay and what we're seeing out of Monkey, and we have seen some people step up. I think that Q being on these tanks, like he has proven that he's pretty valuable, just able to create some space, and the guys have cashed in. So again, WE have been a really positive story for the LPL. I know before the series, you guys missed our pre-show. We do try and throw some clips, some graphics in, and feature tweets from a few community members. Aragon, who I know is co-streaming this series, and Dom. And Aragon had WE ranked just below JDG as the 4th best team. And Dom responded being like, hey, I think these guys could be top 6, 957, again saying, hey, the script's exciting, right? Like WE is actually climbing up. And this is a team that just continues to really create new expectations for themselves. As I mean, if they win the next map, Slayer, that's a 6-series win streak after starting 0-6, capitalized with really the crown jewel and toppling JDG. And a series where we could be sitting here right now showing this like, holy crap, like WE just 2-0 JDG, right? If game 1 went the way we thought it should have for WE. So again, I think that WE, their ability to scale up throughout all this has been huge. And yeah, excited to see more from this team, frankly, which is not what we expected to say when we saw this roster at the start of the split, the start of the season.
It's an awesome story. It's an awesome script, as it's already been described. I think we heard the player of the game audio. We got word that was Karis, well deserved. So get a little highlights of his play towards the end of this game. Karis, standout performance on this Azir, but will it be enough to bring them over the edge? We'll have to find out going into game 3.
I mean, excited to see. Like, I feel like WE's gotten the best of JDG throughout the series, even though it's a 1-1. But hey, game 3, JDG does get access to blue side. If they do want it for the first time in the series, that's a big one. So curious to see how that impacts draft and impacts our upcoming game.
Of course, with Fearless, there's a bunch of champions taken off the board, which is going to make it even more fun here, tapping further into these players' champ pools. We are going to go back to a break, and on the other side, Game 3 to decide if we get a huge group percent shakeup or if JDG survive and quell the hot streak of Team WE. We're up to the finish line, folks. We'll see you alongside after the break to see if we can push past that checkered flag. All right, everybody. Hopefully, you know, we brought the heart rates down. We've tried to figure out what we just watched in Game 2, but it got us here. Game 3, do or die for the series, and one that has such huge ramifications, Cubby, not just for the standings, but just how the power rankings, the vibe, like what we think of some of these teams in the LPL right now.
I mean, look, like, I really feel like JDG, like, we've seen series from them where it's like, okay, this is a top team that we have in LPL, and then we see other series from them like today where it's like they're kind of getting ran around by WE. We see mistakes in sides. We have a series now where we're going to a Game 3 where WE, with their 2 blue side games, like, pound for pound, have gotten the best of JDG. So I see if JDG can get really clutch up when it counts. Of course, this is their first series that we do have on the new patch for them.
Yes.
And a series where, I mean, the sprint that JDG has coming up, we kind of prep this as, you know, maybe a warm-up match for the hell that faces them, because Sunday, they play Top Esports. Then next Tuesday, they play IG. Next Wednesday, they play Weibo. Next Friday, they play FPX. And next Saturday, they play BOG. That is 5 series in a 6-day stretch, which is ballistic to think about. So JDG will have a few days to prep for that hell of a schedule, but the JDG that we're seeing today is not a JDG that feels like they are prepared to face some of the teams that we'll be facing in that, say, at least ballistic stretch, because we have seen a very shaky JDG today. Outside of Pays, it was been fantastic.
Oh, as always, Mr. Consistent Pays. Yeah. Hey. 80 carry player here. I'm always fine when we let the 80 carries coast, not get any blame. No, in all seriousness, yeah. But it's a JDG that does not fit into the mold that you give them at their peak, as a team that can threaten the top 2, and a team that definitely is not playing like they deserve an automatic bid to playoffs. But standings do not care about your vibes, do not care about how you got the series wins. They care about the series wins. We're into that final draft, and we see an Ashe, Lucian, Galio come off the board here.
These are some weird bans being thrown out, quite frankly.
Very
I know it's a new patch, but yeah, okay, Lilia taken away. I was about to say, I felt like Lilia was going to be a real power pick in this last game with so many picks off the board, and we've really seen Lilia emerge as a dominant jungler in this patch. That Lucian ban, though, I mean, with Ashe off the board, too, I feel like the Kalista ban for Team WE is kind of being dared by JDG, or almost required here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
they go for the
should be Kalista. Yeah. I'm expecting Kalista, Lucian off the board, Ashe off the board. I mean, for Taeyoon, like, it might actually be a Draven lane, or, okay, Rumble's up. So yeah, Rumble made it all the way through. Again, Rumble, the Galio ban, too.
Yep.
So,
kind of their plan.
Yeah. Gotta believe, though, could be a Taeyoon Kalista now, because I would not give Pays Kalista. That is one of the Thanos champs for Pays, and with all these power picks up, of course, Vi also snuck her way through the draft and might be in the hands of Monkey.
We also have Jace that's still up there looming around. If either of these teams want to grab that one up in the first round, I know.
Yeah,
very popular
Jace is falling off a little bit. Still pretty strong, though.
Yeah.
And definitely something that Scout can play mid to, which is something to keep in mind. I will say Jace goes down in prio a little bit when I see Vi. We have seen JDG have some side lane errors in this series, and the ability to attack Jace in the side lane with a Vi, always really good. So, just curious if we see a Kalista deny.
Kaisa.
Oh boy.
Okay, so WE are already really signaling what their comp wants to do here, Cubby. And are we really just going to pass Kalista up? I mean, Xayah is a great answer into what WE's already showing as a pretty dive-hungry comp. So
it would give Missing Rakan, too, and Missing's Rakan is historically just fantastic. I will say that Alistar is up, and I think Alistar is just a really strong /OP champion. There's no Silas available, too, so you don't even have to, like, use a ban on that if you would be scared of that moving forward. So something else to keep in mind. As we'll see if JDG want to grab Missing his Rakan.
Lovers duo.
And in Missing's Rakan, this is like he's 1 and 2 on the champion actually this split, which is quite surprising. But
yeah, that does shock me.
We go to Missing all-time stats when it comes to Rakan. Yeah, his win rate is pretty disgusting.
Locked in. Alistair, as you continue to be a bit of a fortune teller here on the desk, Cubby. Likely to be the response from Vampire.
It's the last engaged support left. It's no skill in fortune telling this one. It's just a really good pick. I do like the start for WE. Real ability for Kaisa to go attack. And yeah, missing that Rakan, 59 games played, 78% win rate. Again,
Wow.
he is fantastic on this champion. So, no surprise to the Alistar here for Vampire. We'll say that the highlight package we had before our game 1, which is a while back now, thinking about that one, Slayer, it featured pretty good engage from Vampire's Alistar that really turned the game around for Team WE. So, always something to look out for when he gets his hands on this pick. I know we've seen some ups and downs from Vampire, but the recent ups from him have been a big part of this surge for Team WE.
What are we going to look to take away from both of these teams, though, in this second wave of bans?
Just junglers and
Skarner.
top laners.
Yeah, junglers
Maybe
and
a
top
Jace
laners,
ban
okay.
here. But then again, it's Cube, so I don't know if I'm as concerned about a Jace from Cube.
Probably
and
not.
Bessa for sure. The Aatrox Rumble matchup is not one that I love or get super thrilled about, but it is a champ that Cube does like to play, so could think about denying that one as well.
Are
He
there
only
any-
has one Jace game so far this split, and I just don't think that Jace is a WE champ.
I wonder if there's any other mid lane dive buddy-esque pairings you don't want to see
Could ban
Karis
Ahri.
get with Monkey. Yeah, so
Yeah.
like Ahri, if you're afraid of like an Aurora instead of the Ahri, you can take away Aurora. I wonder if they'll go that way with this final ban, just to kind of like neutralize. There's already, like we talked about, prevalent dive comp. WE, you got to think they're going to play that way, so they take away the Ahri.
Yeah. So now, I mean, could be an Aurora as
I'm not even
probably
going to
the
dignify it.
safest blind here for Karis. I will say Annie has gotten a lot of changes, and we have seen some teams try and play Annie. I actually don't hate it here, but of course with top lane showing, they could just take their top laner and hide mid if they don't want to, prio pick something like an Aurora. And I will say I do like that. So Cassante and a Rumble, it's fine. You just get to be Cassante later on. And I believe Cassante actually saw some buffs on this patch. Or
Yes.
recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty certain he got a
Yeah,
bit
it
of-
was his W base
Yes.
damage, which is really big when he's in his all-out form too.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh.
big.
Scout willing to play the Annie. I don't hate it. Like just that snap tipper stun into
Okay.
like a bunch of people diving on top of your Xayah, or even yourself, can really change these fights. And that's the point I really want to hit home here as we get to the end of this draft. Cubbies, for the first time in this series, right? We got 2 games where JDG had to be the more proactive team. WE can kind of skate by scaling. We're not flipping the script here in this game.
Oh, Shun. I thought Shun was going to show the Kindred. His Kindred is very, very, very good. But likely, I think Wukong makes more sense for the comp. Kindred definitely
Nope.
Shun's special. And this is going to be a really squishy comp here for JDG. But they will have the Lamb's Respite as Karis has the opportunity to counterpick. I will say, like, Orianna could be really nice here for the Wombo. Yeah, that looks
There
to
we
be the
go.
play. You can survive the lane against Annie. Annie did see a lot of changes. I mean, the damage that they gave her Q, they gave her Q 30 extra base damage, rank 5 this patch. That's a lot
Wow.
of damage. For Annie, they nerfed her, buffed her mana cost. They brought him down, and gave her more passive damage on the Tibbers as well. Annie's gotten a lot of changes in the last couple patches. We have seen a couple mid laners have her sneak out. I will say I'm not the best in terms of this new Annie and some of her scenarios that we have, but again, a champion that has seen a lot of changes in the last couple patches and has started to really sneak her way into the meta. So for me, point and click engage for JDG, it's quite big. But
is.
on the side of Team WE, they are pretty tanky and have some ways to actually deal with this and get out of it. I mean, you have an Alistar, you got a Cassante, right? That's pretty good defense and some nice displacement against that Lamb's Respite can always be valuable. So I think if lanes don't go well for JDG, again, ability for Team WE to maybe bounce back in the groupings.
I'm interested to see the intricacies, though, of, an Alistar Cassante frontline with the fact that you are still playing Vi Kaisa, right? Because there's still this, intricate dive-based portion of this comp. But my big takeaway going into this Game 3 is that WE, knowing that they should have they had so much of an opportunity to sweep this series, maybe should have. Probably should have. Now in Game 3, they're putting a proactive comp in their hands the first time. This is a comp that will be able to compete in the mid-game. It is very different to how stylistically we saw some of these players play in the last 2 games of this series.
I will say, again, I just think that WE has to be careful about picking their spots. I still think that they have a scaling advantage in this game. And I just think that they have to be wary early. The ability for Kindred to invade, impact the lanes, and maybe blow up the game is, I think, what JDG and Shun are going to be looking for. Again, Shun's Kindred, pretty iconic, synonymous with him, as I think it's the second most known champ outside the Nidalee. So we'll see if it pays off, because it's a very squishy comp they have. just given that they did go with something like the Kindred instead of the Wukong.
A lot of champions coming out in this game you don't see too often in the LPL. Fun to see. Also, a bit of a change here for FaZe. Going with the Ghost on the Xayah, just trying
and the
to...
Conqueror?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's
extended
interesting.
Fights. Wow.
Usually that's a lethal tempo.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I really like Ghost when you don't need cleanse, and he doesn't need cleanse this game. So, again, this is a winning lane for the Xayah Rakan, and Ghost is just a very powerful summoner spell. But I don't know if the Conqueror is actually... let's do some homework here about what we've been running on Xayah, because I haven't seen Conqueror on Xayah of late.
I can't say I have either. Do get to see this vertical jungle path start out here as they try and get Shun accelerated. Missing a face check and a double knockup right on cue into Vampire and Taeyun, who, like you mentioned, Cubby, going to have to sack a lot of control of this lane. And I love that JDG are indexing further into this bot side, knowing that Shun is just going to be able to constantly be a threat to pop out onto this bot side whenever, knowing he's clearing all of these bot side camps for the first rotation. Monkey goes back.
Oh,
okay.
I will say, like, recently, FaZe has been playing some Conqueror Xayah and solo queue, and same with Deft. So, maybe some new tech emerging that I was not 100% familiar with. Yeah, Viper too. So, all right, looks like this is some new tech. We'll see if it pays off for FaZe. Again, does have that Ghost. It is nice, like Xayah. A lot of the times you want to fight with that W cooldown. That's a really big steroid that you can use. So, that could help you, like, stack up some Conqueror stacks against Feathers. Ripping through people can help you get some free Conquer stacks as well. So I can see some of the theory of it. I haven't seen it hit the Rift yet. So yeah, just curious adaptation for FaZe. I really like the Ghost, though. I think that Ghost is really slept on right now. I know that Hans Sama's been running it a little bit. In games where you can get away with it, definitely a fan. And this is one for FaZe where I think it's good.
Twitch predictions still rocking with JDG, by the way.
They're so squishy, man.
We'll say that you guys... Y'all up in Twitch, been with JDG this entire time, and the percentages slowly come down every game we've gone into. So it's good to see some more people getting turned over towards the WE hot streak. Things to look for, though, in this early game by this point, Cubby, is I'm just waiting to see who wins what I like to call crab roulette here for Shun, trying to get that first stack on the Kindred. See if he wins.
A Gamba fan, I see. As roll slots.
Loses hard. Yep.
That was a 7, a cherry, and a blank space 7.
So he's not going to get that first coveted stack. Also, do see that.
Look at Monkey.
Yeah, he's going to be down camps, right? He's got triple buffed, and
he does have 4.
Yeah, he does.
But
he's spotted.
Yeah, okay. That's actually really nice, and JDG holds the wave. So that's a pretty dangerous spot, actually, for Taeyun and Vampire to be in. As, yeah, you called it out. Of course, Shu knew the ahead. Did find the bonus buff. And actually hasn't even taken that top crab yet. I will say on the Kindred, if you wait to take that crab, you can roll the mark on it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shun actually picks up his first mark on that top crab.
That's what you like to see. Just he's manipulating the odds of the crab.
Yeah, he got it. Look at that.
Yep, there he goes. Okay, so grabs the first mark. Maybe try and see if he can steal away some of these top side camps.
He's going to look mid first.
Down, or he's going mid. Scout having stun up. Karis is just so dead. So caught out. The flash kind of had to burn it, but it's painful too. Great pick.
Yeah, I think Karis having the wave at that state at this point of the game is actually really poor. Because, again, like, you should be able to guess that Shun's going to be on that top side. You have all the wards on the bot side, and that wave just being even after the bounce and the setup from the Annie. Definitely a really powerful combo on the Karis, who does lose his flash, lose his life, lost his TP, and is going to be down now to Scout. So JDG, they could play fast here through mid. Again, Annie brings really nice setup and burst damage for this Kindred. So that looks to be the early game plan here for JDG.
I mean, such a snowballing champion here. Is Kelsey hits us another cool quote here from FaZe. I don't remember the most difficult part because I've always been positive. You know what, FaZe?
Hold on.
I can't believe you're an AD carry player.
Okay, that's what we call selective memory, all right? Now, if we want to go back, One of the most successful golfers of all time, Jack Nicklaus, famous for if you ask him about a winning putt, he will give you every detail of said putt. But his record, he has the most majors ever won. He won 18 majors, fun fact. Was also a runner-up 19 times in a major. If you ask him about a putt he missed or a major he lost, he will know nothing about it to this day. So I like that. I actually think it's very powerful if used well, and we have seen Pays using it well. As again, he has been really the most positive force on JDG, a team that we have been a little bit critical of times, not living up to the expectation, the consistency, and Pays has really been that consistent factor no matter what form JDG's been in. Pays has been nothing but solid. He's been one of the best ADs we've had in LPL, unquestionably.
Sounds like what I'm hearing is that Pays has already forgotten what happened in Game 2, which is a very good thing for these JDG players. Hope that translates over to some of the ones that got a bit more exposed in that matchup. Is missing is got a front row view to the Gromp destruction, just trying to be a bit of a nuisance as this bottom lane lead tries to grow even further for Pays.
Dead.
They're going to use Tibbers to take aggro here.
Yeah.
Try. I mean, okay, you know what? It's too clean. Tibbers. Oh, Tibbers, you get the job done. Cube gets a big shield.
Shun's coming though.
Got Shun with Lamb's Respite. If they can time this well enough, should be able to survive. The wave gets back towards the turret. Unstoppable form. Cube has bought so much space here, and JDG are really stunted. They're going to finally commit to the dive. They'll finally grab it. Lamb's Respite used defensively. Karis is here. They're going to chase down Monkey on the top side, though, as well. Pay's going to flash after, grab the Feats of Warfare.
Okay,
they do sacrifice Shun, though. But it's still a JDG win after they grab the 2-for-1.
Karis got a shut down. Meanwhile, W's bot lane, they're actually proxying, but Vampire just hit 6. Does Taeyun hit 6 off this creep? He might.
Oh, my God. Vampire, you mad lad.
Just missed
Equalizer down. Vampire, the turret ramping up here. I don't know how many more turret shots he can take. Taeyun's waiting on cooldowns as well. The wave is thinning. They're going to have to go in now if they want it. And Taeyun perfectly times the flash to save the dive.
Taeyun was so close to 6 there. He actually killed a melee creep. I thought that would give him 6. Just barely missed it. That said, does find the kill. Well played by Taeyun and Vampire to answer. And shout out to Cube and Monkey as well. I know they both ended up going down, but you called it out, Slayer. They bought a lot of time in order to absorb that wave. They actually found the kill onto Ala, and that XP between top laners is not nearly as grim as what it could have or should have been if Cube went down immediately on that dive. I was surprised they pulled the trigger when they did because Shun was rotating and they went before Shun got there, which for me was why that dive ended up being so sloppy. If Shun's there immediately, it would have been really bad. That's going to be an insta-ult from Pays.
Yep, gotta respect him. Shun picks up 2 of the 3 grubs. I think he supersedes control the third one over towards Monkey, but Scout is in a pretty precarious spot himself. Does have the flash. He's just going to go down, and Scout's just going to flash back over the wall. Get to safety.
Okay, that's going to be grub. There's no Lambs for Spite up, so to make sure that they deny the 3 grubs, that means that no pets spawn. This Monkey doesn't have flat, or Smite, sorry.
So Vampire's going to play Bodyguard.
Vampire's no ult.
I was going to say, no Unbreakable will either. A lot of little poking and prodding.
You know what? I actually like that from Vampire because, I mean, A, he got away with it, but B, I think he was trying to open up some space for Cube to actually TP bot, and because of that, he's going to catch this full wave, so not bad. Again, early game, I mean, we're 10 minutes in. JDG has a really squishy comp, right? And there's a lot of displacement on the WE comp, which I think is really nice when you go up against the Lambs for Spite, because that's what's going to try and make that JDG comp be a little bit tankier. The fact that Shun can press R and help out with those health bars. Well, you headbutt someone out. You can Cassante push and ult someone out too, right?
Yep.
I think that, like, pretty much what we're getting at is that as this game goes on, I do think that there's a world where JDG kind of runs out of damage against this front line and some of the tanks that WE have. So, and this Orianna versus Annie match, we can see it being a little bit rough here. As, yeah, Karis just going to keep on playing around those bases. I actually really like Karis went Gathering Storm. This is a pretty, like, you don't really need Scorch in this matchup as the Orianna because you end up winning this one pretty quickly. And to be fair, too, this series has gone super late and has been super haywire, so the value out of that's nice. We do have to pause. Dragon.
Quickness.
Good stall.
Stalls. Dragon squared
gonna-
by Shun. Who does have the Lamb's Respite to get on the wall if he wants. Cube trying to force the issue. Taeyun flies in with the Killer Instinct. There is the Lamb's Respite. Can anyone get knocked out of it, though? Shun's going to get himself out, but Missing and Pays are left in the pit and left to fall down to the chainsaw running, known as Taeyun. As Vampire says, serve up another one towards my AD carry. All 3 kills go the way of Taeyun's Kaisa.
I mean, this is not a good look for JDG. I don't know why they were looking for this fight without Scout here, frankly, because I think that Scout is by far the strongest member, and, you know, he's the one where at this point of the game, if Annie's there, you can have a real pop and actually do some damage. As we see here, I mean,
Karis, Shockwave down, Tibbers falls, one more Q though. Scout should be able to pick up the kill. That shield's going to provide a lot of value, misses the ball. Push and pull this 1v1, but it's Karis to flash and secure another kill. WE are running wild right now heading into mid-game. That's 4 kills in about 30 seconds.
I mean, this should be a WE win. Like from this game state, I will, like, they should be favored in this game. Look at Taeyun. He's got 4 kills on a Kaisa. Look at how much tankier WE's comp gets. Okay, looks like replay, Karis... His TP was canceled with the Tibbers, which is why Scout didn't have it for that fight, and that ended up making a difference because Karis with ult, that Shockwave took down Scout, who is down a level and change now, and has another side lane death, which it's been quite the tally if we add up 3 games from this series, Slayer, of Scout dying in a side lane where he may not have to.
And as much as we've given so much credit over to Pays, right, the current top tier player among, you know, those votes for the first round robin, for the current Rumble stage spot. It's him and a bunch of AL players. So intriguing how Pays and Taeyun are tied together as their own team's Mr. Consistent. Well, we've seen Pays in some big spots, Taeyun, you know, crumple in some bigger ones with the Ezreal game. This is a biggest spot as ever for your own Mr. Consistent award on Team WE to bring home this series.
I mean, if we're thinking about Team WE, like, how many wins is it going to take for them to actually, you know, be considered a legit team, to be respected? And in the LPL is not just a team that's out kicking their coverage, but a team that might actually be able to compete. I don't think we've seen the best of JDG today, right? We haven't seen the best from either squad, but WE, again, continues to demand more respect on their name. I think that we have seen some good looks from them. Like, Monkey is playing good league. I feel very confidently about that. Cube in this tank role has actually fit this team really nicely. And we have seen better looks from Karis of late. And we've seen Taeyun be... I thought he was better earlier in the split, frankly. Before WE went on this run, he was kind of being a standout.
Yep.
But, like, this WE team, I mean, like, what's the floor? What's the ceiling? I think it's a really interesting part about Group Ascent, and a team that went from, again, 0-6, where even in those series, like, they were, you know, being competitive against teams like Top Esports, taking games off of AL. Now to
Scout.
Potential 6-game win streak.
Oh, Vampire. We're going crazy. There's the Shockwave I was waiting for. And Unbreakable Will making a good dive until Tibbers comes out and says, you're not taking Scout down for free. Monkey traded for Scout's life.
Because of the flash from Scout, the initial ball carrier, that ball snapped back to Karis. So there was no Shockwave. He put it on the second one as the Vampire connected with the kill. Monkey stuck around a little bit too long. Ate the Tibbers, ate the death as... Shun does find his 4th mark. That is a nice spike on the Kindred. So definitely a little bit important to note. But still, WE, they're the team that's ahead, Slayer. And they're the team where, look at the tankiness. Like, their comp is just so much easier to execute compared to JDG's.
Interesting first item. Big first item, too. I like this from Cube. The Kanik gets so much value into those solo lanes. He knows not only that it's such a good tank value item, but looking at the side lane assignments, right? Cubby's only ever going to run into AP. So it makes him unkillable in side lane threats.
Yeah, bummer to, like, the Iceborne can bring a lot of power. Sometimes that's a bummer. And we'll take a second look at this one. Look at the ball. Once the flash comes out, that ball snaps back to Karis. So not able to pull the Shockwave combo then and there. And then Monkey just takes this one a little bit too long.
Oh, yeah, the second shot ruined it.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to go in and, like, actually finish off the kill, and it's not necessary, so oopsie there from Monkey. I guess it's appropriate. I was just trying to praise him as being the strongest performer for WE, so, you know, he's got to go down. That's my bad, WE fans at home. Sorry, Monkey. But still, see what he can do, because just the ease of execution this game for WE and just where they're at. Again, I feel like with this comp, if JDG wants to run this, they need to get ahead and they need to really snowball and run away with this game. They have not done that. This is a close game. And as time goes on, WE is going to be so much harder to take down later.
The only person I think is somewhat snowballed themselves into a big threat is Shun. All right, he's got 4th mark, 2-1. Very quickly on the way to try and get that Triforce done second. And that's why they picked this Kindred, right? You talked as much about missing on the Rakan is a big win con or a big win pick for him, but Shun on this Kindred is as well. As he gets the mid-tier 1 turret down, does have to burn his flash to get away from Vampire. Missing with the quickness. Gets a flash match here by Monkey. So win for JDG. They open a lot more of the map up and only have to pay the price of a solo summoner for now.
Rip from Pays was actually pretty close to finding a catch. I think that if a root connects, maybe there's a little bit more there for JDG, but TP's burned from the mid laners. And the next play from WE actually being scouted out by a nice ward, dropped by, I assume, missing. They spotted both Karis and Vampire on the rotation. So, of course, Scout flashless and seems to be the target of some side lane focus here. And he's going to respect this one because his support gave him some nice info. So, Scout's like... Scout, he's like, he can't take that one. No more side lane deaths for Scout. He had the info there. No chance he was falling victim to that.
No chance. No chance in the world. Gold, scarily close by this point, but I'm glad that they threw up the player gold right now. The difference for me is the fact that kill allocation is pristine for WE. All 7 of their kills, Karis and Tayu. The Orianna, the Kai'Sa.
That is, I'd say that's pretty ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm about it this game.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
All right,
Never one without the other. Yeah, we talked about the Nidalee and the Kindred again. Shun's 2 signature champions. Busting out this one for game 3.
I think that's a play on the Lamb, right?
Yeah.
I think that's I think that's a Kindred voice line actually, right? Never one without the other. Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Well, let's see that Kindred in action. Maybe the Lamb's Respite as well. They're going to dive the Cassante, but without plates in a healthy wave, it's actually not really a dive because the turret gets turned off.
Cube.
So Cube in the 1 versus 4 going to go all out, pull missing away from him,
He's
and
out.
dash himself to safety. Hey, just
Well
the turret
played.
having to fall, and that'll just easily get traded by Karis and Monkey.
That's really well played by Cube, as he was able to get his way on out of that one. Shun going to try and play that wave all the way in. Will crash it. Going to try and cut Cube off. Cube has not spotted this one, and of course he has that magic resist, not the armor.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer is burning through that health bar, missing in a flash, knock up, charm, and send Cube to the gray screen. Courtesy of Shun, grabs himself a 5th mark, a 3rd kill, as he tries to be the Exodia player in this game for JDG. Monkey trying to be a bit annoying, canceling Missing's back. Shun also going to cancel it, but they've got Scout nearby and Alla, so maybe they're
Watch the
laying a bit of
ball.
a trap. In goes Vampire again. The ball snaps
too
back
far
once
forward.
more. Vampire with the Unbreakable Will. Going to be hard to kill, so JDG will just escort Shun and Missing out to safety.
Yeah, that wasn't it from Vampire. Again, if that ball snaps back, the threat of the Empowered Shockwave, of course, goes away. And that's not found, so no Flash Alistar still has the Pity Flash and that Hex Flash, so ability for Vampire to make an impact, but a little bit of a missed opportunity there as JDG... I mean, they get themselves something. It still isn't a great spot for them. I think the biggest thing is just look at Shun's inventory compared to Monkey's, as he did complete the Triforce, and I guess the pet was spotted there. You can't really blame Cube for that one. I do think that, yeah. Maybe you could say he needs to take the long way, but again, you called it earlier, Slayer. He kitted a lot of MR going up against the Rumble and the Annie, as helps in the side lane matchup. But of course, Shun, he brought the fire, and
Cube. Oh, the flash too. Maybe the Kanik isn't getting as much value as we thought it was. All we know is Shun is really starting to run this map, and you point out he's at 2 items, and I'm glad that he's being the big dog on campus right now because Karis and Taeyun are both at 2 items themselves as well, and you'd like to see WE fighting a bit more around those two.
Said a lot of oohs at a couple of oopsie flashes from WE today, Slayer. A
lot of oohs.
Yeah.
A lot of groans, too. More groans than I'd like to have on a broadcast.
Yeah, that was a bit of a dud there from Cube. I still think WE wins this game, Slayer. I still think their comp out scales.
Okay.
Oriana's up a level and a half on Annie. This Annie is going to be useless.
So my question is for you then, if you believe in WE, I don't want to factor in how much emotional support that is right now. How do you see JDG swing this one in their favor in these next couple of minutes? We got the window with the Dragon up and Atacon up. What's the route they take? Hopefully not face checking Karis. Okay, we're fine.
I do think that Karis is the member to find. Taeyeon's a little bit more slippery with the cleanse and the ultimate. So for me, Karis is priority target number 1 if you're JDG. But missing, I will say, has opportunity for engage. But a lot of times on Rakan, I like when you are able to piggyback off of some frontliners, right? Can pop the quickness then an E before you W. With no flash and really no frontliners for missing, I think it is a lot harder for him to engage.
Whoa, Monkey! Dragon wasn't the prize. It was Alla. They're going to flash after him as well. Taeyeon gets the kill done, but it's Monkey again. The agency this guy brings to WE, proving pivotal once more. But even in the 5v4, JDG, they want to fight themselves through this Dragon. It's slowly getting chunked lower and lower.
They've not found Scout. Yep,
Scout's going in. Tipper's down onto 2. The quickness follows.
Nice.
Huge knockups onto the backline, but Shu can't get through because Cube and Vampire are holding them in place. Monkey gets the Dragon, and now it's time for the Birds to sing the name of the World Elite. The Lamb's Respite only buys time for Shun, who cannot kite away from that Cassante. Pays, falls. Next one up is Shun. The turret will barely save them for now until Karis flashes after, maybe a little bit too precariously. Taeyeon can't get the kills done. Shu gets a heal back and a shutdown.
No.
Taeyeon once again, right when WE think they have a winning play, they overextend and lose it all. Alla finds Vampire, and JDG are saved from a disastrous Dragon fight loss.
I mean, that's what's required, though, for JDG to actually win these fights. It's just a disastrous chase from Team WE. And you can see, like, the initial fight, I mean, it's a good engage from Scout. Like, Missing had good follow-up, but there's just not enough gas in the tank. Like, you have to overextend too much, and JDG is so squishy. And that Lamb's Respite, like, yes, it buys time, but this team is just so squishy compared to what WE has. They can't really stick around and find these fights, and speaking of sticking around, Monkey has stuck around. Let's see if he goes for the yoink or not.
Is he going to do it? Nope.
No, he's out of there. All right, good Otacon secure. Otacon secure, of course, pretty nice. The takedowns also give you a little bit of a buff now, too. That's slow.
Yep.
Could be good, but I love this from Monkey and Team WE. Again, JDG, like, with how squishy Alla is. Oh, wait, we got to go back to live. Alla's dead again on live. As Monkey just turned around and found him. Again, cease and desist against Rumble, like, no one can help him. So now you're fighting a 5v4 that, frankly, JDG feels like they have to take. I can't blame them too much for that, because I think their comp does. Like, it's a lot harder to win later on. Vampire does a nice job at interrupting here, as Cube tries to get Shun away from the Dragon. It's secured by Monkey. The Shockwave was big from Karis again. Target number 1 here for JDG. The only member I haven't really mentioned for JDG is Pays, who, I mean, it still feels like he's doing his damnedest. The Rip Flash didn't quite connect. Vampire connected a nice stun there on the back half. And the only reason that JDG got anything from this is that WE, like Karis just straight up shorted the QW. And then Taeyeon just decided to, give one over as Shun. Good hop from him. Just pick up the kill. But that's the only reason that, like, JDG gets anything. It's just mistakes from WE.
God, I finally understand what it was like to be a Falcons fan during that Super Bowl. It's watching WE. I mean, it's just like you got everything, and then you just give everything back. It hurts. I hope there aren't any WE Falcons fans out there. If there are, I'm sorry for what these last couple of minutes. Honestly, I'm sorry for what this series has done to you. Oh, okay. So Alla just, hey, you wanted some side lane disrespect, Cubby. You thought it was gone from this game.
No, it's not. Yeah, good luck against Vi. It's a toughie. And again, like, Vi just gets to play against all the squishies, so she gets to hunt. Even gold game. 1 Dragon up for WE.
Because
we'll say Otacon and feats have been secured by JDG. That is two objectives that they haven't gotten in either of the first 2 games of this series. But I just don't think it matters or makes a difference, Slayer, because I look at the total HP bars of each of our teams. And then think of all the bonus tankiness that you get if you are Team WE versus like just a singular Lamb's Respite that's trying to hold you back from just the might of this WE squad. I love Monkey went Sterax first. I mean, that's just going to help him get even tankier, survive some of the burst damage. I think that's the right call. Shockingly, as I feel like LPL junglers at times are just like robots to build Sundered Sky Cleaver no matter what. But I like the fact that Monkey actually switched it up this game. I feel like it's very appropriate. Seekers in for Karis. He is flashless, but that is one way that you can try and play defense against the JDG Wombo combo that's going to come down. So as the luxury items start to come in, just less ways that JDG can find these snap engages and really have convincing starts to fights, which they need if they want to win these fights.
They're just relying so much on two ultimates getting, like you call it, the Wombo. The Wombo has to get 9 out of 10 value every time it's used, or it feels impossible to play this game out. And how fun is it that WE, if Cubby's proclamation comes true, are going to keep their win streak alive, knocking down JDG. Oh, I mean,
I gotta say, like I tweeted at the start of the day before the cast, I really feel like JDG, again, going through the tape, that top esports series, it should have been a JDG win. I really felt like, you know, they are competing with the top of the table. They should have taken care of business against WE, but I could argue this is a 3-0 for WE by the end of this one. As, Monkey gets there last second, smites that one away, says thanks for the leash. Knows now that Baron is clear of vision, too, since he got the empowered Baron up grab. So, big if WE want to sack that dragon and maybe threaten a Baron take.
Yeah, I think that's the right course of action. Nonetheless, Monkey is moving his way down towards the bot side. Missy is just itching for somebody to overextend and try and set up this combo. But again, JDG have to be so wary about throwing all their ultimates down and making sure they have enough damage and the correct targets, because without it, they just don't survive any sort of extended fight. Vampire looking for his pendant flank angle here. Cube going to be fine. Tanky Cassante can take some harassment, but W have to connect back with Vampire if they're going to decide to go in here. Looking for the stun onto Missing. They have the ball on top of Monkey. Missing going to get the charms down. Pay's going to get hit by the shockwave. Goes into the Feather Storm. Scout gets the big timbers down, but it's not going to be enough. The Equalizer doesn't get enough value, and the tank of Vampire holding the front line strong. Taeyun is full HP in the Drake Pit. Monkey, not the same sort of stature. Karis, no shockwave available, as well as the Void Seeker nearly finds its mark onto Missing. Taeyun going to try and find his way in, but it's really hard to get close to Paze or Shun. So that Wombo combo, while it was a bit messy, bought enough space for JDG to even up the Drake count.
Yeah, the big thing was that Monkey got chunked, right? So Shun was able to stay in the fight. Monkey had the base and go back, so at least evening up the Dragon score. Still, nothing really significant for JDG. I like WE showing some restraint there, Slayer. Still feel like as this game moves forward, when the luxury items come in, it's going to be harder and harder for JDG to find that big snap engage to delete someone off the face of the Summoner's Rift, which, again, they need to do if they want to win these fights. So I feel like WE intelligently showing that they were able to back off. They give that Dragon. They don't lose anything more. They don't lose a potential Baron threat. And now we'll see. Now, as this game goes forward, Shun is big. I'm starting to get ever so slightly concerned about Shun. There is a chance that Kindred can kind of run away with this game. I still think the JDG is far too squishy for like this to actually happen. I really feel like if you're going to go Rumble topside with this Annie, it's got to be something like a Wukong or that can hold the front line or buy space for Rumble, and not this Kindred. But of course, Shun wanted the signature Kindred this game.
Yeah.
And has been the bright spot so far for JDG. So we'll see if him on a signature Kindred and Missing on a signature Rakan, who has been having a decent game so far too, can really make the difference. And a game that I still feel like WE, the comp they have is very favorable and a lot easier to play out.
I think what we saw in that last fight, though, that can sort of help JDG down the line is if you allow Paze and Shun to not die to this Vi Orianna Shockwave, like, as we keep talking about Shun scaling, the range difference is really scary. You need to gap close onto a very fit Kindred with a ton of range, and the Xayah is particularly safe as well.
Yeah.
Again, like you're talking about, it does require a lot of discipline, a lot of pristine clicks from these two guys, but this is JDG, this is Shun and Pace, two guys that were brought in here for those clicks in big moments like this Game 3. And that is a big threat for WE's win con.
But again, to really like build the super team, and that like this series is truly shocking. Like JDG was one of the super teams, and when I look at them in IG, well, I really feel like JDG was a super team that like excited me a lot. The one that for me was more likely to perform when we were going into the start of the LPL season. The fact that we are sitting here at the start of May, we have a like WE versus JDG being competitive and like a series win here. I mean, WE again would be almost even with JDG in the standings being at 6-6 with an even game score. JDG after this would be 6-5 with an even game score. The fact that these two teams are so close in the standings that WE would be on a 6-series win streak after starting 0-6 is just ballistic to think about. When you think about this team's identity or trajectory at the start of the year, I know what Molecule said, like it's just 5 rejects on this team. And it really does feel like it's 5 rejects from a lot of other teams. I mean, Karis and Taeyun, right, sent here from the LCK. Monkey couldn't find his way on the EDG or BLG. Cube has been quite the journeyman that we have in the LPL. And then Vampire is still a little bit of a fresher face. So we'll give Vampire a bit of the benefit of the doubt there. But still, not pictured as the best support that we had in the LPL. And this team is actually decent. Like, they're actually playing well. And challenging the likes of JDG. It's just crazy to think about it if you really put in perspective the expectations for this team at the start of the year.
Cubby, I think I'm going to crack the code. Is something you said there. I don't want to give. I'm going to give a little bit of free promo over here. But you said a group of 5 rejects. What? Somebody that's into conspiracy theories needs to research this one. When did the major Thunderbolts? Sort of marketing happen, and when did WE start their run? Because I'm seeing way too many ties together. Right
I got a better one for you. What about Sinners? I mean, Vampire's on the riff.
That's
when did Sinners come out, and when did WE start winning? I feel like that's the science. We need to start thinking about modern film. Yeah. The tariffs don't affect Team WE, that's for sure.
But here's the thing for the Thunderbolts point, too. So now they're renaming Thunderbolts to New Avengers, which is reclassifying them as like a bigger fish in the market. And if WE win here, they demand the respect of the LPL market. There's too much. We're diving down too big of a rabbit hole. There's a huge stakes fight coming here. JDG.
Sinners, original film in an IMAX being successful. No one saw that one come. Okay, we actually have to pause.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Into nothing.
JDG trying to set up an angle onto the fight, threaten the Baron, but Monkey WE, they do not fall for it. They take the mid-tier 1, and they'll come back off and
this might be a Kaisa solo, and we'll see if JDG feels frisky enough to actually start the Baron.
All right. Game of chicken between these big neutrals. Shun's going to start it. Kindred, Zaya burn through this Baron if they get too much time, and you're seeing it right now. Taeyun's trying to come back up here. W are going to have to start this fight without their AD carry, but JDG are looking for the turn first. There's the big tippers, and they find the pick onto Karis. No shockwave available for WE, and now they're completely split off. Down goes Cube Scout, the guy, the veteran that was making so many mistakes earlier on in this series, might have just found the one ultimate on Annie that seals the Baron for JDG.
I mean, missing falls. Who cares if you're a JDG? As the Dragon Gambit, JDG were on the Baron before they saw the Dragon fall, and it will pay off in a Baron for JDG. So the setup rings true, and Scout returning from base connects with a really big Tibbers. That pretty much just, like, the fight ended before it started, right? And that's exactly what JDG needs to do if they want to win. So down a man, and at a really good angle, threatening the objective, Scout's able to find the pinch. As again, good pull off the Baron. Scout, the flash ult. Karis not able to connect. It was the W that proc the stun. The ult that came after. Tibbers able to do some solid shredding. Cube and able to get out of this one, even despite the unstoppable. Great setup for JDG as Team WE. They were split. Taeyun was on that Dragon. JDG capitalized.
And one of the pain points in this series for WE, closing out games, but most importantly, closing them out with Baron. This is just the first Baron that JDG have been able to grab, I believe, in the series, maybe second. And we keep talking about, championship pedigree, what spots, despite how close the series has been, define the difference between these two teams. I think how this Baron is conducted from JDG might just show the true gap against them in WE.
Vampire lying in wait. I was gonna get caught.
Okay. Great stasis. Shockwave gets nothing. How much does JDG want to get off the back of that? They might feel a lot more confident starting fights without that big wombo. This thing goes flying in there, trying to get
How much
a flash
can JDG
out.
get? I think the Shockwave is really important for WE. It can
So
really
vital.
hold. Yeah, it can hold a lot of space. It's a threat against Pays, who is really fed at this point. I don't think the WE wants to pull the trigger without Shockwave available for Karis on that trigger pull. So will be that top inner falling and that mid inhibitor turret nearly falling. As WE, they have bent, but not they've yet to be broken here, Slayer.
Yes.
And I know it's a gold deficit, and those 2 LDRs can be a little bit scary here. That might be enough to maybe help Slingshot JDG back. I feel like Infernal Soul, though, would still be pretty deadly.
Yeah. I just think now, by this point, where Shun and Pays are at, I mean, level 18 Zaya, we're 4.5 items deep. The
Yeah.
similar spot for Shun. Like, you have to get to one of them in a fight now.
I mean, I still see Scout flashless and with no Zanyas or Stasis up, and for me, that's like the screaming, blinking light, like, please WE, go attack Scout, right?
Okay.
Because if he finds these engages, too, we have seen that be the big difference maker for JDG. So I think that's, like, where WE should look. But their pop needs to be big. When they use their ults, it needs to be big, because, again, Taeyun, as the Kaisa into the Kindred and the Zaya, can't really function
It's impossible to play. It's impossible
without
to
that
play.
ultimate. Yeah.
Partly why he maybe indexed into that AP build is we see the Void Staff and the Zanies alongside the
I like
Nashor's
it.
Tooth.
Yeah. I mean, he's got all 3 evolves. Obviously, Kaisa scales so damn well. So I think it makes a lot of sense this game. You see a TP from Ala, and Monkey to take the inner, and you're going to scare him off this. Okay, not bad.
Longer lane and mid lane, and the Baron drops off, and WE at the very least they don't give, they keep their base intact, which is a big win. Do we just give? How much stock do they put into trying to stop this next dragon though? Because right now it's really hard to even allocate leaving anywhere near outside base radius. They can catch some waves up, but it's a really scary thought to try and all in for this last dragon. I think you lose the game if you're not able to really win a fight after grabbing Infernal Soul.
I think they can check some stuff with Cube, and yeah, with these Kaisa Ws, and with Taeyun, I believe having W evolve at this point, you can see how fast he can fire these out. They don't do hella chunks.
He's gotta hit them too.
Yeah, I mean, if it hits, it refreshes a good chunk of the cooldown, and so far the hit rate's pretty good. 2 on the Pays. He does have some lifesteal.
Damn, okay,
Taeyun's been damn good with these so far. 5 seconds till the dragon spawns. Important Scout is still tucked away in the WE jungle, and Scout is yet to be spotted. Scout does have flash up again.
Oh my god, but look at how quickly Kindred Zaya ripped that dragon. Monkey flying in as well after Shun, who's easily saving the equalizer from Ala, is going to cut off Cube and Vampire. Flying in is Taeyun next. Pays buying so much space. The Lamb's Respite. The knockup from Vampire. They can't kill Pays off. And boom goes the dynamite in the name of Shun. Gets the heal. Flying after Karis next. Shun will not relent. And sure, Taeyun finds himself safe on the back end of this fight. But he has no control left over the pit. No control left over the lanes. And Scout is hunting for him. You see how close he gets to this, though. He's not going to catch him. But Taeyun, the only one for WE able to survive.
That fight was crazy close. I cannot believe that Pays lived as long as he did, and I can't believe that Shun walks out of there either, as he lived with 1 HP. Oh, wait. Ult and 2. 1 for Taeyun. Yep.
Oh, he's going. He's going for it. Cleanses the stun. Can Taeyun do it? No! Shun survives again. It's just a 1-for-1.
Oh, Taeyun down for 62. Of course, both teams at soul point now. And what continues to be a banger series here, Slayer, I just want to replay it, because Pays flashed into the Lamb's Respite at like 1 HP. Yeah, here we go. All right, so Monkey's going to pull the trigger after Pays gets pretty low. The poke from Taeyun actually added up in this fight. Monkey goes in. The ball ends up finding Pays here as Cube. It's a great Q3. And Pays, how he lived... Oh my god, the auto was mid-air. again, he lived through all this. Vampire did a great job of clearing space, but that was a lot of cooldowns. They had to burn on Pays, and he got the rip off that killed 2 people pretty much in the back half. If Pays dies earlier, I legitimately think that WE wins that fight. The fact that he lived throughout it, that's the Dragon picked up. They get the Baron off the back half of that. And JDG off of an auto being in midair and flashing into Lamb's Respite for me, that's really what just picked him up that last Baron.
Frame differences is what
it's so close.
It's so close.
Shun lived with 1 HP, and then Taeyun like was 1 auto attack away from finding that 1v2 pretty much. That was crazy.
It's just the little things not going WE's way, and it's what we go back to talking about, that this is a super team for JDG with much loftier aspirations, a team born out of friendship, trying through that to capture LPL titles, compete as a Titan, not just here and internationally, and in those big, tense, clutch moments, they seem to prevail when it matters most, and now mostly about going through the motions, but this game is still close enough where you feel like WE, if they can put everything together one more time, find June, find Pays, this game can hold back up for them.
I do really like this pocket that Vampire's in. He's kind of carved out a nice little potential place there. Going to regroup with the team. I will say a lot of flashes are down after that fight. None available. So it's only Auto that has the flash up. That really speaks to how electric that last fight was. Again, cannot believe the margin that both of these teams played that last fight on. That was so damn close, Slayer.
Can WE find something even deeper down within them? They're just going to get chunked down. Their turrets cut down by a Kindred that is so infinitively scaled at 12 stacks. And
Shun.
It's just so hard
Dear
to even
Lord.
get near this Kindred at this point.
What range do you even have at 12 stacks, right? Because it's a 4-7-10 breakpoint on the Kindred. So, yeah, Shun looks like he's got like 675 plus, or like around that range. He's outranging the Xayah. And again, as Kaisa,
numbers.
Yeah, as the Kaisa, it's really tough. Because you pretty much only can go in with R, and that is your shotgun comp. So, we're going to see Vampire on a big flank here.
Wrapping around.
This is the hope.
Nexus turret's getting chunked down by these cannon minions. At some point, W, you have to go. You cannot let them whittle you down one by one. Vampire shows, flies in. Shun gets headbutted. Once again, Monkey flies in as well, but JDG stave off the play very, very well. Get back together as 5.
Still lose the turret.
Yeah, they lose the turret. Vampire doesn't have his ultimate anymore, so W are starting to run out of tools.
It's a one-way trip for Vampire.
There's no more hemorrhaging left. WE are getting cut down. The Equalizer burning through so many members. Monkey's up in the air. Monkey's down. Pays gets a huge blade caller back. Shun pops the stasis to try and save himself, but WE are completely scattered. It's the double marksmen that bring home the series for JDG.
I really cannot believe that JDG won this series 2-1. And I can't believe that Pays lived in those last 2 fights. The GA into the Lamb's Respite was fantastic. That Dragon fight was one of the closest fights I've seen in the LPL so far. As Pays living with that auto going through midair as he connects with the Lamb's Respite was ballistic. Really speaks to what the series was. And it felt like JDG just outclassed Team WE at the end of the day. It wasn't JDG's best day on the Rift, but it was good enough to win. And that last game, that was a really squishy comp. They were actually able to pilot off the back of Shun on that signature Kindred. Felt like he was a big difference maker with Pays, again, just being that consistent rock for JDG that really feels like he has just been finding other levels that other LPL AD carries cannot in the bot lane.
And as we talked about so many times with this roster for JDG, with all the experience they have, Cubby, there's champions that they could just go back to and feel comfortable no matter what the scenario is. You highlighted the Rakan for missing nearly 80% win rate. The awesome Kelsey Moser shouted out the fact that Shun, 70+ win rate on a ton of games on the Kindred, and they just knew that through those champions and their much more calm, collected approach to those team fights, no matter how close it got, they felt like they had it in the bag and they bring it home to separate themselves from the pack.
I feel like I almost misassessed that game in a way because I was really confident that WE, just with a beefier comp, would be able to pull that one off, but when the mid-game plays went sideways, and once that Kindred just got as big as it did, and that thing was an astronomical game changer, right? Like, Shun could not be touched by the composition of Team WE. I feel like that's what really kind of shifted the game back in JDG's favor. As you called out a couple times, the double marksman comp was just huge. And, I mean, what an interesting series still. Like, because WE, this was a team, I know that this breaks their 5-series win streak, but no one expected them to be as competitive as they have been. And for JDG, they continue to kind of move up the standings, threaten that top 4, but a series like this still leaves a lot of questions in terms of what we're expecting out of this team in the long run, and it doesn't feel like they've really reached that mantle of the super team or the team that could contend to go international yet for LPL. So still need to see a lot from them, but hey, backs up against the wall. They did clutch up in that game 3.
Big to see with how grueling of a format this is. This is JG's first stage game on 15.9, but they come out on top with the win. The flip side of this, though, is WE. It's such an interesting sample size now, right? 6-game loss streak, 5-game win streak. I'm curious if they can just find their own set of consistency, because as fun as the streakiness is, Cubby, it's just not sustainable.
I mean, I think that, again, that game was really winnable for WE. Like, when we go back through some of those replays, I've got the overextension in mid. They got Shun the kill on the Taeyun. I think that one hurt a lot. And, oh, dear Lord, that topside damage. I mean, obviously, that's kind of what the champions do at a time. But, jeez, that... man, Shun, I wonder who the player of the game is going to be for this game, Slayer.
Oh, I wonder.
Any guesses?
Man. Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Monkey. Oh, wait, my bad.
Wrong jungler.
No.
Yeah.
Wrong jungler.
Yeah.
Oh.
Again, Shun and Pei is like, these guys, it feels like at times have been the 2 best performers on JDG. They really showed up in the back half. Shouts are missing.
Taeyun nearly has 50% damage share, by the way. That's an unheard of number.
Just kind of how the comp went that game.
Yeah.
Again, looking at some of these highlights, I mean, I really want to get to the one dragon, or I mean, there were 3 dragon fights that were insane.
Not this one.
This was the one that like WE won pretty convincingly. I thought it got them off to a really good start. This ult from Cube was crazy. He got on one side of the wall, Pays was on the other, ended up being stuck. They really made work in this fight. With Vampire also even like bumping out all the back end was pretty hype.
Yeah.
So that was a fun one, but dude, okay, yeah, they pulled this one off on the Scout as a 1-for-1. I want to see the dragon fight where they overextended.
Yeah, I want to see that one.
That for me was when Shun started to get really big, and it broke the game. As okay, we're actually not going to get that one. This was a close one.
I think this is the one you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, it is. No, you're right. The back half. God, I feel like that was the one fight that Pays might have stepped up a little bit too far. But even if he has a better flash there, he might have been able to rip Monkey and actually take him down. Again, this one Pays fantastic ult, gets out of the shockwave, able to space everything in the back half.
Yeah.
Him versus Taeyun was a close one, but managed to navigate his way out, reset the fight. Again, every fight we see Pays has just been fantastic. And then JDG really cracked the game open when it was a dragon take for Taeyun. Couldn't join the fight. Scout came back, pulled the trigger. That was a really big win. And then this fight from Pays was ballistic.
I hope they slow down that auto so we can just see how close this was. Because, I mean,
I mean, how does he live? If he dies, this game for me is over. Because the Vampire combo comes down on the Shun here, by the way, instead of Pays. So I really feel like that was like the game-deciding play. That was just, I mean, that is the slimmest of margins you can play League of Legends on. It truly is.
And while I know this game 3 does show like a sort of a kind of out you could give WE in the sense like, you know, these small little changes in the fights, like they just didn't fall your way, right? The chips didn't fall your way this time. Taeyun could have won the 1v2, but looking at the series holistically, I don't have a ton of sympathy for WE in this game, knowing that
game 1.
This should have been a 2-0. This really should have been a 2-0.
Oh, game 1 was such a crime. I'm still thinking back to the Taeyun Arcane shift. I say a lot of, you know, ahs, ums, and ohs. It's not a great habit of mine, but that one truly left me speechless, sadly. It's interesting. Like, again, I think the evolution of Team WE, if Taeyun can hit some of the form that we saw from him a little bit earlier in the split in the year, I think that could be something that could unlock another level for Team WE.
Yeah.
As again, that 1v2, like the W from Kaisa went. I don't know if he meant to hit Scout or not. Obviously, he got through Scout, not Shun, who ended up taking him down. And oh boy, would you look at that? What a surprise, Slayer.
Oh my god. Exodia King Druid takes the MVP. Well, nonetheless, Shun, well deserved. Talked about how on a team where Pace is Mr. Consistent and the solo lanes can have their moments that we saw in this series. I'm glad to say that Shun has shown that he can step up to a different level, especially in these last couple of series for JDG, to get them to 7-4. That will wrap up our first series of the day. So, Cubby, any final thoughts here before we say sayonara to you and get into our next series?
No, that was a lot of fun, man. I appreciate you for joining me for that one. Everyone at home, we got a fun one coming up, but yeah, hopefully it can match some of the chaos that we had in this series, which was quite interesting.
Well, we're going to get two teams in very different scenarios when it comes to Group Ascend right now. A sliding Invictus Gaming taking on the Thunder Talk squad with a new jungler trying to find their footing. It'll be Alk Battery jumping in with myself to take you through the rest of the LPL day. So say sayonara to Cubby. It was a great casting with my friend, and we will see you guys after the break to welcome in our next Group Ascend series. Welcome, everybody, back into the LPL English unofficial broadcast, and welcome in my good friend, Dimitri Battery, as we strap in for two teams that are on a very different current trajectory than the last matchup we just saw.
You say they're on different trajectories. They're both on pretty big loss streaks right now. So maybe, the stocks are crashing.
That's
fast.
what I'm saying. WE was on the 5-game win streak. JDG up for, and now we're here with IG crashing and Thunder talking the bottom.
Okay, I can see it.
Yeah. But nonetheless, we are at a matchup where I know Alk, you really outlined this series for IG, a get-back series, right? Because the series losses they've had recently are tough, but they had one of the most tough schedules in the last couple of series, nonetheless.
Yeah, you just look like their last couple of matches, they're going up against anyone's legend, 2-0 there from them. TES, again, goes to 3, but TES still end up clutching it out in the end. They play against Weibo twice, and even the first one was, while it was close, I think there was still a lot left to be desired from this Invictus Gaming roster, so they've got past the Hell Week. This is they got through their finals. This is now like the last couple days of the term for them, and they only have 5 matches after this. I think we should be expecting them to take this as a bounce back to find some momentum and make a last-minute surge, I think, here in the standings.
Yeah, as we talked about with the format earlier, right? Top 4, auto bid to playoffs. The rest you were going into the play-in tournament. But as we've always done with the second round robin series, as I like to coin here, Alk, what did this matchup look different time round? And it was a banger, I would say. This thing went the distance, and it is to preface, this was a different look Thunder Talk team, and the vibes were definitely different with this TT team at this point as well.
Yeah, this was very early on into the season. This would have been Thunder Talk's 4th series of the year, or for Split 2. And this one actually ended up going all the way to 3, which was very surprising considering the form that I think IG were coming in off of the FPX series, off of losing against BLG and still being competitive against top esports. But still, I think some of the things that stayed the same are the fact that IG, when they really are on form, I feel like Rookie is playing at his best in team fights. We're actually seeing the Shy be a really contributing member. Don't look at the screen right now. Everyone look away. He's playing Scion. But you're right. This is a much different Thunder Talk. It feels, with the news that Beitron eventually was going to be moving on to BLG, Thunder Talk has just felt very deflated and more of the same of the issues where no coordination, lack of discipline, I think, in fights, and all around a lot of troubles just in the early laning phase.
I think it's really going to shine through once we're able to get to these Game 2 clips, the series that Thunder Talk were able to go up and take, because even back to Split 1, and it is a bit of a pain point now with Thunder Talk that we're looking at, they were so fun and so proactive doing things like this, where it's Beitron and Feather that are playing the pivotal roles to set up. You see it in this clip, right? It's a flash forward, double sleep. It's a flash, Zenith Blade, Solar Flare. And for Thunder Talk now, it's the tough question to ask, but it's to find this sort of flair, to find this proactivity while also walking the wire of not overextending. It's asking a lot, but that's what I want to see back out of Thunder Talk if they're going to try and make a surge out of the bottom of Group Ascend and knock down an IG that we talked about has had a rough go of it in these last couple of series.
Hoya feels like a kind of player that is particularly outspoken, or at least is willing to kind of speak his mind a little bit. I need him in the same kind of way that we were talking about Cube in the last series. I need you on tanks, I need you on Scion, I need you on Ornn, I need you on all these kinds of champions, and just lead from the top lane. Because jungle right now for Thunder Talk, not necessarily doing it for us. He is a very new player. Obviously, when we talk about Xiaohuang Ren, he's been, in the Thunder Talk kind of camp when we talk about their pipeline from LPL. Yep. But as a new player stepping in, not only in terms of the experience differential between him and his teammates, but also the fact that most of this team has been playing together, at least 3/5 of this roster, playing together for the past 2 years. Yeah. You're kind of like the new kid on the block alongside your mid laner. So when we look at this Thunder Talk roster, I just don't see who as a personality is going to step up and lead this team. And inside the gameplay, who is exactly really kind of going to be that standout player? Because for as long as we've been talking about 1xN and Feather, their stats just laning-wise don't look the greatest, and they haven't really been able to translate early success into many successful team fights.
Without a doubt. Across the board, though, to formally introduce Thunder Talk, Hoya in the top side, Xiaohong Ren in the jungle, Seitab mid lane, 1xN and Feather to round out that bot lane. And back to the conversation you're having, I know some of the clips you were able to garner here for Thunder Talk have really shown. 1xN and Feather have tried a lot of bottom lane, especially early game oriented ones, to try and be that anchor point to carry through for some of these games. But as you mentioned, it's just been a struggle to find them working.
Look, if you ever need someone who's got Ashe ultimates, this is all I was doing. Because at this point, this is the only thing. We've talked, I think, around the brush so many times about Thunder Talk. It's 1xN Feather, 1xN Feather. I want to see him on Ashe, man. This is one of our best Ashe. We had a graphic come in through from the LPL at the start of the new Spirit Blossom event showing Ashe ultimate hit rates, and 1xN was the best Ashe player at being able to land these ultimates. I know that Cubby recently on the show did have a bit of a disagreement with the stat, but the stat looks good, okay? It's one of the few ones we can actually pull for Thunder Talk that look positive. So I had to grab all of these. I wanted to show all of the Ashe ultimates from their first game against BLG because it's basically the prettiest part of the entire series.
I mean, in one series, you're telling me Ashe Heroes were able to get kills and Otacons? That's some high-level value Ashe ultimates. So we'll see if we get your call there, Alk. If we get some Ashe duty here from 1xN, and really looking for any sort of fight and cohesion from the Thunder Talk side here as they try and fight back for the bottom group ascent. Let's talk more about our challengers, though, and officially, most important, formally introduce Invictus Gaming and their current iteration. The Shy on the top side, JJ in the jungle, Rookie mid lane, and Gala and Mako to round out this team that we really do feel like Alk have had their highest highs in some of their series early on, and of recent have had some lower standing results than the team would like.
Invictus Gaming, for all it's worth, are probably one of the most exciting teams to watch. Whether it turns into a Nexus exploding is another question.
Yes.
But this series against Weibo I thought was very fun. You look at their JDG series as well, them playing against top esports. Every single match from Invictus is a banger, but there are very clear holes in their gameplay. Thashai in the mid game seems like he has a bit of issues of kind of reeling it back in or reining it in, and also some of his champion picks, Nidalee top, are not the most effective at being able to generate leads, especially ones that we feel like IG are really going to be able to utilize. And honestly, the kind of night and day performance as to whether or not we're going to see Gala and Rookie actually perform is a bit worrisome for me. Rookie, his laning phase isn't as solid, so sometimes he takes a few bad trades early on that kind of delay some of their ability to actually play the game. And then Gala making a lot of mistakes, honestly, a lot of mechanical errors. So for a super team that we were expecting to come in and excite the league, they have, they've at least fulfilled one of those promises.
Yeah, I still feel like when they're on, IG are maybe my most favorite team to watch team fight, the way they're able to pilot some of these avenues, but it's the decision making that really confuses. And the back half of these clips I really want to show, because we talk about inconsistency all the time with a lot of these teams looking to compete for the playoff spots, the top four, but like the highs of IG, you called it, like taking games off Weibo, taking games off TS, and then we're losing an NIP, we're throwing away game threes to Weibo. It's just so hard to read this team, even if the schedule has been tough. So we're hoping up against a struggling Thunder Talk squad that they can come out on top, show that they're ready to take advantage of one of the easiest schedules remaining of this Rumble stage.
I think the really funny thing is when you look at where they are on the standings, they're 5-7, which means that they're tied now with Team WE coming into this series. They need a win here if they even want to bother getting into top 5. I mean,
yeah,
we said, hey, maybe this is a top 4 team very early on in the split. I think now that we're in the back end of the second round robin, we're starting to close out on our regular season games. This team is looking like a 7th, 6th place team right now, which sure gets you a pretty, I think, a free win up against one of the Group Nirvana teams eventually for that play-in stage. But there are a lot of issues for this Invictus Gaming roster, and I think fans, rightfully so, might be very excited to see the names, but see the results and aren't really kind of having that kind of dissonance between the two.
And hey, again, you would say on paper, looking at the rest of the teams in the LPL, like how would IG end up falling to 6th, 7th? there are teams hungrier right now in Group Ascent.
Yes.
We just saw WE, who really should have, really should have beat JDG the way that series was going early on. And then, you know, FPX have been a really fun story. These teams are hungry to take advantage of an IG squad that has found some serious holes and struggles, as Alk pointed out so eloquently. We're into the 1v1 though for side selection. It's a mid lane matchup. So I would hope we get some unique champions in a mid lane matchup, but I've been misled so many times already.
Slayer, it's okay. We've gotten rid of Varus and Corki. They can't hurt you anymore.
Oh, true.
So
they can't.
It's okay. And now that we have Kelsey back, now I feel like we might not be allowed to have our 6-7 minutes of uninhibited airtime. So it's no longer just me bullying you in the booth.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's true.
I have
Kelsey,
to be careful this time.
Kelsey, thank you for coming back. I was afraid because Alk held all the power.
I don't know what it is, man. You were afraid the last time we cast it, so I wanted to make sure that you felt comfortable, that we eased into this one.
I'm always comfortable. I'm always
Okay,
comfortable.
all right.
Until Alk tells me that, you know, tells me that I may start losing some gigs, or, you know, my mic may mysteriously turn off. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, look at this, though. Mid laners taking a page out of the top lane side. Sentap, though, is a very big Jace player, I will say. Had some huge highlight Jace plays in Split 1, so this is a comfortable champion for him. Don't know if I can say the same for rookie Renekton, but we ball.
The one thing that I'm going to be looking forward to is just the fact that Sentap, he's got to perform. Not only here in the 1v1, but here in this series, when Thunder Talk have looked their best, I think it is when Sentap actually has a little bit of agency and he feels like he can make plays in the game. I think of his Ahri, his Yone, some of his most played champions this split. And I want to see him actually play with some of that confidence, because that was part of the magic of Split 1 for Thunder Talk, was the fact that these guys all together were working as a machine. Part of that was the lane swaps, but Sentap really felt like he could be a little bit more of a mechanical mid to be that playmaker for the squad. So I think this 1v1 with one of his signature champions as well in the Jace, I'm hoping to get a little bit more out of him.
It can all start with this 1v1 as we will now finally push on and grab it. And I always like to state this, and if you're joining, you know, just pop it in for an LPL game here or there or miss the first series, these 1v1s are so critical, even in a meta that is continuing to evolve on 15.9. Best of threes, double blue side, super valuable. And if there's no better example, it's in WE, who nearly 2-0 JDG using the power of blue side and looked like a very different team once they got onto red side. We are starting our bush camps here. Are you looking for an all-in here for rookie, or how slow do you really want to play this into the Jace?
As the Jace, you want to try to avoid Renekton at all costs. Yes, you have the range advantage, but if he goes for an all-in, you are a bit toast, unless you're in melee form, where you can hammer swing him away. So we'll see how Rookie's able to pilot this. I assume what is going to happen is Sentap is just going to stay in ranged form. He is going to farm the minions, and Rookie is gonna cry because he can't call JJ or Mako over to come save him in this lane.
Yeah, there's no Rel Roam. There's no Nefiri popping over a wall to save your Rookie. And I think we're just gonna be in a bit of a stupor, shoving in waves. Really interesting point will be like, where will Sentap feel comfortable going for a reset versus threading these turret plates when he gets these big waves crashed in.
The most disgusting part of just this Jace is his passive. I mean, just having flat armor MR pen on your champion when you auto-attack them is really disgusting, and especially with how small the first turret plates are on the 1v1 map.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever just use the Jason Power W from his ranged form, you basically just take free plates very early. You can already see that Rookie is starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, and free empowered recall, right? So you get that reset off even quicker,
true.
because we need to help out even more with a lower plate health bar. Sentap able to get a ton of his mana back here as well. I was a little bit worried about extending trades after he used about all of it to get Rookie this low. But for Rookie, he doesn't have flash. He doesn't have a lot of ways to cut down the distance, but you got to feel like he's just waiting for Dominus and likes his odds forcing a fight once he gets that ultimate around. But with more of these chunks, I get more and more worried about the Croc, even with his powerful ultimate.
Slayer, how much Jace have you played? Just curious.
You know, not a ton. And then I didn't get to play a ton. I did not fall for Jace after Arcane. I was not like, oh, I've got to play a bunch of Jace. I was like, I see a lot of people playing a lot of Jace. That's my
Okay,
little story.
how much of Jace do you know, like champion skill wise?
I mean, I understand the abilities. I understand the all-in combinations when you try and set up the damage with the poke first, then flying with the hammer stance to get the kills done.
There's a point I'm trying to make here, and I'm slowly trying to get you to hear it. Do you know what his melee W does? Oh, wait.
Okay, hold on. All right,
Whoa.
there's the Dominus. In goes Setab. Barriers popped on both sides, and Setab in that range form to get the kill done. I think the point you're trying to make here is that his W gives mana back. I think that's the point
There
you're
you
trying to
go.
make here.
There you go.
We're learning
There we
today.
go.
We're learning with our 7 minutes of airtime.
They can't stop us. They could technically, but
They could
won't.
easily stop us.
There's nothing else happening here. I mean, Setab gets his back. He'll get 2 plates there. He has a pretty massive lead. Goes for the Eclipse. I think pretty interesting to go and take here. We've been seeing a lot of Jaces go for the Spear of Shojin rush first, and there is a small bit of tech here for Renekton, just the empowered Slice and Dice being able to also break shields. So if Rookie actually does get on top of him while that Eclipse is there, that could potentially be something that it looks for, but I just don't know how meaningful that actually is going to, that small interaction is going to be with the fact that Rookie is sitting on plated steel caps and random assortment of items.
Item diff is just so gross. Level diff, so gross. Setab, locked in on his Jace. Gotta love this pick sneaking through. And it only feels like a matter of time before he either gets a fight that is super advantageous with the Ring of Fire or takes away that turret with an Eclipse and Bone, or the ability to just bash through it with that rune choice. I'm scared for Rookie here. I think this one is a blue side wrapped up for Thunder Talk unless we get real crazy.
Setab just hit the turret, brother. There you go.
Oh.
Okay, he took one turret shot. Does not matter. Okay. He's got another wave coming as well. He doesn't want to use... Just use your Shock Blast to farm this? Nope. Okay. All right. He wants to make sure he has that for this. Also a small bit of Jace tech for everybody at home. You don't... Oh. Setab?
Okay. That is the most anticlimactic ending of that 1v1. I think Rookie just wanted out, man. I think Rookie just wanted out. Yep.
Just like every other team, I will say, probably they need Tabe in their back pocket. I know it's a very big cheat code, but Tabe has been cooking up on the 1v1s. He's been doing a lot of individual tech for his players, so maybe they might need that. And IG, if you ever need some help with the 1v1s, I don't think I'm your guy, but I'm sure there's someone out there. Maybe a molecule type person.
I was gonna say, are we gonna say hit the Hulk battery line? I was like, no
I think if I have to ever be an analyst on a team and Thashai is one of my solo laners, I'm just gonna look at the solo. I'm gonna ask him, please play some more solo queue, brother. That's it.
What was the they showed off the ranks, right, of IG one time? Was the Shy Emerald, or what was?
He was Emerald. He played like 20 games, maybe 20 to 50 games, and everybody else is like 150 plus. It's very early season 1. It was very early of 2025. So
it was
maybe in Split 2 he decided, hey, we're no longer playing these like 3 best of 5s in our Split 1. I don't have to play that many games. Now that we're playing multiple best of 3s throughout a week, maybe I hit the Q button a few more times.
Be a fun thing to revisit, comparing those solo queue stats to now for IG. Yeah. But now they have to approach this draft from the red side as we continue to see a lot of picks evolve on 15.9. And where do you feel like the priority lies on an IG red side? I still think that form-wise, recently, how IG's been performing, I'd like to see Rookie get an advantageous lane, and I still think he could take over against Setab, knowing how we feel about both these teams currently.
I think when we look at right now between these two teams, usually what we've been seeing across the league is a big priority on Nico because of how strong she is in the laning phase and the fact that you can kind of use her to bridge champions like Kaisa from a weaker laning phase into a strong mid-game performance, as well as just having that Pot Blossom. But I think we're more than likely going to go back to what we saw in Split 1, which is a heavy focus on the two junglers here. I mean, just between them two, and I think just in general, Xin Sao is going to have very heavy presence as a skirmisher, opening up for those AP mids coming out from these two mid laners. And we're right into draft here. Thunder Talk, though, Azir and Talia ban, I think
Wow.
is interesting because you are obviously targeting the enemy mid laner, but Satab's pool has not been the widest so far in 2025. So I feel like this might be a little bit of a jab back at yourself here.
Yeah, just waving over to Rookie like, hey, check out these bans. Do like the Yone ban for IG, knowing, you know, the meta, but it's also, we talk about Satab's pool. Loves those melee champions, likes to flex into the AD one, so you get double value out of that Yone ban as you cash in your Nico talk there with that one coming through as the final blue side ban. But we're about to get through this ban phase, and we're only going to take away one jungler.
Yeah, so please let it be Vi, because Vi blue side, Vi first pick is still very good. That champion is incredibly strong, gives you that proactivity if you really need it, and is a one-stop button to just go in and find the enemy backline. So I like this. I think Xin Zhao is still perfectly fine as a first pick. I don't think we've been seeing too many very interesting counters, and obviously, again, just giving Xiao Hongren a comfortable enough bruiser for him to act and create action for his team.
Here comes the B1 Scion to ruin all your points. Nope, they'll take the Rumble.
I'll
so
take
Hoya,
a Rumble too.
That's a very powerful B1. Hoya gets the Rumble. I know that doesn't fit the tank agenda for Hoya this game, but hey,
Yeah.
powerful champion to try and carry home for Thunder Talk.
I think just in general, it's also a very risky gambit to go for tanks into Thashai. He is a infamously greedy player, so to have that already taken away, I think is good enough. We're going to see the Varus response coming in from Gala, so giving them the range, and then a Nefiri. We are expecting a Rise on 3 here from Rookie. It has been one of the most popular pairings, especially now with Talia gone. So
Yeah.
Thunder Talk going to pick themselves up a really potent 2v2, though. A Rumble plus the Pantheon gives them a ton of
Ooh.
skirmishing, and now with a Rise, playing on side lanes is going to be very difficult, I think, for Invictus Gaming. So how are they going to be able to match this? They're going to go for the Galio instead. Okay.
Does feel like a slam dunk, except for the fact that we talk so much about wanting Rookie to take over a game. You're now on bodyguard, you know, a big engage tool, but a counter pick nonetheless, and a tank in the mid lane. Love it though into the Rise and the Rumble. So 1xN's going to be the biggest damage threat to Rookie as this game goes on.
All right, we get into back end of the drafts. We're going to go with a Poppy ban from the side of IG. I think if you are Thunder Talk, you are really focused on trying to get rid of some of these 80 carries that would be, or the support matchups that might be incredibly difficult for you. I'm thinking with a Varus, you're probably going to be seeing something like a Rel, maybe a Leona here. I think Leona potentially against Thunder Talk with some of the immobile carries they're already showing is very, very difficult to deal with. Orianna ban, we don't know if we don't know if this Galio is going top lane, right? So I think still focusing away at Rookie, and you were able to steal away the Rise, perfectly fine. You have to think about Victor though. Victor's a very realistic possibility coming on through for Invictus Gaming.
We'll see if they can win another ban towards Rookie. Like you talked about, knowing the Shy, it's hard to find bans to really ever mess with his pool. So if you're going to throw a ban the Shy's way, might have to be based off of a matchup you don't like, or you just run on the belief that you really think this Galio's going top. I like the sort of mind games this draft is going to play on, knowing IG's unique player champion pools. They're going to commit the Ahri, so they're going to. So that is a 4 ban levy towards Rookie's champ pool in this game 1 if the Galio does end up going top.
I feel like you are maybe more worried about the Victor. The Ahri eventually will fall off, and there's a lot of things that Thunder Talk have in their champions as kits to kind of negate some of her pressure. I like this from IG. Pick your support on 4. Give counter pick to either of your solo laners here. I still think we need some kind of initiator, someone that is going to allow for JJ to actually get onto his targets. Nefiri loves to have setup from her mid laner, so I'm not the biggest fan of Galio here. I'm really expecting for Rookie to come out with something really amazing through in the mid lane.
Always like the Alistar coming through when you know Silas is not on the board with the Rise out of the way, and you can gobble that one up. So buying a lot of good space here for also Gala in this game, who you've talked about. Want to see him get back to the mechanical form that really makes him such a exciting AD carry player. He's in a big spot with this Varus. Where do the support pairings want to go here for Feather? wants to have an engage that can follow through with this Pantheon. The Rakan does definitely fit the bill in that category.
Okay. Feels like, you know, we're giving Feather one of his most comfortable champions. We're giving 1xN the ability to actually hard carry this game. Both teams very short-ranged when you think about how they're going to be interacting with each other. We're getting that Mbessa on 5. So I feel like Thunder Talk, their composition lets them cheat playing the map. They can be a little bit late to objectives. They can be a little bit late to attending to side lanes because they have so many globals and champions that have abilities that let them kind of fly around the map, this Kai'Sa included. So strong early game coming on through from Invictus. You have a pushing top side if you really want to. Rumble's going to be, I think, a fine matchup coming in for the Mbessa if the Shy plays his cards right. And with the Varus, you're expecting these two to try to utilize that level 2 power spike coming on for this bot lane duo. Just for Thunder Talk, you think about the 2 and 3 items that are going to be on for Ryze and Kai'Sa. I need to see them play it properly. Even though we might love the draft, Thunder Talk have had a lot of misgivings so far in 2025.
We've had a lot of trouble finding those timers where they can fight, and also not just playing too reactionary on the map, which I'm glad you pointed out. With this Ryze, the Pantheon ultimate, a good matchup in the top side. Want to look for Xiao Hong Ren to run the top side through with Hoya and Satab. 2 solo laners that a split ago were getting so much praise for how much they were able to lift up Thunder Talk from the floor that players like 1xN and Feather already raised for them. Could they come back to that split 1 form to help push Thunder Talk from the basement of Group Ascend? It always starts 1 game at a time. And we'll start that initial matchup against IG very shortly. Another team that is looking to show that they can punish the weakest part of their schedule in a Group Ascend middle of the pack that is so tightly contested.
This is a tough matchup for Thunder Talk. Again, both teams on a 4-series loss streak. Invictus Gaming coming in as big favorites, and I think a needed pick-me-up after what was a very, very rough Week 5.
Getting back to winning ways. IG finding some consistent form. Thunder Talk looking for any sort of form that can rescue a wary, wary Rumble stage. Out onto the Rift we go. So Jayo's ring in once more. Fanstart comes across here for Thunder Talk. Wondering how aggressive this warding might come across. Just the classic ones onto the Raptors to try and track JJ's path down.
All right, they're just going to be able to clear this one out. And it's important to note, we were looking as to whether or not this Rumble or this Galio was going to be heading top, obviously with Mbessa coming on through. I think this just gives Satab a very easy laning phase, and part of that will have to come at the mercy or kind of the sacrifice of JJ here. He might have to be visiting mid. Getting mid priority is going to be a very big focus in this game, and something that we're looking for Thunder Talk to have a particular advantage on when we're talking about these 2 mid lane champions.
Like to see Feather and 1xN trying to grapple for level 2 as early as they can, get some positive trades into this Alistar. Punish how much control Rakan really brings at that level 1. With that knock-up, Mako is sacrificing a lot of his HP and relying on that Alistar passive is everyone watching at home on Twitch gives us their prediction, 75% backing IG.
Wow. I mean, you're telling me the team that has won like almost 2.5x as many games as Thunder Talk are expected favorites? Nah, that couldn't be. We're seeing Thunder Talk though. They'll get the level 2 first. They'll be able to push this wave in. Junglers are heading to, both are on opposite sides of the map right now, with Huang Ren going up and eventually making a visit onto Hoya.
Look to try and buy more space for this Rumble. The B1 pick for Hoya, who is still just struggling to find form on really big champions that play towards the meta. Hoya can always lean back on those tanks, but good to see the Thunder Talk still want to try and get carry potential out of this guy who, you know, came onto the scene this year in the Demacia Cup playing crazy Mbessa. Had some solo kills in Split 1. He placed the Camille into a Game 5 against Bin, smacks him for a solo kill. Again, it's just returning to the potential shown for a lot of these players on this TT roster, no matter how rough things have been, even with losing their jungler.
Yeah, that's the biggest change for me, is just losing Beichuan, a player that has been on the roster for almost 2 years, one of the remaining core from even just last year's roster as well with these 4 players. So Setap coming in with 2025. We see a bit of an interesting start here. 1XM was able to get a back in, finds himself with a Cole, so we'll be getting closer to some of those items. Obviously very important for the Kai'Sa with her being able to get evolves. And JJ is going to get stopped here. Nice ward in the river actually spots this.
And Xiaohongren swings on over to force JJ take a bit of a longer route back up and clear his Raptors, like you called out, Alk. For JJ making it a point to try and alleviate pressure for Rookie in this lane, as he already had to bring his TP back in and is not sitting on too favorable wave states. So continue to track how much this slows down JJ's clear time on a power-hungry, or farm-hungry Nefiri nonetheless. First Dragon soon to spawn, and we'll see what the bottom lane reset timers look like, knowing that 1XM was able to get that Cole back in like you talked about. And Gala and Mako right now are taking a reset, and I wonder if they start swinging up towards top side like we see a lot of teams do. Nope, not just yet.
Yeah, we're really early, right? Just because of the new grubs. So 3.5 minutes before those grubs spawn. Again, we are on the new Spirit Blossom map, so only 1 spawn of grubs, only 1 type of Otacon, and a few other changes around the map. But aside from that, bit early for them to be able to make the swap. We're seeing some pinks come out onto the top side. I think that Hoya really wants to make sure that he can get level 6 before he is going down bottom lane, as that really makes it a lot easier for the Rumble to survive any kind of these dives if he is on the weak side.
Yeah, part of that plays into the swap is that a lot of games where you see the swaps that are nice, like we got from game 1 of WE versus W taking on JDG, it was a Scion matchup versus a Shen matchup. 2 champions that are fine with low resources. We got Rumble and Bessa, so they are not going to be happy with sitting in 1v2s they don't like.
We're kind of seeing some of the effects of this mid lane matchup, and good job from the solo laners so far. Hoya kind of utilizing the fact that Rumble's lane is very strong, and you look at mid lane, Setab's already up 10 CS, almost 15 here, up against Rookie. This is freeing him up to take his recalls. Now he has Rum Warp. He can be able to match Rookie, or Rookie should be able to match this Rise and potentially have bigger impact here. But with Xiaohongren up in the top side right now, JJ is just going to utilize the fact that his bot lane has push and grab himself the first dragon of the game, which is, I think, pretty good. Gives them the potential to go for dragon scaling as a potential win condition for themselves and bring them back into a game where, if this does go late, you have to imagine that ThunderTalk having the Rise and the Kai'Sa is going to make this very difficult.
Yeah, you can just look at the other side of that equation, too, without Ivaris that's going to come in for Gala, and that Galio is trying to punish the double AP lanes. Like you called out, though, I like how early they're able to get to this dragon. So JJ sets up timers that are very advantageous for rushing towards whatever pivotal soul they get. We'll say, though, Hextech Drake first, Infernal Drake next. Takes away the big extra damage boost souls you would have liked on a comp that would like to have that in the bag with this Galio in the mid lane.
Yeah, it also just means, oh, wait a minute, here we go. He just hit level 6, we're going bot.
Yep, jumping on top of Gala. They're going to go right after him, section him off, and that is the proactivity we love to see. We know from ThunderTalk earlier on in this split, they get the first bullet exactly where they want it on the 1XN's hands.
And this should now free them up to take their recalls in. Maker's going to try and hold this wave. I don't think it matters. Yes, you might send your top laner to have to go and deal with it, but as long as we're there for the timer, we're seeing that ThunderTalk, they want to try to contest for this grubs. If IG were able to get the grubs, I think it'd be nice. ThunderTalk utilized them a lot better with the champions that they have, but being able to take that away from the enemy team would feel nice. I just don't know how realistic it's going to be for IG to actually hit turrets with how low range, especially their solo lanes are.
Interesting rotations with the Shy kind of stuck in the top side, not really liking a moment to take the reset without teleport. They swing Rookie down here to catch that pretty fat wave. He does catch up on a decent amount of CS in that mid lane discrepancy like you were talking about, and the bottom lane shift towards the mid lane.
I'll be honest, Slayer. As long as Setab right now, his entire job is, I'm going to harass Rookie. I'm going to try and burn some of his mana, some of his HP, and keep him under his turret because, yes, Galli will be able to reach him a lot faster. Setab does have teleport advantage for now, so if he needs to match, he can always be there at the fight. And a good job coming out from Hoya. After pushing in a wave, he says, hey, I'll just go down. I'll take at least one of these grubs. The feat of Epic Monster Slaying will go over to IG, but at least they won't be able to summon any of those Void Mites and make it particularly problematic for Thunder Talk.
To neutralize those. So not much else to find on the map currently. I'd like to see IG try and play off some of their big first item spikes. I think that's a huge point for them to reach, especially knowing that Gala will naturally reach that lethality item a lot quicker, likely the Youmu's, and the Shy gets a ton of value off the Eclipse coming through first, and with JJ farming up pretty well in the jungle and being pretty undisturbed, he'll also get that pretty big first item spike that should enable IG to play as freely as they like to and play through their fighting, their most potent strength.
You know, Slayer, I'm a little bit afraid, and you can kind of see their match history here. IG have not had the best of times here. It has been, again, a 4-series losing streak for both of these teams, but I think IG's match history was a little bit more difficult than Thunder Talk's. Thunder Talk had to go up against BLG, JDG, then JDG again. They lost against WE, but a lot of teams are actually starting to lose to Team WE, isn't that right? So I'm looking at this, and something that I wanted to talk about as we have time before the dragon spawning in a minute. I might have to hold that. We do see that Xia Huangren is on this side of the map and does have ultimate, but Galio is full HP.
Yeah.
Thunder Talk, I think this is not a controversial thing to say, might be the worst team in the league. You look at their stats, not only just in terms of game score, but they have the lowest gold per minute of any team, including Group Nirvana teams.
Whoa. You thought
Shy is able to just watch a Grand Starfall. They have the lowest game time of any team in the entirety of the LPL. They have the lowest first blood percentage, first tower percentage, and feats of strength completion. Like, everything points to Thunder Talk having very fast games because they just lose very quickly. But you look at this, they're even right now at 11 minutes. They are, I think, you could make an argument ahead in some of these lane matchups, considering you look at Setab and even look at the fact that 1xN is starting off with a kill. Things are looking good for now for Thunder Talk.
I was going to say, some of -1, Shy, didn't miss that one. I was going to say, for some of those stats you levied, hey, one that they're turning around the series, first blood rate, they grab first blood, and also, yeah, like you talked about, they're ahead, and they're in a game state where it would have been fine for them to be even at this point. It would have been fine for them to be kind of stalling this game out because 1xN, the most reliable player on this roster, on this Kai'Sa, is in a great spot, and Setab has been pretty undisturbed, getting to that Roa at a nice pace. Ooh. And those two make this IG comp pretty problematic, but a dragon fight would solve a lot of these ailments if it goes IG's way.
All right, one of the problems that I usually have with Thunder Talk in their setup around objectives is that they are always late. It feels like their back timers they're not really utilizing. A small timer for everybody at home if you need it, 40 seconds. If at 40 seconds before an objective spawning you are not recalling, you're probably not making it to the objective on time. And Thunder Talk, they just now were able to get 1xN his recall. They are nowhere near set up for this dragon, but you look at their items, they are incredibly strong at this moment. You have a completed Sundered Sky for this Pantheon, Kraken Slayer coming in for 1xN. I really feel like if they decided to take a fight right now, it wouldn't all be that bad. I think it would be a pretty good decision coming in from Thunder Talk. Yeah,
JJ's not going to be able to match one items either. The Fury really needs that big damage boost. So maybe we'll see if IG can show some pace of play, slow things down. They don't, I mean, this Dragon's a nice win con, but if TT come all out to try and shut this thing down, they could really win that fight. They're going to teleport in now. Dragon's down about 2,000 HP as we do see Mako fly on in, but sacrifices his entire health bar. Feather gets a big knockup. In comes the Hero's Entrance, hits onto 2. The taunt is massive from Rookie. Exactly the setup that JJ needs to blow right through 2. And the public execution from the Shy right on point. Flashes after 1xN, and just like that, Thunder Talk collapse under the might of Invictus Gaming.
That's the Dragon. That's also so many summoner spells there from Thunder Talk. I need to watch that play again because we just saw them mis-execute so heavily on this fight, a little too aggressive from some of the members of Thunder Talk, and the collapse from Invictus. I mean, you're playing right into the waiting arms of a Galio ultimate, so you're spread out from there. Check this replay. We're waiting for this TP. Mako finding an engage onto the Pantheon, and you see this? Great engage from Feather. Where are my DPS stealers? We put the Rumble ult to barely try to kill Mako. We have my Kaisa, who can never actually get into this fight. That's his cleanse and his flash down from the 1xN here. Everything going from bad to worse, I think, here for Thunder Talk. And IG come out massive from that fight.
Yeah, Setab burning that flash early and just never fights his way back in. And the woes for Thunder Talk continuing, just finding it hard to sync up. And again, like I'm glad you pointed out, Feather in these fights, he still looks like the same Feather on the champion. He's so comfortable with this Rakan, but it doesn't matter if there aren't succinct on targeting and when to bring the damage across. And now after, like you called out, Alk, a pretty smart early game, correct rotations, taking advantage of lanes that they drafted to find leads. They're on the back foot.
Ah, man. That fight also had JJ without a full completed item. He didn't have the Spear of Shojin beforehand, so that was supposed to be their window to find something. There are obviously so much more in terms of game time for them to look for something. Setab another 7 minutes before his Rod of Ages is completed, and also getting very close to having at least his Tear of the Goddess done. So I think there are still a bunch of windows. They're obviously not down all that much. Despite losing 4 kills in that fight, they're only down about 800, maybe 900 gold, so not doing bad, all things considered, but now we're seeing the Rift Herald spawn here at 15 minutes. Galio just used TP in bottom wave, and you can kind of see that Xiao Hongren can actually be on any side of the map if there decides to be a sudden engage coming in from Invictus Gaming.
And that's what you want to see TT lean into, is their global threat alongside their Rise and their Pantheon, that they can play towards side lanes and finding pick plays, because IG are just another breed right now in these straight-up team fights. Shy maybe looking for an angle in here. Hits the poly execution right on top of Feather. Hero's Interest going to come across and hit the double knock on Xiao Hung Ren. Rookie gets the taunt he needs on top of Hoya's head, and JJ, with the rest of the pack, gets to run wild on the back end of this fight. Hoya has survived a long time, but it's again JJ flying in to finish off another kill, a triple kill over to the pack, over to JJ, looking to run down Xiao Hong Ren and Setab. JJ wants the big star, he wants the glory play, he's got the triple kill, and he's still hungry for more. Down goes a fourth, all 4 of those kills to the IG jungler.
Neferi's gonna eat good tonight. That is a ton of kills going over, and the Rift Herald picked up by IG. I was about to talk about that Thunder Talk have put such a large priority this season with their Herald percentage actually being some of their best in the league, but they have not been able to piece together in this first game of the series, and this is worrying. This is a very worrying trend here now as they continue to lose in this game. Really smart engagement. Again, we talked about the fact that Rookie was in bottom lane. There was a short window where Thunder Talk could have found something, but that engage coming in from Thashai with his work husband Rookie, they find an entrance and they just get all of these kills for Neferi. I mean, that alongside the objective and just more losses being incurred by Thunder Talk make this game even harder to watch for any other fans.
It is a rough time for TT. This fight is not what I'm Thunder talking about.
But this is what we're expecting, though. You know, we come into this series, Thunder Talk. It sucks to say because we're like halfway through the season, maybe in the back half, like we were talking about for the double round robin. But it just felt like this is the worst time for their jungler to get taken, right?
It's so
I get that BLG wanted to make some kind of change, but having one of the hearts of this team, I think one of the largest voices when it came to leading them and kind of being that driver, Beitron eventually leaving Thunder Talk now has some pretty big ramifications. They were already on a downward spiral, and it feels like we're going to see more and more of that. IG are now preparing to put themselves at Soul Point 18 minutes into this game, and look at where Thunder Talk are. They are in another tri-state, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao Hong Ren is just now getting back into his jungle. There's lanes to respond to top side. Good to see, though, that JJ's investment of the early game, taking that dragon early, now proves dividends. He's another guy who, on IG, we've seen so many shakeups in form. Really nice to see this 6-0 Nefiri game as he takes over and looks to maybe bail out Rookie, who does get jumped on the bot side. But with Feather there to try and get the charm, gets the knockup, and it's once again Feather finding ways to get kills locked down for Thunder Talk. But what is always the response on the flip side of the map? It is Hoya getting bodied by the Shy with some help from Mako and a mid-tier 1 turret going down. Just when you think you found a nice pick, Thunder Talk, you end up costing a fortune on the flip side.
Okay, all things considered, I think this is not all that bad. Yes, the game is in incredibly dire straits. Hoya using that ultimate actually ends up saving the top tier 1s. They'll probably still end up going down unless we see Xiao Hongren actually go up top side. But you're getting an objective bounty for this Rise, who is kind of the last saving hope alongside 1xN. 1xN is only down 300 gold. You also still have the Rift Herald in IG's pockets. So for as bad as that may seem, at least we're trading something here. And we're getting some gold onto some pretty important members for Thunder Talk.
Somebody was really upset that Satab is going to take that turret bounty, man, or something's going on. Nonetheless, we've run into a bit of a tech pause at a very precarious point in this match. But as nice as that play was, no, let me rephrase that all. That is the type of play that I like to see Thunder Talk playing into with their composition, right? Whenever you draft Pantheon Rise, you want to try and play around punishing side lane overestimates and just using those global ultimates. And into a team like IG that you pointed out does have their struggles in making those decisions, especially in the mid game. Good to see them get that kill, and I'm sure they'll have moments to look for the Shy once we get back on the Rift doing a very similar thing.
Yes, that was kind of where I thought they were going to find a lot of their money, is the Shy is going to be somewhere pushing, trying to hit a turret. Let's just keep visiting his lane. We have the Rise ultimate, you have this Pantheon. Maybe we can try to pair up with some of our skirmishing. I think that the way that Pantheon interacts with his 2 solo laners is very good. He gives crowd control to his top laner, and he gives a bit of higher spiking damage for his mid laner. So I think an ideal world is a little bit better here. But man, I hope that this pause gives Thunder Talk some time to think, some breathe in this game, because IG are taking this a little bit slow, but you can start to feel that pressure start to mount, especially as you continue to lose in your games. The being able to forget how to win is a very real thing, especially in competitives. Yeah,
I mean, ask WE. Sorry.
Dude, they haven't lost in like forever, man. I want to change the narrative, man.
I'm kidding.
They're no longer the dog water team. They're
no,
good.
they're not. No, they're not. They're not. And they're having a lot of fun doing it. It's gonna take a while to get that game one out of my system. Nonetheless, we sit currently through a bit longer of a pause, and I think that was a great point to bring up. Is just like Thunder Talk. I like to use the basketball adage. I'm sitting here in a basketball jersey. It's like when you're going cold in hoops, all the time the mantra is you just want to see the ball go in the net. You want to see the ball go through the hoop, hit the shot. And then you start to, it like reinvigorates you. It's like, oh, okay. And you just chase that feeling. You get the vibes back and you get in the flow state. I think that really translates to what you said about Thunder Talk again, right? Is now you've made that good bot side play. You understand what finding that pick is like. You understand what playing into your comp is like. Just rinse and repeat. Try and establish some mojo. Because while these are very small things, these are the first steps you got to take for a Thunder Talk, like we talked about, that has been at the bottom of Group Ascend, struggling, and then they lost one of their biggest voices at the worst time. It's just baby steps.
And for Thunder Talk, originally the talking points were, okay, Thunder Talk, FPX, and WE. You three are going to be fighting amongst yourselves at the kids' table of Group Ascend, and the big boys, the rest of the teams, are all going to be playing for top 6, top 7 of the group. But now with FPX climbing through the standings, with WE doing the same and finding their rhythm in LPL, if I'm looking at Thunder Talk's strength of schedule going forward, and we kind of look at the standings, who else is Thunder Talk supposed to be getting wins over? Because they were able to at least take games off of some of the individual teams, but against an IG that is starting to slip, we were hoping, okay, maybe this is a team you could take advantage of. Maybe even an NIP, which we don't know, man. That NIP, the next time they play NIP is the very last game of the split. So where else are Thunder Talk going to be able to find wins and find series where they can feel confident enough and kind of bring home those Nexus explosions?
That's the big question, and I don't have an answer for you. It's hard to find those spots. But you've got a lot of time to do it, and I would like to think with every series going forward for Thunder Talk, and especially with Xiaoheng Ren, like how much time can we start turning these faces happy? I want to start seeing smiles on these guys, because there was so much joy and so much conviction behind this team in Split 1. I'm sure we can find pictures to show the difference. But
I think we're seeing them right now.
Yeah.
I think I hear gameplay though. I'm hearing Varus arrows fly. I'm sorry, Thunder Talk. We could see your player cams during the game. Let's get the folks back in to Summoner's Rift. There we go.
All right, get the replay on the pickoff that we just saw from Hoya.
Yep.
Whatever issue we were landing on has come and gone. So now we look at some of these big objective timers. There's not a Drake to really deal with. The Thunder Talk will have to fight out in 3 minutes. Otacon, not as big of a priority on 15.9 as I would say any of them have been in the past. This is the window where I like TT to try and make a pick play around those global ultimates to make it so when the Dragon fight comes, it's not going to be just giant item differences that make the fight impossible.
But look at Thunder Talk right now. Like, they're getting pushing topside, so maybe Rumble will be able to get some damage on this turret. IG are controlling the mid and the bottom lane wave right now. They're actually going to start this Otacon on spawn with the Herald slamming into that bottom tier 1. The teleport comes in from Hoya. There is no ultimate from Xiaoheng Ren, and everything is up and available for both of these teams.
Yep, there's chains of corruption. Feather, though, able to sneak out so nobody else gets binded. Otacon getting a lot of damage down. A lot has changed about Otacon, but the damage is still very real. As the Equalizer comes across, JJ's going to secure it as the Shy's flying in all by himself with Mako. Hero's entrance going to land, and Satab is alone. He's cold and asking for help desperately on the top side of this fight. But Thunder Talk are finding ways to get the first pick down onto Rookie. But look at 1x and Hoya's health bars. They can't step up towards Gala, who does have to burn his cleanse.
The Shy?
And the Shy finally finds a window, breaks open the door, and kicks down Thunder Talk. A triple kill with the snap of a finger. Satab desperately trying to kite back with this rise, get the root prisms down, but no, it's not enough. Guess what it is? A Shy pentakill.
There we go. I told you, IG just straight up bring entertainment, and hey, what else to save the league other than the Shy coming back to competitive and getting himself a pentakill. Makes it look easy on the Mbessa, and with that Thornbound Otacon, the explosions coming through after takedowns, it's a win more objective, and IG do just that and find themselves with a 5,000 gold lead at 21 minutes.
Let's look back through this fight, because there were points in this one, Ulk, where you kind of liked the Thunder Talk slow approach. They got some good damage out of Otacon. This Equalizer gets value, but it's the Shy,
I mean,
man.
Not only is it the Shy, but like, where is the rest of my team? Right? Xiaoheng Ren is actually hitting on the top side next to the Otacon. We're incredibly split up here. And maybe the back end of this chase does look good. You see a lot of low HP members. I think it's very playable. This cleanse coming out from Gala makes a huge difference, and then the Shy sees the angle. Thornbound Otacon explosion 1, 2, and then 3. Continues to find the rest of them. Great damage follow-up, and I feel like that might just be the nail in the coffin here in this game. There are too many moments and too many good plays coming out from IG that even with the scaling coming out from Thunder Talk, they are just not coordinated enough.
I want to shout out Satab, though, that he almost jukes out on the Realm Warp, and that really got IG to bite. But yeah, like you called out, the Shy just found a window and exploited it. Nearly does 5k damage in that last fight. Here's where the other side of the Shy, though, could become a little perilous. There's nothing that inflates an ego quite like a pentakill, so we'll see how far he pushes his luck, being very, very ahead with all the gold he's got. But like you called out, by this point, it might just be at the point where IG can slap TT with their wallets and fight on any footing. And there's the Shy going in 1 versus 4, sets up a huge knockup, but does fall. Shutdown goes over to 1xN, so the Shy over-aggresses, but it's okay. JJ and the pack are here to try and clean things up with Rookie on the front side, swallowing up all of this damage, gets the taunt down onto 1xN, who falls, and now it's time for JJ to run free with the rest of Invictus Gaming. First pentakill to the Shy. This time it's an ace done by the rest of IG.
I was watching 1xN that entire fight. This guy is autoing out of his mind, and he is doing peanut damage right now. He is throwing popcorn kernels at Invictus Gaming for literally 0. Invictus, they win another team fight. It is just a snowball after snowball onto Thunder Talk Gaming. It'll be another turret falling. It'll be the Mountain Soul. So we were talking about, hey, they won't have big damage dealers to come on through with a Hextech and Infernal early. They have been making good use of this Mbessa ult. One of the trickier parts is the fact that this hitbox is incredibly thin, but, I mean, the Shy just finds his moment. He opens up for Rookie to come in on the back line, and they're going to also have a Mountain Soul. So if we thought that Thunder Talk were doing no damage beforehand, IG are going to be that much tankier now.
This one's just done and dusted. It's impossible to ever contest IG at this point, and like you called out, the Mountain Soul makes it hard for them to try and lean into their pick potential on anyone that over-aggresses on side lanes. We see in the Pip that another kill was found onto Feather, who was just desperately trying to set a vision for this Baron. It's time for IG to just kind of go through the motions, Ulk. Baron, push to try and win, and game-sealing fight.
Yeah. Biggest thing that if you are a Thunder Talk fan, if there's any chance for them to be able to come back, Satab has finished his Rod of Ages. He has his Seraphs. But he's getting caught out in a side lane.
Oh, the taunt ruins the Realm War. Perfectly timed from Rookie, who gets revenge for the 1v1 loss with that one.
All right, well, that was kind of that was my last bit of my copium for Thunder Talk.
What timing?
Yeah, imperfect. You know, that's just a legendary caster curse coming on through. So Satab loses his flash, his life, and now the Baron with the Mountain Soul. IG, this was an expected pick-me-up. This needed to be the kind of gust in their wins to bring them to a couple victories here.
Oh, sweet 1xN.
Jesus.
He pissed off the Pound, and they unleashed the dogs. JJ pops him with ease. This is just how far ahead IG are. These health bars crumble with a whisper of the name of IG. And now it's time to just start knocking down structures and go for a very quick win on 15.9 standards.
Oh, yeah.
Just 26 minutes into this game. They've got the Baron waves. They've got no one to really contest them. It's just Satab and Xiaoheng Ren looking to hold the line that will crumble at the very might of IG once more. Perfect stuns come across from Mako and Rookie. Xiaoheng Ren and Feather just have to watch their base burn once more as IG, with a commanding sweep, take game 1 in under 27 minutes.
Oh my. Okay, at least IG can do that. I was so worried we're going to come into this series and, hey, we got some games still left to play. Maybe they still got it in them. But the Shy and the rest of IG, they haven't been the cleanest. That has been one of the biggest criticisms we've had for this team.
Without a doubt.
But here, they looked incredibly dominant. This is some of those high highs that we were looking for, and kind of playing to the strengths of what this roster could potentially look like if they can kind of hammer home some of those errors.
The only thing that immediately comes to my mind, dog, and I don't want to come off as like a Shy hater here. I think it's a funny meme to say, how many suspect games from the Shy does he buy with this Mbessa performance?
He just wiped off like 2 Nidalee games off of his report.
Okay, 2 whole Nidalee games? Okay,
Two
wow.
whole Nidalee games. Even not only the losses. You know, the win, we'll say maybe he had a little bit better influence.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, but
we'll wipe off maybe a York game. So we'll see.
Okay, all right. We'll track that one going on. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's just, I think IG in a lot of spots, and while it has worked for them, they've kind of relied on, in the 5v5, we can kind of just hands diff some teams and make up for a couple of side lane picks from the Shy, a couple of bad rotations. This game, the rotations were on point. They took fights on great timers, and they forced TT to answer so many neutral objectives. Really impressed by JJ taking control of this game on the Nefiri. And I think when we start with the player of the game discussions, I think it's going to go to the Shy, but I really want to make sure JJ gets his flowers too.
Oh, yeah. JJ is definitely... It feels bad. JJ is probably not getting MVP this game because it's the Shy, unfortunately.
Yeah. And
he got a pentakill.
Yeah.
The flashy parts of Mbessa is when you actually land all your abilities, and again, that public execution is incredibly thin as a hitbox, but JJ played this game with not the best amount of resources, right? He has a pushing bot lane that's kind of working in his favor, but his mid lane's getting shoved in constantly, his top lane's getting shoved in as this Rumble versus Mbessa, and he's still able to kind of find angles, find picks, got a lot of kills, obviously. We talked about that dragon fight in the bottom side of the map to start off the game, so I love that for JJ. I'm glad that we're getting, more performances from him, because it's felt like so far he has probably been the most consistent and obviously sometimes the most clutch player. I think of his Lilia Dragon Steel that he had back, I think, in Split 1. Like, he has been very impressive, especially coming off of a pretty doomed roster last year.
Yeah, pretty doomed. Indeed. So, IG start to show some consistency here. And I think I also want to make sure there's credit all across the board as we get into these post-game stats, but even back to the coaching staff when we think about how the draft kind of played out, I think we talk about Mr. Consistent all the time, 1xN, really big spot there. The more I look at this draft and the more of how I saw the game play out, I think it was just such a difficult angle to ever make this Kai'Sa work. And while I know it's easy to say that when he's playing from behind, it's just a rough spot for a guy that you really lean on a lot right now for TT success.
I don't think draft was an issue at all. I think they just played like crap.
I'm saying
they played pretty terribly.
Just seeing an Alistair and a Galio that make ulting in really difficult to think about. You have to be conscious of it, and a Varus that spaces you.
I don't see Kai'Sa flying in this game. I see Kai'Sa using her ultimate to reposition herself away from the melees, maybe, because you have so much frontline, right? In theory, you're going to have a 3,000 HP Rise sitting in front of you. You're going to be having, hopefully, Feather peel for you. You look at this Invictus Gaming roster, they are so reliant on these public executions landing. And there's no CC, by the way. They're doing this, I think, very brazenly and with a lot of confidence. Any other team we're talking about and we're seeing these public executions miss, usually we would be flaming them. We'd be saying, why are we not waiting for your Alistar to go forward, for maybe the Varus ult to land? He landed every single one of them, and I think that is probably why, alongside the pentakill, the Shy is going to earn himself the MVP this game. He just literally did not want to miss on these public executions.
Yeah, maybe I'm just trying to cope for my boy 1xN.
You are the biggest Thunder Talk defender, and I think that that's fair. But I want to be realistic because I want to be fair to these guys.
It's the push and pull. It stings to see where they're at now, especially knowing. I hope we've burned my Thunder Talk graphic, and in the digital form. I hope that means it's deleted. I hope it is burned by this point. Nonetheless. Where do we go from here into game 2 if we are Thunder Talk? I mean, you get blue side again, but it's just such a hard question to answer right now.
Yeah, they'll have access to blue side. Remember, that was kind of the buff that they got by winning the 1v1, but we kind of saw that they used it to get a first pick that I think was fine, all things considered, right? We were able to still get our Rumble for Hoya. We were able to actually use the advantage. I actually thought that this composition from Thunder Talk covered a lot of their weaknesses. Again, I think the globals were all there that allowed them to kind of cheat positioning around the map. But now we're going to be coming into this game too. I think we have to loosen up on some of these mid lane bans. We've talked about how Setab, some of their best performances for Thunder Talk are when this guy in the mid lane is actually performing and being that playmaker. Rise, I think, is just not that kind of champion, and we came out of that draft with an Ahri, a Yone, and a Taliyah ban alongside an Azir. 4 champions that I think have been pretty influential for Setab in the mid lane. So hopefully they're able to ease up on that.
It's a good call out because I do think Setab, again, to draw from Split 1 is, before we get into those points. Congratulations, the Shy, pentakill, nailing the ultimates with ease. grabs himself his 7th player of the game. But yeah, back on that Seitab point, Split 1, this guy got like the TikTok mogging music edits of him playing like Yasuo mid, getting these frame perfect 1v1 kills. He had some awesome Yone games. I know it's like hard to justify these picks, but I like to see ThunderTalk try and get him on a comfortable champion. And even Hoya on maybe one of his comfortable tanks. Who knows? There's a lot to go back to the drawing board here for ThunderTalk as they try to avoid becoming the first team to get to 10 series losses in the Rumble stage. We're going to take a break, though, as many of you probably expected. On the other side, we're going to hear from one of our lovely sponsors and get ourselves into Game 2 draft. IG taking on TT. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Well, before we dive into anything LPL-wise, I have a question for all you guys at home. Have you heard of MOBA Trainer? Because we're about to show this one off. It's a fun new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program, and you can work through puzzles to push through an awesome map that will teach you of so many things about League of Legends knowledge. Right now, we're going to demonstrate one of the awesome features of MOBA Trainer. And I know our awesome producer, Kelsey Moser, is very excited for it, but not as excited as Alk is to watch it. Dodge training time.
Oh yeah, I'm so ready to see Kelsey play Dodge Trainer. I know I've been giving a lot of our prod people some flack for playing the Dodge Trainer, but
hey,
Kelsey Moser, obviously a great Valorant player as well, helping coach out the team at Boise State, and world-renowned League of Legends player as well.
Okay, it didn't start off too great. Took a mystic shot to the face, but since then, I mean, gets away from a flash charm. Still got the ghost and flash to play with. Ooh, gets right around that charm. I mean, Alk, when do you start Swen as the high score person? I'm curious. What's the
she still has an entire minute before I start even thinking about that, so I'm not worried for right now. Obviously, Kelsey takes a lot of her inspiration for playing AD carries from some of her favorite players. You know, if we're talking about slow starts, then Elk is one of them, obviously. And then Crystal and and Icon. Hey, there we go.
I just love that we heard Kelsey calling some of the skill shots hitting not real. That was
They're kind of BS. They are kind of BS, low key. I've had my complaints about some of the hitboxes, but
all right. So do we? That's the Dodge Trainer. Do we? Yeah. So that's one of the awesome components. Below us, LPL 20. That will get you the premium unlimited puzzle version of MOBA Trainer for 20% off. And the most fun part is the proceeds benefit two parties directly. It is the MOBA Trainer designers that crafted that dodge mechanic on their own, for one thing, and make the puzzles very interactive. And two, all us on the LPL unofficial English broadcast. So
yeah,
use the code below.
If you don't use the code, you do get 3 free puzzles every day. So you can kind of go through at least a portion of the map. It's very good for that. And again, just the premium helps out. You could just like blitz the entire progress, although it's going to take you a long while. I really use it for the Dodge Trainer, both the skill shot and the mechanical dodging, just because it's a lot of fun. It gets me warmed up when I'm playing AD carry, and then I can complain about really terrible hitboxes before I actually queue up for Summoner's Rift. So I'm already mentally ready to complain about the game.
You're already mentally angry at the game, and you haven't even played the actual game.
Yes. I mean, look, I blame Riot for everything. Like, if I don't have enough milk in my cereal because like it just ran out, I'm like, Riot!
It's so funny. I love how that's the approach, because we just got to hear from... I love the quote we got from Pays earlier, where it's like, I just don't remember the bad things. It's all good. And then we have.
I try not to remember the bad things, but then they make me angry when I remember them. So it's a hard battle. It's a tough battle. We'll see if that's going to be as tough as maybe Thunder Talk trying to find a win here in this series, as they're back on blue side. Bans, however, starting to look very similar. We're having the Ahri and the Nico this time, moving the Ahri out of second phase into the first phase. So interested to see what the first pick coming on through for them is.
All right, are we gonna commit a Talia or a Azir ban too to kind of round out no rookie fun club and also potentially limit Satab's pool? We'll have to see here. The Vi gets an updated ban. It was not banned away on the red side, or no, it was until the last.
Yeah, it was on 3.
IG are sticking to the same bans. Why not?
Okay, so Azir, Talia, one of these champions is probably getting through. I really don't see red side banning this champion. And this is probably going to be the game where Sejuani leaves the pool, unfortunately. Her and Xin Zhao, I think, are probably the most likely. No! Instead, it is Xin Zhao that is hitting the ban table. So if this does go to 3, he will probably be making an appearance in that game.
Wonder if they must just have a jungler they like better for the comp they look to build on blue side for Xiao Hong.
I think it is a mid laner they are looking to grab first. I think a Talia B1 is very real here for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, right. I just a jungler pairing that they like a bit better later on here. Is the Gwen classic red side ban going to come across here? So let's see it. Do we want the Talia for Tab? Do we want the Azir for Tab? And which one are we willing to likely trade back over to Rookie? Becomes another question for that.
I think Talia just gives you too much playmaking potential, whereas like Azir, eventually he'll be able to scale. I don't know if Thunder Talk really want to play the scaling game. And that's the issue that I think you come in when you're talking about the worst team in the league is they don't play a particularly strong early game. They fall apart at the seams when it comes to later game skirmishes. And we're getting that Lilia instead here for Xiaohua and Ren. Okay.
Yeah. Started drawing some first phase bans in some of those opening series we saw in 59, and it's a really big pick for some of our other junglers that we got to see earlier today. I know Monkey had some big games on it as a part of that WE fiery run on the 5-game series wins that they got. IG, though, looking to get a staple for JJ. I think some of his best games for IG have been with some awesome Skarner Impale combinations this guy's been able to put down here. And you gotta think that the Shine rookie love to see JJ lock in Skarner.
They're like, yes, you will be ganking me on level 4 in mid lane. You will be forcing Tab's flash very early. Thank you, brother. It's just a good enough front line. Also, pairs up very well with some champions that do require enemies to be a bit stationary. I like the Azir as an answer. So, what is the 80 mid laner coming on through for Tab? Imagine it could be Jace. I think if you're going to go for 80 carry on 2, taking your mid lane champion, something that is flexible in multiple lanes, is very good. So, Jace a possibility.
I don't like my GOAT 1xN on a Misfortune. I am afraid picking this champion this early. All right, we'll see. I always worry with Misfortune that there are a lot of denies that can come across to make the bullet time kind of an afterthought. So we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so in terms of aggressive supports, I think that you can go for Rel. Into the Nautilus, you're perfectly fine with that. There is no Alistar, so you're not really afraid of that as Lilia potentially punting her away. The Misfortune plus Lilia combo is very dangerous, doesn't wake them up from the sleep, so they're going to be taking double damage during all of that, which is a very big damage buff coming on through. But it's all about that setup, which has been an issue for Thunder Talk in series past. And you look at what IG have, very preventative at trying to stop the enemies from walking forward. You have this Skarner, Jin Traps plus his Deadly Flourish make it very difficult for the enemies to walk up. We're in the back end of this ban phase now, and I think you're going to be a pretty big focus on mid laners here, especially for Tab.
Yep, so the knockdown is Talia. I wonder if we try and take away, just other safer mid lane options that could come across. You mentioned the Victor from the last game. Tab has tried to pick up the Victor in some of their earlier series. That was a big talking point when we were trying to diagnose where Thunder Talk are trying to find comfortable champions with a lot of new champ pools opening up. So the Shy draws an Italy top ban as he will likely have himself red side counter coming across. Maybe we see that Victor ban come away now or an Orianna ban, something towards Tab.
I really like the Orianna ban in comparison to that one. So I think that's a sharp call out there, Slayer. Orianna makes a lot more sense. I'm just thinking about 80 mid laners, and if there's not an 80 mid laner, what are we bringing in top lane that's really going to be able to do enough here? It's going to be the Silas instead, so...
Please say
we still have the Jace. We could do Yasuo. I don't think there's a ton of setup here.
There's not. I'm just hoping.
And it sounds really miserable to play Yasuo to both Azir and Skarner.
I'm coping.
But we have seen we have seen worse things, okay? So
yes,
I've watched all of our Yorick top lane players. I've even seen some Corki here in the LPL, which isn't doing too well just across the league. I think it's like a 35% win rate, 31%.
Not a good spot.
Yeah.
Yorick gonna draw another Shy ban, so he gets the Nilly and the Yorick out of the way. I feel like this is slam dunk for Mako. Just take the Rel here now, and then give the Shy whatever twisted and unique counter R5 he wants.
I think maybe IG could have gone for Leona. Gives you the ability to stop the bullet time at any chance and forces maybe some flashes later on. But the Rel still gives you a lot of setup. And again, holding players in place, very good for something like a Jhin and an Azir. Makes sense there. So Thunder Talk now, they're going to have to blind a top laner into Thashai, by the way. I like that they did prep this Scion by getting rid of the Nidalee and the Yorick early on. But I'm looking at Thashai's pool. I mean, this could just be a Cho'Gath game. Unironically, it is looking very Cho'Gathable right now from Thashai.
I wonder, I was curious if Satab would be willing to commit like double marksman. Tristana is in kind of a good spot. I know people take it bottom lane much more. And you can put next to Lilia with the Scion on his front line. No, they'll go for the Aurora, which I do think is a bit of a weird insert into this comp.
I think it's okay. Just it creates a zone where it's very difficult for IG to move in and out of. I think also just giving Satab a laner that's going to be very strong in the first few levels against Azir hopefully opens up some more plays. We're getting the last second hover here. We're going to be seeing Thashai play Shen.
Buffed up, very buffed up Shen right now.
That's tough. Yeah. I mean, not only is the champion a lot stronger with those Q buffs, but also into the Scion is going to be a very, very potent matchup. Can match him in side lanes, can eventually even show up to team fights and be a very big menace. Who is he ulting on? He's going to ult on the Skarner and suddenly show up? He's like, okay, look, Rookie, you gave me all your Galio ults last game. I'm coming on through to save you.
It's the Shy. If you think he's going to pick save Rookie or ult onto the guy where you can land a triple taunt, like, do I need to answer this question? Come on, it's the Shy. And he's playing with some confidence off of his first ever pentakill, which was awesome to see from last game.
You know, you want it to be the most logical decision. But when I see the Shy, one of his most famous quotes is, "I will not go back to competitive to play unless I'm playing with Rookie." I'm just saying, the possibility of him helping out his work husband might be true.
Let's hope to see it. Let's hope to just see some impactful Stand United ultimates as the Shy tries to show off what could be another wrinkle in the top lane pool for the LPL going forward on the new Rift on the current patch 15.9. Definitely feels like he's going to have everything to play with. He likes to in the top side with this pick into Hoya's Scion. But I really like to see where Xiao Hung Ren is at on this Lilia pick, which I think is also pretty potent and needs to be such a big deciding factor if they want to get this huge damage amplified combo ultimate across, as Thunder Talk need to win this game to stave off being the first team to double-digit losses in the 18 best-of-3s that the Rumble stage has brought to all of our teams.
And for Thashai, we talked about it. It is his second ever Shen that he has played in his career. So let's try to bring the wins. We have those Gios coming on through.
IG are a popular team in the LPL? No way.
Wow.
Loudest they've been all day.
Okay. We look at this IG team. They're going to be a little bit slower to start. You look at Thunder Talk, they yet again have given themselves a draft where you have a strong mid lane presence, you have a strong 2v2 in bottom lane to be able to play through early. We need to see Thunder Talk actually turn this into wins, turn this into objective fights, and even just winning team fights straight up against IG needs to be a priority.
It's a great game state early on for Xiao Hung Ren to kind of just farm up as he wants to, try to get to that level 6 as quickly as he can, and then play for some of those objectives through those potent lanes like you're talking about in the spot side, playing around this Aurora. We just want to see consistent, good competitive plays made from Thunder Talk, because they've shown flashes even in the start of Game 1. They were in a nice spot. But when it comes to fights up against IG, they've just looked completely outclassed.
All right, junglers are both pathing up towards the top side. Again, we're looking at these two junglers. They're probably just going to be looking for full clears. JJ has not been the most creative. Oh, we're just doing this?
Oh, we're jumping in. 4-shot lined up. 1xN's going to cleanse the Ignite. Mako getting the autos down. Gala in flash range. If he wants to off this 4-shot, get the Q and the first blood, and he will. The root onto Feather under the turret. Mako's health bar is too dandy. Just like that, one of those big lanes for Thunder Talk's early game collapses.
That was incredibly dry, by the way. Mako uses both of his summoner spells, and they end up grabbing that. That's a huge win for Invictus. And they'll be able to crash this wave, get their recall in. I don't imagine that 1xN is going to be missing out on too much of this wave. It seems like about 3 to 4 minions, but very, very good job from the TV2 that, honestly, Gala and Mako, we came into the pre-show talking about how they have been kind of quiet in their performance so far in 2025. That's a resounding result already.
Yeah, playing with confidence. We like to see knowing what the skill ceiling is for that duo. Now the question becomes, how much space can JJ get to operate with this Skarner that, in this window, has so much ability to be a lot more threatening in lanes, knowing, as we've talked about all day long, that with Grubs coming at 8 minutes, there is some creative expression available for junglers. They're not just power clearing Andys.
Unfortunately, that's not this game. I really, maybe there's a chance, right? Like you're just saying, the fact that they push them back is opening up for a few more plays, but it also does, I think, incentivize for junglers. I know they're also trying to get rid of that so that everybody isn't just doing all of your camps on repeat. But you can kind of see here, both of our mid laners just took their recalls, they teleported back. You see that Setab is trying to move in with his jungle into the bottom side of the map, but Xiaohong Ren will be able to have access to these respawn raptors. And as long as Ilya is farming up, I think we're not too mad about what's happening here for Thunder Talk, despite some early game whoopsies.
Doesn't end up netting them too bad of a spot either for their bottom lane. Right now it's just a longsword advantage for Gala at this point. So I still feel pretty confident 1xN and Feather playing somewhat up. It definitely helps that Flash was never really burned for 1xN after dying for First Blood. So they're going to try and keep this lane pressed up to allow for Xiaohong Ren to try and step through. We do have JJ nearby. The bowling ball down. The Swirl Seek going to symbolize their presence here as the dredge line lands. Mako, though, crashes down away into safety. JJ flies in with the Ixtal's impact. Not going to fight anyone to slam into a wall. Just going to make sure this bot lane is safe and able to catch this next wave.
Getting some chip damage in and will mean that for Thunder Talk, just getting that recall is way more important for them. I like this from Thunder Talk, just making sure that you're buying time for your bottom lane. Xiaohong Ren will go up towards the top side to pick up on some of those camps while he is waiting. And we're seeing some skirmishing between our two solo laners. I am liking what Setab has been kind of making out of Rookie so far. Got an early trade that forced Rookie to recall and has done it again with this electrocute. This was going to be one of the more important matchups coming into this series, and especially here in this game number 2. I need to see Setab actually step up and prove to be that more exciting mid prospect coming in from the LCK, because it's kind of him and Karis fighting as the two new imports to the league.
I liked how you described it for Thunder Talk of recent. They look most potent and fierce when Setab is playing with the lead, playing with confidence. So we'll look to see how much he can translate this Aurora, especially once you can start roaming around the map with this ultimate and trying to see what you can get done with Xiaohong Ren. The Dragon, another Hextech Drake in the first one, is going to spawn on that bot side. We're getting close to the point where maybe start seeing some lane swaps come across here. A little bit early now, but with Grubs at 8 minutes, wonder how aggressive these bottom lanes may get trying to find an angle to take that first lane swap window with both return to bottom lane at the same time for now.
Right now, I think both junglers need to be focused on this scuttle. It'll give them level 6 or put them very close to it if they're also able to grab that. You can see that Lilia right now is pinging. I want my Raptors, guys. This Raptors gives me my ultimate, and you see that JJ, same thing, making sure that they have these big abilities up and available before this fight. JJ actually uses his smite here, so as long as the dragon isn't started, IG are going to be feeling okay, but that is the full cooldown. It's not the shortened one. He has a full minute here before that is up and available. And I think you can see that right now IG trying to figure out in real time where are they allowed to step, where can they find purchase. And that right now is them in the river first, and I think having to bail out Rookie from what right now is a pretty difficult lane versus this Aurora.
What does slow down Thunder Talk a bit about trying to punish that timer is that with teleports down for both top laners, even with Unstoppable Onslaught, Hoya will be kind of late to join a fight. Stand United just posing such a pretty big threat, and it's got to be in the back of Thunder Talk's mind going forward every time if they try and open up for a fight around that dragon.
You just know, like, oh, he's about to have like a 600 HP shield and a person that just jumps on top of him and suddenly
With a
has
taunt.
a taunt.
Yeah.
That's going to be very disgusting to deal with. So good call out for the rest of this game. We're 7.5 minutes, almost 8 now, and I mean, we're just seeing, again, more full clears. We said, okay, we can't play for this bottom side. Let's go ahead and take the resets. Let's make sure that we're moving on forward. 1xN yet again opts for the call. I don't know how good this is going to be this game, honestly. I feel like in a game that is so heavily revolving around trying to find your teamfight windows, and for Thunder Talk, a team that are much more willing to give up waves just to be there at an objective a little bit earlier, kind of feels like this might end up being a bit of a speed bump for Thunder Talk here. So
Yeah.
they're here first on this top side, but I'm kind of looking at this right now, and I think you could see that Hoya already dropping this bottom lane wave, and he's just moving mid.
And it's just free gold to collect for the Shy because he doesn't have to worry. He can just jump in with that Stand United. Nonetheless, with Hoya's presence being shown mid lane, Xiao Hung Ren and the 1xN company feel comfortable going for these grubs. JJ's going to fly in, though, with that Impale. Dredgeline going to land from Feather. As the fight starts to open up, here's the Unstoppable Onslaught. Does hit onto Mako. Lilting Lullaby only going to sleep
What?
JJ, who immediately gets woken up. The bullet time. Mako flashes away from it. 1xN gets zero value out of it, but the Tween Worlds from Satab finds the opening kill. The Shy and Rookie on the back end of this fight are very sectioned off and in danger. Feather's Dredgeline forces them to flash over as we go back towards the top side of this fight. JJ gets knocked out of his Ixtal impact by the slam down from Hoya. He gets one grub. The Shy's flying in 1 versus 3 in classic the Shy fashion. Finds the kill into Xiao Hung Ren, but him and JJ both fall. Feat of Warfare secured for TT to the price of 2-1 grubs.
Slayer, I don't know if I want to see a replay of that.
I don't. I really don't.
That was tough to watch. There was a lot of things going on, but not a lot of things going on, if you catch my drift. That was very strange. It's 2 grubs over to IG, so I think you're not super bad. Thank you. But like we're watching this fight, I'm looking at just all the magical wonderings that I had to watch during this. Like, so Feather, I think this is fine. Gala's over here, like, trying to fight off, so there's 2 people slept. We see that the Shy does use his ultimate. Mako escapes. A bullet time that forces the summoner spell, which is fine. I saw JJ miss out on his ultimate there. Xiao Hanren actually getting his flash to try to get away from Rookie. Rookie uses his flash to get out. So there was so much going on both ends of these fights. And part of that, I will say, is a little bit of that Thunder Talk magic where they are a bit split on some of their calls. But this is part of the ugly side of IG. Sometimes they just kind of throw themselves into an area, and it doesn't always work out.
It's just part of the magic too is, if I'm not mistaken, JJ gets waken up by the Lilting Lullaby by the grubs. I don't think anybody hit him, and then the bullet time came through. And
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, we're only.
Well, he was nowhere near the bullet time, so I think that was fine.
Okay.
That one's at least a little. That one's more acceptable.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe we just. Let's do the pace thing.
Yeah,
and
exactly. The
scrub that
pace
from our
thing was
memory.
right.
Let's not do that. Don't do that. Don't do what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, or this game may just make you even more angry.
I don't feel anger anymore for Thunder Talk. I feel really sad all the time because they just keep losing. All right, well, Stab's dead.
Shy. There we go. Nice flash taunt between worlds. Gonna create some space. Perfectly thrown rock though from JJ. Breaks the back of Satab. Red buff gets it done.
All right, Rookie doesn't have flash anymore, but should be able to just shift on over. There is no one on this side of the map, so Rookie does have to play a little bit careful. Does still have his ultimate, but this is Dragon. First Dragon of the game actually going down at about 12 minutes here for IG. And see if they make this dive happen, though. Show what? Okay, actually, that was fine. That was actually fine. I'm okay with that.
Dancing shoes on. See ya. Dredgeline. Nighty-night, Rookie. Bop.
All right, Shen's going to be here to still catch the wave. All right, I was very quick to anger there, but the wall was just to prevent Lilia from walking in. Unfortunately for Rookie, Feather was still in the area, so it'll be a late response here from IG. It'll be a wave crash, but not all that much actually gained for it, right? It was the Ignite, it's the kill onto Rookie, but Satab really going down. This is going to hurt a lot more, though.
Gala. Oh.
You know what's funny, Slayer? You actually went for like the inverse of the Oshin call, where it was like the getting really excited for Gala Kaisa, but it was just now it's like the disappointed like cousin.
Disappointed
like,
dad.
Gala,
Yeah, dude.
Gala.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. We got a lot more
can't believe
gameplay
you-
here. We got
I
another
can't-
12 and a half. We're at 12:45. We got some League of Legends still.
Fun fact, between games 1 and 2, though, that's fun because
Yeah.
we need to ignore what just happened. JJ took the first dragon of this game at double the time it took him to take game 1 dragon. I'm trying to distract you from the fact that Satab's going to die to the same exact gank he died 2 minutes ago from.
This time, not in mid lane. This time, this time
he
not in
took-
the river. It was on the bottom side. It's near to the alcove. So, let's take stock of this game. I know we've been taking a lot of pot
Yeah, okay,
shots
yeah,
over
yeah,
at both of our teams here, but we're looking now. I think that you're not super unhappy with where this game is from the side of Thunder Talk. Yes, Setab keeps dying on side lane, but you've now forced out the flash from Gala. You've continued to get farm onto Xiao Huangren as the Lilia, so he is starting to get to that point. And as much as I was kind of questioning the Cole purchase coming in from 1xN, he's close to finishing this and already has the Bloodthirster. So
Yeah.
I think that Thunder Talk are okay with the spot that they're in. The problem that I am now looking at is when does Rookie come online? Because he's starting to get gold. He is continuing to finish these items, and on 2-3 items is where I see IG really becoming very problematic.
And I also think IG are going to continue to be problematic if they can constantly punish the side lane deaths from Satab, because it slows down TT being able to play around that ultimate and just team fight the way they want to, right? The way that they drafted. So I think it's really hard to kind of force IG to play into those choke points where you want the big sleeps to come down, the big bolt time to come across, because with Flash available on the Azir and the Shy on this Shen being kind of hard to punish, side lanes are a big hole for TT, and it doesn't really let up anytime soon.
I think Thunder Talk already recognized that was going to be a problem. That has just been their bread. That has not unfortunately been the bread with which they butter, right?
Nope.
They are historically known so far in 2025, especially Hoya, to just give up waves so that he can be at an objective. And that's why I think San does such a great job of being able to play towards that strength a little bit better. He can just use his unstoppable onslaught. So to be Thunder Talk, starting up this Rift Herald, level 11 reached for both of the soul laners of IG, so getting rank 2 in those ultimates is a very big change. We're seeing they're probably going to be starting up late here. Gala does not want to walk into this choke until he gets an escort.
We're going to TP over Hoya. Mako and Rookie on the bot side, but Herald's already done. It's just a matter of grabbing the eye. Xiao Hongreng will get that one and walk his way right out. All it really costed was a Hoya teleport to intimidate IG from contesting.
But is this just the turret here? I hope our observers go towards the bottom lane wave, because I want to see how much damage the Shy can get. He hears a Scion ultimate, and he's nowhere near taking it, even with 2 grubs. So, not all that bad, I'll be honest. If maybe IG can find a play within the next few moments while the ultimate and teleport from Hoya are down, that'll be great. But this game has been relatively slow. So, all things considered, Thunder Talk come out pretty okay for that. So we'll see how they use this Rift Herald going forward. Probably going to be using it in mid. They do have a dragon spawning in 30 seconds.
Has 15.9 done the unthinkable and slowed down LPL early games?
I mean, what did you
think it
expect? There's
It's
less
IG.
objectives in the game. Yes, but there's less objectives in the game. That's the whole
right.
reason why IG were fun, is because they would fight you on every objective. Same
Yeah,
thing with like
it was
a
fun.
TES or even like like a TT. They'll just fight you. So we're getting that Rift Herald summoned in mid. We're seeing that Xiao Hongreng has hit level 11 on this Lilia. Doesn't have quite a second item yet, but still Leandries and trying to get some damage down into mid. We're also seeing that Thunder Talk playing a little far up and trying to take control of the river choke as well into blue side entrance. So good posturing from Thunder Talk so far.
Yeah, one of the checkpoints you were talking about for the Thunder Talk back stocks, one of the many, is getting those setups on neutrals that they want and then capitalizing on them. And now we'll see if they can try and punish any fight that breaks out. But once again, IG are a little bit late, and Feather flashing after Rookie finds such a great avenue to force the flash on Rookie himself. Don't think the curtain call is going to have enough bullets to punish Feather any further, so that's a support flash trade that you love to see for Thunder Talk.
Yeah. This is just good play. We are seeing Thunder Talk play the map really well, I think. And so, despite the gold not being too far in any one way, I think the biggest advantage right now is 1xN having almost 1,000 gold up on his counterpart here. Great job from the AD carry of Thunder Talk, who has been, I think, the best and brightest spot for this team when we talk about all year long. We've had individual moments from players like Hoya and Setab, but it really has been 1xN and Feather that have been able to bring home victories and been the most exciting part of a Thunder Talk roster.
Oh, rookie. There's a Scion in your brush. Ooh, flashes to cancel the dash.
Oh, no!
Divide does not push away the Scion. The knockup lands, and the gold's going right where you want it. Xiaoheng Ren grabs his second, and a rookie falls on a side lane just like his mid lane counterpart.
Cheeky overstay there from Hoya, just sitting in the brush, catches rookie out. I mean, that's great. That opens up a numbers advantage more for you to be able to take.
There you go. Depth charge. Bullet time lined up. But that Jin trap slows things down. JJ's here to cover. So they won't lose another member, but it kind of alleviates a lot of pressure on the map right now for Thunder Talk, and that's a big thing, knowing their side lane woes.
That's also global gold, because assumably Hoya should be able to grab this bottom lane tier 1. No one's heading over. See that IG right now, they're trying to contest in this bottom side ramp, but just not really making any work or any headway here. And despite all of this, even with the Shy pushing in topside, Setab has done a really fantastic job so far of catching the wave, using his mobility to move into a back into mid lane to make sure that he's there with his team. So Thunder Talk are starting to piece it back together. We had a lot of questions and some disappointments coming out of Game 1 and with how their season has gone here in Split 2. But they're finally and hopefully going to be able to be on the pathway to winning a game. It's been a while since we've been able to see Thunder Talk actually pick up a game in a series, much less a entire series win.
And it's nice to see that the new guy stepping in and with huge shoes to fill, Xiaoheng Ren, as we talked about at the top of the show, a staple of the TT pipeline, right? This guy, for 5 years, has been playing in some level of TT's organization, and this Lilia is going to be the pivotal part of this comp working when fights kick off.
Do you want the most insane thread between these two teams? Is at the same time that Xiaoheng Ren actually started his career, so on Dominus Y, their LDL team, Gala just left the team. He had just left Dominus when he was playing. So very, very small thread there between the two. And we've got the Otacon already half HP, and IG are nowhere in the area.
Trying to like make a play onto Hoya in the mid lane. That's the Scion. He's just going to laugh you off. The Shy. Okay, not going to get too big for our britches there. So big XP buff. You get those Blossom explosions on the kills now. And IG have zero answer. Oh my god, Xiaoheng Ren right there, flashing in, two-man lilting lullaby. Puts to sleep JJ and Mako, who do get the safety. Dredgeline's going to land, though, onto the Skarner, who will look for an Impale to hold up the tanks. Shy flies in with a Stand United ultimate, and now Xiaoheng Ren very, very low. The kill should be picked up by the Shy, but Setab able to trade away Gala on the back end. The Shy, though, getting a ton of value out of the Shen, gets a two-man taunt, and where the hell has Hoya ended up? Under the mid-tier 1 turret. Gives the kill back to Rookie. The zombified corpse of Hoya will not fight any of these low health bar kills. And somehow, some way, IG come away battered and bruised, but on top.
But maybe not, though. Even with all those kills, the Shy, I mean, you say even. Thunder Talk, they get the Otacon, they'll get shutdowns, and they also get the mid-tier 1. I think it's a huge win coming in from them. This all starts off with Xiaoheng Ren finding this flash engage to at least stall out these backline, and I'm just looking at the carries from Invictus. What are we doing in this fight? Good delay coming out and almost kills Rookie in this bullet time. Hoya is sectioning them off. Setab on this Aurora, though, applies pressure onto Gala. Same thing, again, these solo laners of Thunder Talk, I think, providing so much value in this team fight.
Oh, sweet Hoya. I respect the play. You just needed an auto and a Q, and you find Rookie. But yeah, I see the light now, Alk. A lot of gold. Objective gained. You get to see Satab find a critical pick. That's probably the biggest win, I feel like, for me. That this Aurora and Satab, who we talked about, has led the charge best for Thunder Talk in their wins, is starting to really heat up on this Aurora as we're gauging up for a dragon fight with a curtain call coming down here from Gala. Hoya will happily gobble up all of these fourth shots like a hungry hippo. There's a little lullaby on Gala as well. And he just wakes up from his slumber. JJ going in,
like
grunted by Feather, gets the impale on the Xiaohong Red, but the bullet time really finds its mark from 1xN. Both tanks go down, the Shy flies in, but he's gapped away by Xiaohong Red and 1xN. The Feathers flying high for Thunder Talk as Gala and Rookie try and back their way back towards their turret, the only ones to survive the onslaught.
Just look at how little damage IG, we thought that maybe with this Rel, with having Skarner and Shen, that the backline carries of Invictus Gaming would have enough to be able to actually work with enough damage to get in between and really lay down the groundworks for an IG win here in game number 2. But Thunder Talk, Satab is putting in work onto this backline. 1xN as well with this misfortune is doing a lot of work, and I think the front line of Thunder Talk is going with a lot of undue praise coming on through, or not necessarily recognized for their kind of ministrations in this one.
Oh, here we go.
What are we doing? This seems so overforced.
It's just work husband things. All right? That's the Shy repaying
told
Rookie.
you.
Right there. Yeah.
All right. I mean, also, I'm looking at Gala's build here. Yes, Hoya is not building very much armor, but we are never doing damage to this Scion. Just ever. Nor this Nautilus, to be fair. So
Nope.
it's all about that one shot. It's all about, can IG actually find the pick onto one member, and we're seeing that Thunder Talk are just constantly outperforming them time and time again here in the second game. So being able to grab themselves the dragon, I think you're not too mad about that as IG or as Thunder Talk. Get themselves a turret as well. This game's going better and better for them.
Yeah, definitely make sure to watch Feather and how he marks JJ in these fights, because he's the one that's really making it impossible for any Impale to ever grab up 1xN and gets those bullet times off. And like we talked about, with the loss of Beichuan, you lose a big voice in these comms for Thunder Talk, but Feather also, and especially now, has been a huge proponent of any TT plays coming from the mind of that guy.
Yeah. He's also just been a very interesting and great support to watch despite some of the frustrations that we might have with Thunder Talk. So
Exactly.
we're here in this game kind of at a crossroads. We had said that for when they hit 2 and 3 items that this IG comp does feel a little bit strong. I am now noticing that the Shy ended up going for Heartsteel second on Shen, so he's going to be a little bit delayed in terms of being able to scale there. And while Rookie is particularly strong, he has been getting focused a lot and not really being able to stand his ground in some of these fights. So a bit of a worrisome trend for me as Gala getting closer and closer to what looks to be an Infinity Edge.
Yep, BF Sword. Does look like Rookie with the Bejeweled Gauntlet is going to try and get some Magic Pen as quickly as he can into Hoya, recognizing his build. The question now really becomes, can Thunder Talk continue to stay proactive on the map, and most importantly, mistake prone, because the game really just comes to them by this point, I feel like, with how much more strong they are at this point in the game, and hopefully they can play around this Baron well, as Xiaohong Red, don't know, does not actually start it, but boy, was he thinking about it.
He's like, I'm playing Lilia. Hell, why not? I've got a 40 CS lead on my jungle opponent. Why shouldn't I be allowed to start this? My mid lane I always have mid push thanks to this AD carry. So 1xN doing a very good job, and you can see how hard it is for IG to actually step up on the mid wave with a lack of vision, and particularly a lack of really fast wave clear without Rookie being here. Now, Rookie giving up some farm in the side lane right now as he is constantly grouping with his team. I think that a large portion of IG's damage is going to come from the fact that whether or not they can actually get gold into this Azir's back pockets, you kind of see them starting to shadow him, making sure that he gets level 16 rather soon so that he can get his third item.
Thunder Talk, though, also another good sign for them is that we haven't seen the Lilia ult and the Misfortune ult sync up, right?
True.
If that can happen in one of these final fights, it will win the game, and it's what they drafted for. So the fact, A, that they've got enough value out of this ultimate without having that sync up bodes well, and Baron is no place better than ever to try and get that combo down. Is we do see 3 items already out for 1xN, and 3 just such potent items into dealing with anybody, even those tanky frontliners.
Oh, yeah. And he just has a hell of a lot of damage right now, so
much.
Also has
There we
upgraded
go.
boots if he does want it. It is very much buffed on this patch with 500 gold instead of 750. They're getting that start on the Baron. It is just now spotted by Invictus Gaming. They're going to make their way into the pit.
Okay, and they're really trying to force their way in. The Impale only lands on the Feather. There's the Lilting Lullaby. Down with the bullet time. JJ and Rookie are in a barn burner of hell. That Satab flashes to secure the first kill with the Shy. Is all the way off in Narnia by himself, and the rest of TT. They go right through the motions of their comp. 5-3 more kills. Baron is their prize, and Game 2 really feels like the main get right now for Thunder Talk.
There we go, Thunder Talk. They are 6-20 so far. 6-21 following after last game. But finally having a series and maybe a game here where they feel in control. Game 1, some of their early game was very strong, unfortunately falling in the team fights. But here in game number 2, IG look lost, and Thunder Talk are pouncing on this opportunity right now, continuing to find wins. 1xN getting absolutely uninterrupted on this Misfortune, and then Xiao Hongren putting in that work on the Lilia. There was a lot of questions coming out as the first pick of the draft. Can he actually pull this team together around the jungle to bring themselves to a win? And it really has been very impressive to see him, not only this new jungler for Thunder Talk, but also the rest of the team, I think, really stepping up.
Now they get to reap all the rewards here. They're going to get to Ocean Soul Point with ease. But now we get another test for Thunder Talk on their execution. You mentioned their game score, 6-21. That means they haven't had a lot of practice, especially this roster, on running some of these, Baron pushes, trying to get as much value out of the purple banner. So, good test here as well with them in the lead. How do they look to push it further? What turrets can they grab? What gold can they get? How much value these next 2 minutes grab for Thunder Talk?
Right, well, 3 items completed here for Gala if he wants it, right? He already has the Infinity Edge. We said that 3 items. Rookie now level 16. If IG, despite everything, down 7,000 gold, if they cannot win with 3-4 item Azir, 3 item, Jhin, they were never meant to win this, unfortunately. They were always meant to kind of have to lose this one, and you look on the other side, it does not get easier for them. I know we've been talking a lot about 1xN, but Satab as well, finishing his death cap, so he has a ton of damage, and so far has been very, very potent in this game number 2.
Xiao Hongren has access to the Zanyas as well. That's just going to make it so easy to get off these big Lilting Lullabies. I will say, to IG's credit, and with Rookie's wave clear, they've done a pretty good job not giving too much away on this Baron play. They've only ended up losing that bot tier 2 turret. Rotating pretty well, trying to answer some of these pushes from Thunder Talk.
They just need to be able to full send. Like, with the way that IG have been playing it, they've been playing with a lot of respect to how Thunder Talk want to position. You need someone like Mako to have a crash down that finds 3 or 4 members. You need Azir to fly into the wings and catch up 1xN or get Satab. But we're not seeing that from them, and so now they're just getting picked and pulled across the map. Thunder Talk put 4 on mid. They have someone sitting in the jungle. Hoya takes the mid-tier 1, and now they can bounce between these 2 waves if they really feel like it. Instead, they're going to take their recall. It's the final wave of their Baron, and now get set up 3 minutes ahead before a potential Ocean Soul from them. IG need to do something.
Where is the last stand? How much will you let TT push you around before you make that stand? That's a question for IG here. Not a lot to play on the map either. The Baron does come off the board here, so no more purple banner for TT. He's got a lot of waves to answer. The timer, the window is now for IG to make a play, because at the current state of the game, rocking up to either Baron or this Ocean Soul Drake is the death sentence.
All right. Well, we're going to be coming into, I mean, both of these actually, I think with Baron and the Ocean Soul coming up, maybe Thunder Talk, you know, this might be a rare situation where we're willing to trade the Soul for Baron.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it feels like it.
You have really you're under no menstruations that like this game's going to be very long, I think, and the Baron's just going to let you close out the game a little bit sooner. Ocean Soul obviously I think makes it pretty difficult for Invictus to actually find you fights, so depending on if you want to be able to win within the next 2.5 minutes or if you feel confident that you can kind of pull off on both, that gold lead I think between the mid lane starting to shrink a little bit, but I'm just looking at our bottom lane and jungle.
Yeah, it's
3,000 gold for both of them for their counterparts. That is absolutely insane. That means that these shutdowns need to be worth it for IG if they want any chance of being able to be competitive here and close out this series. This is the problem with IG, is that they have games like these
against opponents that, if they actually want to compete for top 4, cannot happen. And the little slip-ups continue to roll through here as Xiaohong Ren's also going to hit the Swirl Seed into the Lilting Lullaby. Rookie does not have a Zhonya's, so he also burns his flash. When we want IG to be proactive, what do they show us? JJ and Rookie having to flash defensively.
Okay. We've got it. We've got the dragon now spawning in 50 seconds. No flash from JJ and Mako, or JJ and Rookie. So this makes this fight incredibly difficult. This has to be the last stand for IG. Thunder Talk have done a lot of great work up until this point. They have to be able to close out this game now. I mean, you've had a lead for such a long time in this one. You have upgraded boots as well. It feels like everything is going their way, and the only reason I feel even slightly like worried about this is we've seen so many good game states for Thunder Talk, but they haven't been able to close out.
Okay, here we go. Thunder Talk looking to press the issue. Hoya TP's in. Had to have been spotted there as the Dredgelight's going to land on a JJ. Depth charge committed as well. No flash on this Skarner. And look at his health bar just disintegrate to the Might of Tab. Hoya throws himself into the wings. Rookie and Gala trying to kite back towards this river. But JJ is far too hurt for IG to try and press this issue. Try and get the most damage out of their scaling threats in this Azir and Jhin. So TT just going to walk him down, walk him out of this jungle, as JJ has to take a reset and desperately try and run back down towards the pit. Mako gets hit with another dredge line. There is still no Lilting Lullaby. It comes up in 5 seconds for Xiaohong Ren, and they're going to start on that Soul Secure Drake.
No Shen ultimate, and JJ is on his way. He is currently at the Wolf Pit through 2-man sleep.
Yep, Gala and the Shy get put 9-9. Mako with a huge crash down. Magnet Storm comes with the back flip.
Aurora?
But it's not enough. Aurora eviscerates Gala. Rookie flies in, but it's just too late. Here's the fight Thunder Talk need. 21 losses. Be damned. They're going to clean Ace IG and send this series the distance.
Well, look, we're getting a repeat of what happened. Guess what? Week 2, Thunder Talk took IG to 3 games. Beichuan no longer part of the roster, but Thunder Talk looking to repeat history here. There we go. It is 12,000 gold, and Ocean Soul and Thunder Talk are able to finally pull the game over.
I can confidently say this was a crowd silencer, with all the IG fans completely stunned. Maybe one of the most complete wins here for Thunder Talk all season long. Hopefully will lift up their moods just a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is kind of what you get with IG, I won't lie. So, you know, not too surprised to see it go down, but so many question marks. Again, even in that last game, we were a little bit worried for Gala and Mako. This game, they just felt completely invisible. Gala is never finding multi-man crashdowns. He is not providing enough front line. And then we're also looking at Gala, who just had a complete, like, just snoozer of a game.
Yeah.
And this is really worrisome when this is supposed to be one of our super teams. When it's supposed to be, we have now combined Gala and Mako to hopefully bring us championships and push us as a well-renowned AD carry and bot lane duo.
The expectations for this bottom lane are just so much higher than what they're currently producing with. And I do understand that I think Jhin, this game on Jhin is very weird to play out in a lot of spots. But again, the prevailing thought here is that if IG want to show that the skid is due to some tough competition, a rough patch, but they're here to break out in the schedule that feels a lot more favorable. So far, this series does not excite me, and as we've talked about so many times with Group Ascend, there are much hungrier teams looking to leap them in the standings.
And I think that's even more problematic. The fact that IG are not winning this in a 2-0 fashion. You are putting your record at jeopardy now, especially as right now, before coming in the series, they're 14-18, 5-7 in series score. You are now equal with Team WE. And if they don't end up winning this series, you're not going to even win, but your differential is going to continue to fall in the standings there. So if you're ever going to be a top 5 team, a top 6 team, like we expect for some of these players on this roster, they need to shape up. We're in week 6 right now. They only have 5 more series after this, and it doesn't, fine, maybe you get the NIP freebie win, but you're playing against WE, who's on the up and coming. You're on JDG as well next week. FPX and BLG are your last 2 series. That doesn't give me very much confidence. Even if you go 500 in the rest of them, you're going to look at probably just being a 7th place team, which means you're actually playing up against, you're probably playing against Thunder Talk for a place in play-ins.
Wow, what a world that would be. And for Thunder Talk, it's the analogy that we came away with after game 1. You put the shot up, you see it go through the hoop, you get a win. And for morale, that's what's most important here, because now you know you could beat IG. You know how to go through the motions to find this win, and anything can happen in a single game of League of Legends. If any series has taught us that, it was the one prior to this one. So Thunder Talk, it's one game at a time, and luckily for once in a very long time, that one game could bring them up in the series score and help them maybe leapfrog NIP, which they've been dreaming about doing ever since they started losing series like East.
I think NIP might be leapfrogging themselves, no lie. That team is in the dumps. So, we'll see. MVP-wise, probably I would want to give it to Setab. I know that 1xN and Feather did get some good work. Wouldn't be surprised to see it go over to them. But this is a very big step up for Setab, and I think just proving the fact that we were talking about before, which is when this team has looked good, it is when their mid laner is actually functioning properly in a game. I mean, I think night and day difference between game 1 and game number 2 here.
I also want to make sure that we give some deserved praise over to Xiao Hongren, who it felt like part of circumstance, was pretty invisible in some of the series that he came in for Thunder Talk. It was a tough spot to be in. What do? They B1 him to Lilia, and there were some intriguing sleeps that happened, but when it was time to put all the chips in the middle in these bigger fights later on this game, you're going to see hits the big swirl seeds he needs to and gets the ult down to set up the bullet times just like this comp drafted. So this was by far what I would classify as the best game out of the new TT jungler.
It's the first one that they've been able to win with their new lineup, so hopefully this gives them some kind of confidence to go forward in the series. Last time we saw this team play up against, it was the very beginning of the season. Obviously, Thunder Talk were still kind of riding that high of that best-of-5 win versus BLG.
Exactly.
And so now with a new jungler, and I think with Xiao Hongren actually having some decent games now strung together, maybe this is the comeback. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We still have a whole other game that we still have to play here. And if they are able to find the series win, I think fans can maybe start to get excited in a similar way that we kind of got to see a team like WE actually start their run, which was with Monkey on the helm.
It's important to remember as we draw parallels to teams like WE and FPX, because those were the two that were clumped in with Thunder Talk, expected to be for the bottom of this group. WE was 0-6. 5-series win streak. That is just the definition of momentum. So Thunder Talk, they're going to be in a pivotal spot here. Will be important to mention before we get the player of the game and set up for the break here. All going to be the first blue side game here for IG.
Ooh, I mean, sure. We came into this series, we were like, okay, blue side's obviously going to be very important, but for IG, I'm thinking about all the champions that are now taken away thanks to Fearless. You still have
Good point.
Sejuani Yone potentially as an answer later on. I think that's going to be probably the most popular pair that these two teams are going to be looking towards.
Yeah.
And then kind of thinking bot lane wise, we've gotten now the Kaisa, you now have the Misfortune gone, which opens up some of those strong laners, the Jhin as well with Varus. We might get a hyper carry game, and if I'm talking going band for band, while Gala has been okay on them in the past, I think that 1xN has been more impressive on things like Jinx.
Yes. Yeah. Even's got they both have the Zeri in the pocket. I wonder what the Ezreal priority is by this point in the draft as well. When you talk about AD carries, because 1xN definitely likes to play every AD carry in the LPL likes to play, and I do think it's a safe spot if you want to try and draft aggressive on other lanes. Wouldn't be surprised if we try and prioritize an Ezreal game here for Gala, knowing what they could possibly cook up in this top side for IG. It's a game 3 shy draft, so you always look out for that, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I hear the player of the game out here, and they do give it to Xiaohong Ren, so that's number 1 up there. Soak it in, my friend. Gotta feel good.
Yeah, especially with having wins be a premium right now for Thunder Talk. Every single MVP vote is going to have to matter, and especially for Xiaohong Ren, had a very good game on the Lilia. So proud to see him doing well, and hopefully Thunder Talk can continue to show this level of play going into game number 3.
Xiaohong Ren gets B1 Lilia and gets Thunder Talk a 1-1 scoreline here as we go to a break to figure out if IG can muster up another big-time game that's towards one of their highs when they were competing against the Titans of the LPL Group Ascend right now, or do Thunder Talk have a bit of magic in them? It all comes down to Game 3 to round out our day, and we'll see you guys on the other side of an intermission to start off the draft. The dramatic conclusion to today's action of LPL comes down to a Game 3 between Invictus Gaming and Thunder Talk Gaming. A spot that a lot of people didn't think we'd be at, given how IG are really trying to find some consistent and dominating form against a Thunder Talk team that has been spiraling. But nonetheless, it is a new day, it is a new game, and a new draft coming our way, and anything can happen in a single game of League of Legends.
Yeah, we could see the Shy and Rookie, you know, find wonderful combos, blind Mbessa ultimates that land, and then we can get whatever happened in game number 2. Like, there's a lot of things going on. I'm so worried because I think a lot of people will come into this. There's a lot of people who watch LPL English or watch LPL, whether it's here or with other streamers, and they're not super tuned into the league. Obviously, a lot of people just across esports really just watch for their team or their player that they're watching for, and they're going to come in and be like, why are they losing to Thunder Talk? Is that, like, supposed to be normal? And I hope everybody in chat is informing them, yes, it is normal.
It is,
IG will have games where they are incredibly dominant against some of the best teams in the league, and then they will quite handily lose to teams that are at the very bottom of this group.
And that answer is not supposed to make you IG fans that are, just tuning in when they can any happier, by the way. It does frustrate. It should frustrate you. And it does frustrate a lot of us here knowing, once again, when IG are clicking as a crew, they can challenge the best of teams. They've taken the defending champions the distance in series. They've manhandled Weibo in single games with their awesome team fighting. That is why we are asking so much more of IG. Nonetheless, the reality is here now. You lost game 2, all right? The past is behind us. Dominate here in game 3, where it counts the most. Dominate there, because the standings does not care how you get to the wins. It just cares about the wins.
The standings care a little bit about when you win.
With game differential.
Yes. A 2-0 is slightly nicer than a 2-1, but I would generally agree with you. I think maybe we'll put a pin on that, because if we get to the end of the season and like someone's spot in playoffs is decided, all right, fine. If someone's spot is decided by like maybe 1 or 2 games, they're gonna want some of those series back. Maybe a JDG, right? But yeah, both of these teams, I think, on very different paths throughout this group ascend, but both most likely, I think for Thunder Talk, almost guaranteed at this point that they're not making top 4. IG, they would have to go on one hell of a run, and that requires a lot of faith in a team that has not been the tightest when it comes to strategy, when it comes to performance, and just having their players, I think, on the same page at the same time. Like, I have so many questions for Gala and Mako throughout their entire history of playing in 2025 so far.
Yeah, and I think we saw in that last game, like, the Shy ults in to save somebody and then ends up, like, on the other side of the fight trying to, like, kill one guy and trade his life on Shen. It was a mess. It was a mess, and what does an IG draft what type of IG draft AUG for you makes you feel comfortable that we're not going to see some of those woes from game 2, which I know is a hard ask because it was playstyle based, but
yeah,
where do you land with a comfortable IG draft going into game 3 is my question.
I want to see, like, Sejuani Yone make this game really simple to play, give Rookie something maybe like the Ari if he's not able to grab the Yone. I want to see him on playmakers. I do not really want to see him on slow, trotting, kind of mid-mages. So maybe a Silas, potentially. He has been very good at that so far this season. As we get into Game 3 draft here, Vi is going to stay on the ban table. In terms of AD junglers, though, Xin Zhao, big priority now.
Huge priority by this point. We're starting to dip into like the tier below pool that a lot of people signal towards, which is like, can you make the case for like a Wukong to come out in some spots? J4 has been a go-to for some of these junglers by this route if you don't get the Xin Zhao or if it gets banned away here. IG, first game on the blue side of this series. And they're going to ban away Yorick and Yone. I know you talked a lot about how you would like to see Sejuani and Yone maybe come across for IG in this first game, but they don't want to give that turn, which does signal to me that they have a very big B1 or specific B1 here in mind.
So Yorick, Jace. What are they prepping for from the side of IG? Are they? Is this the Nidalee? Like,
oh boy.
There's no Scion anymore. There's no Shen. The Rumble's gone and Bessa. I feel like they're setting up for a Nidalee here from the side of the Shy. Does Gwen get
banned?
Through? Banned
Gwen
now,
does.
but Gwen makes it through, and she has you gotten rid of some of her worst matchups in terms of lane bullies.
This guy's smiling. Oh, come on, Shy. You know, him smiling makes me think he's not wanting to lock in the Gwen, actually, knowing this guy. So, you know, he'll take it. He'll take the Gwen, and IG fans are happy about that. That pentakill sign is really well timed.
They even had the Shy Gwen sign there, so I think that was really cute.
Yeah.
Glad that they get to see their little sign make it on through to the broadcast, especially with the Gwen being locked in. This does mean that Nico finally makes her appearance, third game in the series, so usually it's paired up with things like the Misfortune and the Kaisa. Instead, I'm going to get baited, and they pivot over to the Ezreal here, so giving 1xN more agency, the ability to peel for himself, and hopefully keep him at range.
I just think, based off of the pool of AD carries, that is the next best available on the Ezreal. And I'd love to see that they're prioritizing it for 1xN, who we talked about as the rock of this team, or at least the bottom lane as the rock of this team. Are they going to pair the Ezreal up with the Nico? They are. Okay.
So you have a pretty strong 2v2 here. If 1xN does decide to go for like the lethal tempo Ezreal as well, there's a potential there for them to look. Are we going to get Lucian Melio? I know we've been seeing a ton of Nami here in the LPL. I really think that Melio just does a lot more, provides a lot better, but we're getting a Nami instead. So a poke lane coming out from Gala and Mako. This is going to be an arms race. We're going to hopefully see a lot of action between these two. And I think for IG, it is a lot easier for them in the mid game to contest on the waves when we talk about putting the AD carries in mid. And so I'm looking for how Gala and Mako can actually try to prove themselves in a 2v2 where we've had so many questions for them.
Interesting. So I know it's big to kind of answer the Gwen in this first phase. With the Gnar, you don't want to like get even worse matchups banned away, make the Shy a monster. But I was curious if they were going to pick jungle there and then just pinch JJ's pool, knowing that there are so many big junglers off the board. How many jungle bans do you see in the second phase now flowing through, all?
I was going to say maybe 3, so I think we're kind of locked into that now, but I don't know if ThunderTalk are really that worried. I mean, you look at the trends throughout the series, they've been more focused on making sure that Rookie is not on one of the champions that potentially could make a splash in this game.
Yeah.
So I like the Sylas takeaway. You see that there's a Nico and a Gnar on your team. Those are perfectly reasonable to try to get rid of. But you also have to be a little bit worried about getting rid of those mages. You are still attacking Sitab here, and now they're getting rid of the Ahri. So what is Sitab going to be able to play in mid lane? I'm thinking about Victor. I'm thinking potentially about a Jace that has still not come through in this series. And
Yasuo.
a lot of these champions are making it through. Maybe Yasuo.
They're set up for it this time. I will say, as I did the
Yes.
Coper, there is set up. Definitely worry about damage profiles. I like the Jace was banned away though in the first phase, so you lose that for Setab. Xin Zhao going to be banned off the board here as potentially the only jungler to be banned away in the second phase. So once again, I wonder if ThunderTalk want to lean into it fully. They will pick the Wukong out of the jungle pool, which I know is a lot of AD topside, but you've got an Enchanter support. So you're not going to get tank top lane. So I think it's a fine game to get away with, really indexing hard into AD on your top side here. As the Nocturne becomes the final ban. I, as the Yasuo Setab fan I am, want to see Wukong here.
I mean, we got the... I guess you could do Wukong.
Or Sejuani. Oh, right. I forgot about Sejuani.
There's not a lot of people that can currently tank a Sejuani ult to the face. I feel like
approach.
ThunderTalk, though, you are setting up for a pretty clear kind of huge team fight wombo when you're trying to make this pick with the Nico and the Sejuani. You have so many tools to be able to find yourself in team fights, and for IG, it is all about that pick. It is all about getting good poke down, finding someone with either the Lucian culling, Gwen using her ultimate, or even potentially this Talia, which is now locked in. Doesn't give very many options. I don't think Talia has, you know, the most clear job in this game, but that Weaver's Wall is always going to be important, and making sure when you have the Unraveled Earth to kind of, you know, stop any of the engagements from Thunder Talk. Oh my God, Sitab? Into Talia?
Wow, what? Yeah, that... Oh.
Talia Poppy is what we're playing LeBlanc mid into.
Yeah.
All
wow.
right.
I mean,
he's called his shot. He's called his shot.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's so many ways this goes wrong. There's so many clear ways this goes wrong. Who would I love to be in the mind? Oh, who would I love to be in the comms on that pick?
This is a terrible stat for me to bring up right now.
Uh-oh.
Sitab in his entire career has played LeBlanc 20 times. Can you guess how many wins he has?
There's two routes to go with this. A lot or a little. Because you don't ask me if it's in the middle. I'll say 7.
Perfect. He is
Actually?
7-13 on this champion right now. So hopefully he can bring in a win. I think that this kind of goes counter to what Thunder Talk's draft was kind of heading towards.
I'm with
you have this Ezreal who's going to be very strong on 2 items, even 3 with Spear of Shojin. You're going to have Feather who can kind of bridge them in the early game as a very strong laner, but when you're playing against double ranged in bottom lane as this IG composition, I think you're very fine with the fact that you're going to be able to fight. Then we get into the mid game. I need to be seeing Sitab run the early game here. He needs to slam Talia. Otherwise, there's going to be so many situations where if they're facing front to back, LeBlanc is going to run forward. There's going to be Unraveled Earth, Poppy stuns, and Sitab is going to be useless. And we're going to be seeing Thunder Talk move to 2-10.
It all comes down to one game here. This is Gyro's ringing once more, and we're not going to have a lot of time to build up this matchup because looks like we're already going to get crazy with a level 1. Rookie face checks into 3 members of TT, make it 4, and who grabs first blood? It's Sitab.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Good job. Great creative pathing in the early game to just set up a death brush right there, and they punish Rookie. So not too many no summoner spent on either side. Just a very quick, easy 400 gold. It is a dark sealed here for Sitab. Feeling pretty good. Also, even has a treasure hunter, so getting a little bit more gold there as well.
What a call from Sitab. A player that dazzled in Split 1 with some awesome team fighting power alongside his team. We talked about he picked the Yasuo. He was making people look silly in lane with it. Such a unique player coming over to the LPL. And even with all the woes of Thunder Talk, it feels like they play best when he is ahead, but more so when he is confident. Oh,
yeah. Oh, for sure. And you'll be able to hopefully be able to do it here. I'm going to check real quick. When was the last time Sitab actually was able to play the LeBlanc? So LCK Summer 2024. So almost under a year. He's like, what, that's that's 9 months ago?
Yep.
So
just about.
Yeah. Impressive stuff either way. We'll have to continue to watch how this mid lane matchup develops. Sitab early on can get underneath this Talia and try to poke her out, especially with the electrocute. Just that worry about team fights. And for Thunder Talk, it's about creativity here in this game. Can they approach IG in unconventional angles?
There you go. The dips in and out from Sitab. Try to take advantage of a matchup that could be so very volatile for them. But bottom lane, even with the level 1 shenanigans, was the bottom lane that we felt like would have the most firepower early. Is despite the Thunder Talk winning game 2, all you chatters are less confident they'll come away with a game 3
oh my
win.
God,
and look
Rookie.
who's making you eat your words. Sitab within 1 Q of finding a solo bolo into Rookie.
Oh my god. And JJ just getting completely moved out. Good use of the mid lane priority. And while Gala and Mako could be the first ones here, you can kind of see that they are fighting with 1xN and Feather. That's the teleport coming out from Rookie to save his jungler's red buff. One problem for IG that we kind of noted during the pre-show is that Gala's laning phase has not been super. See, that a good trade onto Mako means that they're going to have to use the heal. So within the first 3.5 minutes already, IG have been forced to use almost all of their summoner spells here across the board. A large portion of them already. Good job from Thashai.
Gets Hoya out of lane for now. Xiao Hongren not going to get spotted towards the bot side getting that ward down, but he's still got a lot of camps to clear himself and kind of just wants to make sure that 1xN and Feather can cook as they please with such a big health advantage. And Gala and Mako kind of trapped from ever getting a reset off, or they'll sacrifice waves.
So we're kind of taking a look at this. One good spot, I think, for IG, and something that we'll have to track throughout this game, is just how much damage they can just do, like raw DPS with this Lucian Nami, and then eventually Thashai. But Thashai actually going for Grasp of the Undying makes me think he's going to try to go for his Rod of Ages build again, which, I'll be honest, doesn't inspire a lot of hope right now. And we'll see what he ends up going for.
Well, jungler's pathing up towards that very top side, and JJ trying to get aggressive, maybe catching the Krugs out as he tries to catch up.
Sitab?
Sitab? What was that flash? Am I
look, he did a head
something?
scratcher in the player cam. He did it too. He didn't know. I think the idea there is that he tries to flash so that he has a shorter queue time, or a shorter time on the animation for his distortion. We'll see a potential gank coming in from JJ. Xiao Hongren instead drops the Krugs.
The wave was in such an audacious position, though. It barely wasn't in turret range, and Hoya's able to clear them out. He's got the Narvar stacking up, so that dive fizzles out for now. And like you called, Xiao Hongren skips his Krugs, and that's because he likes Dragon priority right now, knowing that JJ was definitely camping up towards the top side. So game one, JJ took first Drake at about 6-ish minutes. The way this is pacing down, TT will have that same option afforded to them at around the same time, if not a bit earlier.
Okay, so a good job coming in, and we're not seeing those really early aggressive plays coming in from Gala Mako. They are just barely even in CS. You're playing against a composition where you really want to try to spike on 1 and 2, maybe even earlier, just by having this electrocute. We are not seeing Gala and Mako play this particularly aggressive, and so not a lot of hope being inspired here from IG across the board. I know we're seeing some small mechanical flubs, but this game does get a little bit harder for them as this does go on. I mean, who else other than JJ is really going to be able to tank up a Sejuani ultimate? So we're kind of looking at this. The first dragon going over to TT is very nice. Both junglers are heading down here. JJ will get spotted.
Yep. Xiao Hongren comes through first as the flashes start to pop.
Oh,
Bubble
no.
lands on a 1xN, even though he arcanes just forward, so he has to flash right back out where he came from. Unfortunate interaction there for the Ezreal. So that'll fizzle out any bottom lane plays. Sitab once again hunting for a solo kill, just poking and prodding Rookie down, doing a really good job not getting caught on any of these stuns.
But he is getting chunked, and he has to. He's looking for a honey fit right now. He's like, can I actually get back into mid lane? Because I cannot afford a recall right now. He doesn't have teleport. He'll lose at least some of these minions of this wave. So a good job coming in from Thunder Talk. They are at least punishing, covering their lanes. And Xiao Hongren does not need to be doing very much. Like, his job this game is prevent Poppy from getting good ganks, saving his laners, and potentially even having to rock up 2 objectives and take them with his team.
Yeah, and just rock up to any of these fights he likes or skirmishes and pop that ultimate like you called it. Really should sign death warrants for any members of IG who continue to show the same sort of worrying stagnancy that they had in game 2, just so slow. And in some lanes it makes sense, like the Shy up here just farming away like he does. He's up 20 CS. It's what's keeping the gold so narrow despite all these plays from Thunder Talk. But Gala and Mako, we gotta wake up and play this Lucian Nami like it's born to take over lanes with.
We're just not seeing that from them. So they're going to go into mid, and this is the part of the game that we had said that IG should have a much better time of handling. Just on the mid wave when you have Gala and Mako, they're going to be hitting level 6 soon. So I hope to see some more aggressive play from our Lucian player and being able to just posture forward. ThunderTalk, though, walking in, they're going to try to steal at least one grub.
Oh, JJ. Steadfast presence, throws one into wall. Xiaoheng Ren tries to follow to get the Shy. Hit with the ultimate. The stun comes across. True Shot Barrage, though. Gwen is immune to that damage. And Feather gets a Pop Blossom that falls completely flat. No flash for 1xN. Finally pops himself over the wall. And Xiaoheng Ren trying to throw hands with Gala and Mako. But IG do a really good job slowing TT down and punishing them for overextending.
3 grubs, and you're at least able to force out some more summoner spells from Hoya and Xiaoheng Ren. I can't get much happier about the situation there. Could have potentially gotten more kills, but we have to see Feather overextend himself for a play. I think if you're ThunderTalk, you probably want some of that back, but you're seeing now it is continuing to be a problem, at least on the side lane, and oh god.
Glacial Prison doesn't land. Gala does have to kite up into 1xN. Not enough damage, though. The bubble does stall up Xiaoheng Ren. The dash comes across.
No
1xN
way.
can't follow. Gala survives.
100 HP. You're sitting there as ThunderTalk, and it might be feeling desperate. Let's see how much damage they're actually able to get done. Again, no grubs on their side does mean that it's a little harder for them to actually hit this turret and get any plates. They're going to instead recall and use this timer to move Feather down, potentially help Setab with finding a kill onto Rookie. A lot of pressure here, and 50 seconds before this Dragon.
First chain doesn't hit. Really helps stall and allows Rookie to get back to safety, even though the hit squad was rolling for him. ThunderTalk, a little bit of a reek of desperation, trying to start manifesting some of these kills, knowing that they've got a sleeping giant brewing in this top side as the Shy's lead continues to grow.
So Rookie just used teleport to get down bottom lane. He takes like 90% of his HP, and now has to walk back. He is in a pretty big deficit in terms of the lane. You can see already that Setab is almost a full level up on him at this point, has a 20 CS lead as well. I need to see Setab step up and provide that performance that we have been able to see from him from time to time. Those glimmers of hope here for ThunderTalk. Take control of mid. I like this. Feathers here. You see that Xiaoheng Ren?
Lands the Tangle Barb. Mako commits the flash. Pulling coming down from Gala. Just going to chunk away at the Sejuani's health bar. So Mako and Gala being reminded that mid lane isn't nearly as safe as the bottom lane they came from earlier on.
Oh, I like this from 1xN. Play aggressive. You don't know where Mako is, but he just used his culling. He has almost no mana here. He has to be very sparse and very decisive with which spells he uses, especially early on. This Q takes a ton of mana from you. So, until he gets like his Essence Reaver and the such. I mean, there's no such, like, you know that there's no
Glacial Prison
ultimate here. Yeah,
JJ
who cares?
though.
Just walk up.
JJ doesn't take much harassment for that. Remember, the Dragon was taken so early here by TT. They've got some waning health bars, but Setab's trying to cook going in on Mako. The bubble after death, though, from Mako holds Setab in place. Gala gets the kill, and Rookie's going to cut off the exits, going for Xiaoheng Ren, who is way too low to try and be contesting near this Talia. Going to use Dragon as a body blocker. JJ does not have the Keeper's Verdict to throw anybody out. He's going to try and run in and just steals the Dragon with ease. Xiaoheng Ren had no way to contest, and the Shy with Rookie gets the Feats of Warfare, and the needlework is flowing like an audacious river as the Shy tries to chase down more kills. Won't be found, but a win nonetheless for Invictus Gaming.
Rookie said, look, you might be able to win the laning phase, but step back, nephew. Just come watch this team fighting, brother. He put so much work into that. He finds a massive flick onto 2, gets that damage down onto his tab to start, and even ends up helping his jungler take the Dragon. So IG immediately jump out to a pretty massive advantage here in this game. Hoya now potentially getting caught. There's a Cullen getting ready.
Good stutter step on the bubble. The bubble was the only way that that gets a kill. So Hoya survives. Still very weak though. But hey, Gnar just needs that big ultimate. All right, that's the big thing we care about. We're not watching a breathe Gnar that decimated a game against this very IG.
Damn, that's crazy. He's not even in this game and we're glazing him.
Hey, that game was
so far.
We were on that game
For Thunder Talk. We'll see. Well, we take a look back at this fight, and I like the idea of this, but like, Feather's nowhere in position. Again, we don't have Nico ultimate. I do not see the reason why we're trying to look for this play. We just had our jungler get chunked out. Satap tries to go over the wall. He finds Mako, which is great, but there is so much crowd control immediately applied to him as he comes over this wall. And I just want to look at Rookie. Takes control of that choke, puts down the Weaver's wall, buys his team space back into this play, and more so, also providing vision for his team. And then him and JJ and the Shy just fly in over the wings. Catch out 1xN. This is good coming out from IG.
Keep on building. Keep that momentum running, because it was so depressing to see IG so slow to make plays in that game 2 where they kind of just got run over. Compound on these leads. Compound on these big first items that are coming across. You were looking for it. Gala now, maybe a bit more unleashed with that Essence Reaver available to him as TT looking for a play onto the Shy.
Oh,
but his
that's
immune
beautiful.
gets around the Glacial Prison, even though the Gnar ultimate lands, steps around the CC from Nico as well. The Shy now going to pop the needlework, try and go back into the Pop Blossom, and just where we thought the Shy was looking for an outplay, he throws himself into 3, and the kill is found, but IG are going to look to capitalize on the back end of it. They're going to pick off the straggler, which is Hoya, who will happily sacrifice himself as the weakest member of TT.
I just wish he didn't go forward. He had literally the perfect scenario. He could just use his needlework, set up to take the wave. He takes a lot of the attention away from the rest of the map with Thunder Talk investing so many, and Rookie,
the same sin of his top laner, committed too far up in the wave, not knowing where TTR.
Oh no,
Under the turret. It's all turning disastrous for IG. The Shy gonna have to run out from under the turret. As a big chunk comes across from Gala. But these mistakes are starting to compound for IG. They gotta slow their horses.
They are just kind of continuing their role. They have 3 grubs, so they'll at least take this top lane tier 1. And so there's a lot of gold now focused across the board. Hoya and 1xN focusing the mid-tier 1. They wanted to race for that to try to at least take one of the feats of strength away from IG. But that'll give them the entirety of the feats, including their boots now. Satap teleports into the bottom lane wave. I actually think that despite all of that, IG invested so much. They used both of their teleports there, and now we're going to be seeing IG take over this Rift Herald. With 3 grubs, you have to imagine that they can potentially blow open this game.
The win for Thunder Talk, though, with gobbling up a lot of those kills, is hopefully they can start getting to some of those item points that you want to see them compete at. The Luden's pretty expensive item, along with the Sorks, is done for Satap, so he's a serious burst threat, and as much gold you can get funneled into 1xN, who does, get those free waves mid lane, takes that mid-tier 1 turret. Talked about this champion being a huge 2-item power spike champion, and while he's still far away from the Mana Immune, at least with the tier by the time he gets there, it will form into that more mana that really lets 1xN's damage start to sink.
So Trinity is done for 2 members here of Thunder Talk. We've seen Satap sit on this Luden's Echo for a pretty long while. I think the biggest spike now for IG is going to be the fact that the Seraphs is completed for Rookie, so he is going to be a little bit more difficult to kill. As you see posturing around this dragon, it's going to be 4 members of IG around the top side of this river. And then, Rookie has a fantastic flank if he ever wants to put down a pretty massive wall. And I'm kind of looking at Thunder Talk and specifically this bottom lane.
Okay, gets spotted on that ward. Chain gonna land, Glacial Prison gonna come across. Shot Barrage does not hit its mark though, and that's just gonna make it a little tough for the burst to come across. That is 2 big ultimates committed just to try and kill off Rookie. He survives, and now it's allowing IG to take control of the river here. TT really have no avenue to fight. They're gonna try and pick off the Shy on the top side, but they sacrifice their jungler. The Shy buys a lot of time, but makes it a trade. Big win here for IG, though, as the dragon is theirs, and there's nothing TT can do about it.
I think that overforce onto Rookie may have just cost Thunder Talk the game. They get the second dragon going over to IG. You still have the Herald with 3 grubs, and that was kind of your window to look for something. They don't find that pick. They don't even get Rookie's Seraphs. So he is still going to have access to more shielding, a little bit more HP. I'm worried here for Thunder Talk. This game had been going so well for them. There was unique openings thanks to Setab and what Feather has been able to do, but now we're in a spot where maybe we get another turret here with Hoya pushing on bottom lane wave, but Setab has only kind of kept this gold at 1,000, and you just gave over an Infernal Drake to IG, potentially giving them more, especially with them still having the Herald in their back pocket.
Hoya does get that tier 1 turret down, so the gold stays pretty close. The timers to act on, with Opticon coming from about 1:30. I want to see where TT's priorities really lie, because the side lanes are an interesting spot, right? You're still waiting for Setab to get the second item, make him a burst threat into the Taliyah, but Rookie has been really hard to knock down. He's been playing the side lanes a lot more comfortably, and the Gwen Gnar matchup, it never gets brighter. Never gets brighter.
All right, so good spot here for Invictus Gaming. You're going to be getting closer to your second items for Rookie. You have 2 items here for Gala, and he has the RFC, so when we talk about being able to play up on mid waves, this is kind of the position that we want to see them in. The only issue is that they don't have a mid-tier one anymore. Gala, no!
Oh, Mako walked around the one brush and he didn't check. Nearly gets Gala killed. He burns Cleanse and Flash to get the safety out of that Glacial Prison. 2 teleports come across. The Shy immediately gets snared out of his as Hoya joins the fray. But that is a low-range Lucian with 2 items that is now very vulnerable for the next 5 minutes.
And maybe they just go for the Baron now. You know that the Shy had to teleport in. I think you might have to just look for an Otacon in 15 seconds. Look for a rush here. 1xN is recalling, so he won't be in the area, but that's a completed Muramana now. I thought maybe they would try to look for an engage. You had Feather with the ultimate. They decide not to go for it. It's both of the summoner spells from Gala. We'll see what else Thunder Talk can get around the map.
Oh, yeah? Has to be careful not to overstay himself. He's got a ward to cover him that spots JJ. And he knows he's on the strong side with the Opticon, giving more time to 1xN to farm up these mid waves. And off the reset, we'll see if TT feel confident challenging for the Opticon. Glacial Prison's at level 2, so we'll be up pretty soon here. And like we mentioned, Gala's summoners are going to be down for a while. So TT, with that info, are going to play with confidence on a ward and start up the Opticon. A series-defining fight is soon to come our way, but it's Rookie once again leaving his mark on this polished Taliyah. Xiaoheng Ren takes half his HP, and just like that, the Opticon play is shut down.
Okay, Hoya has ultimate. He's in Mega Gnar. This Rift Herald is just walking by. Setab, can he get into the back line?
Setab looking for a jump in angle, and he catches Rookie on the middle of his wall. He immediately has to hop off it. Xiaoheng Ren is sectioned off. There goes in Hoya. Gets the one-man stun. It's only on to JJ, though. And IG grab the Otacon, and they're playing through the Coling. Setab gets caught by JJ once again. Throwing him into the wall. Pop Blossom onto 2 from Feather. True Shot Barrage comes across Xiaoheng Ren. He wants Gala, but he's not gonna get him. IG blow up the fight. GT's damage falls just a bit too flat. They can't commit to any of these kills.
And that's going to be another turret falling. The fact that JJ was able to grab that Otacon, such close margins, but Thunder Talk, they fall at the very last moment. Even parts of that fight looking good. Feather finding so many people there. Setab teleported back in.
He's spotted.
This could be a ton of shutdowns going over.
He's immediately spotted. He walks through a control ward. Dashes in place, so he's a distort to go back. Blows JJ up. 1 down. The Shy looking for the slow from the Nami passive. Setab waiting on cooldowns, but he's walking right into Rookie's waiting arms. And no trickery from the LeBlanc can get Setab out of that spot. Only gets the kill onto JJ, a shutdown at the very least.
Ah, man, he recalled, teleported back, lost his flash, now he's down for another 30 seconds. This is tough. I mean, the Sejuani ult missing is already bad enough. You see that Setab is trying to apply damage. I think he should have just stayed there. You should be trying to draw as much attention as this LeBlanc, and Hoya lands multiple members, but 1xN and Feather, specifically this Ezreal, cannot deal damage. He has to wait for his spells, wait for that damage to slowly trickle in. I feel bad for Feather, man. He lands such an amazing ultimate, and there's such good damage coming in, but it feels like desperation at the very last moment here from Thunder Talk. And now Dragon is spawned, you're missing summoner spells, and you have no way of being able to step into this pit as Thunder Talk.
Well, they're going to try and just command control, but they're losing grasp on other parts around this dragon. Mid-wave is down. JJ already has won a 50-50 once against Xiaoheng Ren. The Shy jumping in first, though. He didn't see Satab. There's the Glacial Prison stuck in a lane. 1xN gets the dragon. Down goes the Gwen. So for the time being, TT find themselves in a 5v4, but they don't have mid lane priority, and IG are not going to relent and give that away. Still, though, a bit of magic there for TT. There's no business getting that dragon. They have no business picking off the Shy. IG are gifting them windows.
It's certainly slowing down the game. You're kind of seeing that now. Satab sitting in a side lane. Who is going to match him? Has 2 items. We're still waiting for Rookie to finish his second item. He's getting a Leandri, so he's going to do a little bit more damage to someone like Xiaoheng Ren. But in terms of burst, not going to be quite all there. All of the gold for Invictus is surrounding this bottom lane. Gala, despite missing out on the early game from this Lucian Nami, has picked up so many kills, now has an Infinity Edge. He is going to do a hell of a lot of damage in these fights, and kind of needs to be the front and foremost of the DPS, as there has been so many doubts in a league that is dominated by amazing AD carries. I mean, you look, Hope and Pays particularly are doing amazing work right now, and you have to look at Gala and Mako. These two were supposed to be the 1-2 punch of this team to kind of bring them over the edge and be a legendary duo, but they have been anything but that so far in 2025.
Luckily for Gala, that catch where he loses both summoners doesn't end up costing him, which is huge. He's got Cleanse and Flash back available to try and buy as much space as he can to maximize, as you called out so well, Ulk, the 3-item Lucian that is full damage. A rapid fire cannon, the IE is done. Everybody gets these hands from Gala outside of Xiaoheng Ren, who I'm still a little bit skeptical how much that health bar will truly hold up.
So for Thunder Talk, it's all about where can they find camps? Where can they get themselves gold, maybe finish an item here or there? Because while you've had 2-item spikes for your AD carry in mid lane, your front line isn't that robust right now. Xiaoheng Ren closer to getting a second item, but he's split between a Bramble's Vest and a Warden's Mail. Hoya as well looks to be getting like Tunneler. Wait, Tunneler, Pickaxe, Negatron Cloak, Ruby Crystal.
Wits, one thing, like I think Wits End somewhere.
It's the fakest Wits End of all time, because Wits End has a bunch of bows in it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to.
Tunneler, Pickaxe, and Ruby Crystal tells me maybe it's Sterix.
Yeah.
Hooney wants his Gnar back.
Hey, again, Hoya. None of this matters if you hit the Gnar Ultimate of a Century, right? Like, build, criticize, early get it criticized. Doesn't matter. Hit the Gnar ult.
Right. We've got Baron on the cards here. Ooh, a very, very sly fish
Sneaky.
from Rookie to almost find Satab. But on a side lane, I'm kind of looking for who on Thunder Talk is really going to be able to answer these waves right now. They're trying to make a pick. Gala separated again.
Oh, Gala again. The heal
Doesn't
comes
get
out
much.
from Mako. Luckily, Satab doesn't connect the chain, but the Shy teleported in, so your side lane worries. You got a cure for it right now, and it's that Hoya gets all the time in the world to press this bottom lane into that tier 2 turret.
Okay. Rookie's going to recall. He'll be the one to match right now, so they're going to trade spots. Rookie and the Shy. The Shy going to be playing up with his team. Mako has to be very careful, and honestly, Gala needs to know if he is separated from his support, there's a very good likelihood that we see Thunder Talk try to make an engage. So every bit that we see this duo separated is a chance for Thunder Talk to find a pick. We've come to a state now where almost every summoner spell is up. It is only IG with a slight disadvantage. No teleport, no heal from the Shy and Mako respectively. Thunder Talk will find a slight reprieve in this game where they finally get mid priority. And we've got a dragon spawning in 45 seconds.
Good call on the build, though, from the Gnar ult. I want to point that one out for you. That is the Sterix, so the components coming together a bit there as Gala drops the culling, and hey, there's a equalized summoner spot there as both heals come off the board. That's how much pressure the culling dictates.
Okay. They have
Dragging up
such
in
good
10
control.
seconds.
I'm looking at Rookie, and look at the rest of IG right now. They're playing in this pocket around the blue side jungle. Gala jumps forward, almost goes down. His bow summoner spells after Satab finds 90% of his HP.
Ooh, that blast cone. Hero 2. Trishot Barrage found that kill. So once again, IG have to try and navigate around their comp with Gala out as summoners. But it looks like the Baron wasn't started for TT on the backside. They give that Dragon. They just couldn't confidently go for it, knowing how quickly IG burned through that Drake. So they're at Infernal Soul Point. ThunderTalk don't get a lot for giving up that Dragon besides Gala's summoners. No tier 2 turret granted by Hoya. And they find themselves back in those same battle lines from a couple minutes ago.
Hoya was able to grab at least one turret, though. So I think you're not all that mad, right? It was just a top lane tier 1. But you're right. Not a ton of split pushing going on. IG were the team that were able to get 3 grubs. But aside from those early turrets they've opened up, this game has stalled out, right? Yes, it is IG finding minor leads. It is ThunderTalk having a lot of almost moments where they're just barely not able to find that pick onto Gala or whoever they're focusing at the moment. But they are starting to get gold, which I think is very, very good for this team right now. And particularly Hoya has been splitting on the side lanes. He's been getting a lot more attention. 1xN has now finished his Spear of Shojin, so ThunderTalk are starting to reach that apex. I think the only way that they get a little bit stronger is the death cap coming in from Satab. You see already they've now gotten the flash away from Rookie as well.
Yeah, gets picked a little too far on those side lanes. How many times have we said that? Not just in this series, but today out of so many of these players. Death cap, good call out. Satab, it would just give him enough juice where Gala's dead next time that combo comes across for him. And what a spot for Satab, a player that we heralded as when he's on, TT feel like they have chances to win games. They play through him. He picks his LeBlanc that has a negative win rate, but he feels so comfortable on in a spot like this. And look at the more value he's starting to get. That's the Seekers out of Rookie, as Satab is really starting to annoy this Talia.
And think about the trajectory of where these two players are. Rookie, a player that for years has missed out on internationals, and a lot of the community blaming it on his teammates not necessarily performing up to snuff where he has really done it. Whereas Satab is a player who had a middling career, a mediocre one on DRX, playing in the LCK, and is trying to reinvent himself and hopefully bring some of his expertise over to ThunderTalk, maybe make a name for himself in this league, where Rookie already has one. Rookie's laning phase has not been that great, and now on this signature LeBlanc, hopefully can try to bring home a win.
And here's Satab and Hoya, the solo lanes that we've looked for so much of through ThunderTalk's success, finding the kill onto the Shy, the culling flashed away from by Hoya, but here comes Rookie with the Weaver's Wall, gets the seismic shove, Hoya is caught, so both top laners will valiantly trade their lives.
And that's a lot of time and investment there from IG. That's the Weaver's Wall, the culling, so a bit of their damage missing. They're able to push in another mid-wave. I feel like ThunderTalk are starting to nickel and dime IG for small mistakes, saying, you've overstayed for a wave here. Satab even trying to set up a death brush on the side lane.
Oh, Rookie.
And so it is these small mistakes that IG are going to continue to punish. Satab had a little bit more patience, but he doesn't know, right? There's no vision on the Rookie there.
Yeah. Just stings. Seconds making the difference. We saw in Series 1 how much 10 seconds meant to WE and JDG. It's always fun to find moments where mere seconds of our days could have the biggest impact. But impact nonetheless gained with Satab gets to that Rabadon. So now this 3-item LeBlanc, anybody can get popped outside of JJ. Maybe even JJ. Well, he's got a Koenig. Oh, not again.
Rookie!
Satab gets the double chain. Sees, though, the 3 members IG nearby, and they're now going to commit the chase onto LeBlanc, who doesn't have the dash up to get over the wall. And just like that, Satab's pick plays turned right back into his face.
I can't believe we are in a situation where we're talking about how close a Game 3 between IG and ThunderTalk is with where they are in the standings, the expectations placed on both of these rosters, and Satab gets caught out again, starting the Baron here for Invictus. It's 30 seconds before he's up, and ThunderTalk need to make the steal, the team fight of a lifetime.
There's Glacial Prison down for nothing. Xiaoheng Ren, can you get this 50-50 keeper's verdict? is not going to hit him away from the pit. In he goes. He steals it. Xiaohong Ren stalls more time for TT, giving 4 members a purple banner.
And they need to fight in 15 seconds. There is no time to stall, to catch your breath. There's an Infernal Soul spawning. IG say, look, we may have lost that one, but guess what? We know that we'll be in position for this next objective. Satab has respawned. The rest of Thunder Talk are coming. There is a wall coming out. Can they make it, though? Already half HP.
Can Xiaohong Ren do it again? He
No!
can't get to the pit. That's a clutch bubble for Mako. Infernal Soul unleashes hell onto Thunder Talk. There's the pop blossom onto the Shine. Does get stunned up. Trades his life as the jungler for TT falls. But Gala flashes forward and just eviscerates 1xN's health bar. There is the Lucian shining true. A triple kill for Gala. And Satab and Feather have no way to rescue it.
Okay, but this Baron is going to stall for time here. They might lose their mid-tier 2. There's a very few minions here. I mean, even with the next mini wave that's coming on through, that'll still be Baroned up here by Feather.
But JJ!
Unless he dies.
He throws Feather into his own turn and says, sayonara. It's now only Satab left with Baron to try to hold the line. Xiaohong Ren up in 15 seconds. But I think IG want this game and series overall. They're going to go for it all.
Infernal Soul, they've even got the grubs. Gala dashes forward.
Oh, there goes
and that's
down Satab. It was a grind for IG to get here, but while the series was murky, a win's a win. TT fall in 3 to IG.
Wow. You gotta admit, IG make you sweat, man. They're willing to make anybody work for these wins. And while it was a tough series, one that was back and forth, even against the last place team here in the LPL, Invictus Gaming, they provide nothing but entertainment here, at the very least, when it comes to the LPL.
Ooh, that sentiment will always ring true, Dimitri. IG are entertainers at heart.
Yes.
You can see the looks on their faces, even after that awesome Game 3 that went the distance, and we had to go the distance of the series. They are relieved that they won that series and maybe a little bit mad that it even came to this point.
Can we remind ourselves that this is the same series where Thashai gets his first ever pentakill? Like,
yeah, it feels like an afterthought.
You would not believe that we were potentially on the verge of Thunder Talk taking 2 games in a row in the back end of this series. So, I mean, it sucks for them. Just so many moments taken away from them. Satab, this LeBlanc, there were moments, right? Like the laning phase, it looks good. He gets the first kill of the game too. We were kind of excited, but we thought from draft this was already a very tough game to play LeBlanc, and there were some missed combos. There were some missed opportunities to not blow up an unsuspecting target in Gala. Maybe if it's a different champion, maybe if it's just a different game, that ends up going their way. There was plenty of opportunities given to them by IG to actually take control of this one, but Thunder Talk now moved to 2-10, and they're 7-21 and 22 in game score now. That almost surely secures them 10th place here.
7-21's also Satab's LeBlanc wins versus games played, unfortunately.
Damn.
That is. Oh, it stings as we get a look at the group standings once more to round out our day. And IG keep themselves in the hunt with the Weibos and the BLGs soaring up the standings. But TT at the bottom, it stings to look at. First 2 double-digit series losses.
Minus 15. God, like, the only reason why, like, I'm making such a big deal is because that win column right there for differential, so like your plus or minuses, is the make or break in tiebreakers. And it has precedence over head-to-head. So even if Thunder Talk go 2-0 versus Ninjas of Pajamas, if they have a worse game differential, they will just lose and be 10th. So, I mean, it sucks, right? Like, we keep looking for IG or for Thunder Talk. When are the moments that we're going to really kind of see them? If they lose the rest of their games, it doesn't get any easier. They're playing against FPX. They're playing against Weibo later this week. This is a hell week for them. They play 4 series, and that could potentially snowball them even further than what we've seen from them so far.
Let's go back through this game, though, and a lot of the highs and lows. And I know we talked about Satap right there. Yeah, the point rings true. But it's not to be, discounted that there were very proactive TT plays, and they made IG sweat, the whole series, but this game 3 was no exception.
Yeah. I'm glad that IG could kind of still find it. I'm a little worried that this is kind of the IG that we're going to continue to get, as, we didn't see the Lucianami actually provide much in terms of the laning phase. But then once we got to 3 items, it was kind of there. I'm still on the fence as to whether or not that was an amazing performance coming out of Gala. But it just feels like all around a very weird game from Invictus, right? Like, Rookie getting caught out multiple times. Thashai having I feel like this should have been like a premier
It should
Gwen
have been a
game
huge
to play.
Gwen game. A huge
Yeah.
Gwen game.
And he's kind of like getting
He's
soloed
absent.
by Hoya.
Yeah.
Like he ends up getting like a lot of assistance thrown at him, but this is the IG that you've signed up for if you're a fan for 2025. The highs, the lows, everything in between, and with this win, at least they'll be able to move up to 6 and 7. So hopefully to be able to be a little bit more competitive with some of those other teams. But them losing to Weibo, I think, is going to hurt. I think the most important match for IG in the next coming weeks is actually the very next one that they have. You're going up against Team WE. You need to slam that game because that's another team that's very close to you in the standings right now. Actually, right underneath you now.
An even game score, right? As you keep pointing out, that it's a huge
Yeah.
tiebreaker. Like, IG need to get that one up because if I'm not mistaken, are they even or just +1 now? Alk after this series?
So
or?
Invictus are -3, Team WE are -2 in differential. They're 6 and 7 for IG, 5 and 7 for WE, and then game score is 16 to 19, 14 to 16. So a 2-0 from WE fixes their game score or their game differential, as well as puts them at least same in terms of how many wins they have, and kind of equals up some of those tallies between the two.
And also would throw another -2 IG's way, which is huge.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a big match. We're getting close to it though, Alk. Tough question I'm gonna ask you in a really just hectic game. Where do you feel like an MVP is warranted here for IG?
The audience, no one else. All 10 of those players deserve. Never mind. The audience came out the big winners in this series, but
Okay,
probably it's gonna have to be JJ. Like I think a very nice way that Cubby put it in the first game of your JDG WE series was that Shun made the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah.
I feel like that was true of JJ this game. He played Poppy.
Yeah.
There's not much work for him to be done. Some of his lanes are doing things.
That's an apt description. The real winner here today is Twitch and YouTube ads for a 6-game set here. So shout out the ad revenue. Hey, there's the MVP. Hey, give it to Gala, who the stat line backs it up. Okay.
He basically had to carry this game, because that's what your Lucianami is built to do. You have a Talia. It was all about the pick, and we eventually saw that end up coming true. Just some of the positioning from Gala was a little bit worrisome for me, and I think that last fight maybe carrying a little bit more weight for him. So, good job from IG again. A win is a win, like you said. It's a 2-1, all things considered, but they will move up to 6 and 7, and hopefully this is a bounce back and a wake-up call for Invictus Gaming.
We will have to see, but looking forward to tomorrow. A lot of both the teams that we saw kind of in the pack with IG trying to lock up the last 2 playoff spots have some big matches to play themselves. First, though, it'll be Weibo looking to get themselves an attempt at another convincing win over as they take on NIP, and then it will be AL versus BLG. Mostly going to ask you about the latter. What's your take going into AL BLG, knowing that Billy with Beichuan have looked a lot more polished?
They have looked good, but I think AL have been just looking a lot cleaner. I think mostly I am just I have a reinvigorated passion for Anyone's Legend. I was so afraid that they were just going to lose again to TES, and TES were going to look like the best team in the region, but they had an incredibly dominant 2-0 over them, and are hopefully on track with Tabe there to just be the team to beat. I need to see this team perform, and so I think a dominant showing up against a BLG who are looking mortal and very, very, not as solid, I think, as what we would kind of describe them, especially coming into the year. I think that that's going to be a series that we're looking very intently at.
Well, the amazing Grapes and Blockster will be back tomorrow to take you through the 2 series you mentioned. We are going to get out of here after a 6-game set, but before we leave, I have one final shout-out I have to give, and that is to our Elite Coffee supporters. Thank you very much to all of you out there, the 3 we're going to name here, Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions, help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. So big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters. Like we mentioned earlier, all coffee support, you can find the link in chat, but a huge shout out to just everyone as well that helps support this fan-run project, all the way down to your Twitch chatters, your follows, your YouTube subscribers, everything. It is so integral to keeping this train running here.
Yep. Again, this show does not happen without fans in general. Even if you didn't support us monetarily, just being there and watching the streams is the only thing that kind of makes this kind of show run. So thank you to everybody who helped us, and obviously to production, not only here, but also at the LPL for giving us a stream.
Now, as you can see, we're sunsetting our day here, but as the 2 NA boys, unfortunately for our reality, you see that sunrise behind Og? That means it's bedtime for myself and Dimitri. So from everybody here, big shout out to Kelsey Moser producing behind the scenes, throwing up some awesome lower thirds for us. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll be back tomorrow for more LPL action. Take care until then.